Good morning, everyone. Just to let you know, we're going to get started in a few minutes. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Sustainable UX. We're going to go ahead and get started. And before we kick off into our talks, we want to just give you a little information about the conference and say our due thank yous, give you an idea of what the day is going to be like, and a little housekeeping. So as I mentioned, good morning, but also to many of you, it's probably good afternoon, good evening, and maybe even the middle of the night. We thank you so much for taking the time to join us. And we do know it's a long, jam-packed day, so we certainly don't expect folks to pay attention all day long. You can dip in and out, and feel free to interact with others who are watching live in the Slack channels, but also you can come back and rewind and review any of this at any time after the fact. So there's no pressure to stay attentive all the way through. It's one of the benefits of this online conference version of things as opposed to live in a building. So as I mentioned, I wanted to say some thank yous, especially first and foremost to everybody attending. We also want to thank all of our speakers, but I'll get to that in a moment. And most importantly, I want to actually thank James and Jen, the co-organizers. I want to tell you a little story about how this all came to be, and it's pretty short. Essentially, James, who I work with, came to me one morning, or might even have been on the phone at some point during a meeting, and said, Jen, I had this idea when I was riding my bike home the other day that maybe we take some of this stuff that we've been talking about and all these ideas that we know we both are interested and passionate about, and maybe just do a conference, like online. We don't even have to get people in a room. We just get people to speak online and other people can watch for free. And I said, yeah, let's do it. So this is the brainchild of James Christie. But last year was our first try at this, and it went quite well, and we had a whole lot of interest. But this year, it's basically doubled in terms of the number of folks attending, and the quality of the speakers and the talks we're going to see, and the diversity of ideas being represented. So, my name's Jen Brazelli. I'm a managing director of experience design and strategy at MadPow. James and I work together at MadPow, where he's an experience design director. And as I mentioned, we ran this as a duo in the first year, but this year we're joined by the very awesome and excellent Jen Schlick, after she and James got to know each other last year following the conference. And so with her help, we've evolved this conference quite a bit. Jen's the managing director of web at MIT's Energy Initiative. And so we've got a lot of different ideas and speakers represented here with her help as well. We're going to be taking turns introducing speakers today, and we're also going to be in the Slack channels if you want to chat with us or any of the other participants or any speakers who choose to join there. And just a little bit about the conference, why we do this. We're just a couple people who care about the planet, who are worried about climate change and about sustainability. We sometimes look longingly at folks in other types of roles and jobs where they had a direct influence on the climate and on sustainable efforts. And we thought, what can a UX or a web designer do to fight climate change, besides just turning off the lights when I leave the room? It turns out quite a lot. There are a lot of ways to encourage sustainable futures and outcomes in the work that we do, even in a web design or development type of practice, varying from the ways that we work to the types of design that we create. So that's what we've gathered for you here, is a whole bunch of really interesting talks from folks who have a lot of good perspective to share. So what we have planned for you, certainly a wide range of talks, but it's all ultimately about the different ways that our livelihoods intersect with climate change and sustainability. You'll hear things ranging from biomimicry to remote work to low carbon web design, and some case studies. Hopefully each of them will provide something for you to take away out of this experience for your everyday practice. So as I mentioned, feel free to dip in and out. It's a long day jam-packed with good stuff. We have a couple interesting facts to share with you just about this conference. I know there's a little bit of lag on the slides, but hopefully you'll see what I'm going to get to here. We have a whole bunch of attendees joining us from all over the world, and a special thanks again to those of you on the other side of the planet where it's the middle of the night. And we wanted to point out that by doing this online, we're saving quite a lot of carbon, which is one of the main reasons we even wanted to have this conference in the first place. So we imagine that compared to a conference that was live and in person, estimating that if half of you flew to a conference, that's 620 tons of carbon saved. If half of you drove, that's another 156. If roughly half stayed in a hotel and half in an Airbnb, that's another 14 and 7 tons. And we just add up all the travel costs for people gathering in a room somewhere. That's 804 tons of carbon that we're already saving just by doing this online in this virtual format. And that doesn't take into account all of the other junk that gets produced and shared and handed out at a conference. A couple housekeeping bits. As I mentioned, you can rewind at will. The whole day is being recorded, so you'll be able to view it later and share as well on YouTube. We'll share that link out. There is a Slack channel for this conference. There's some emails that have gone out, but you can send an email via the website if you're trying to get into that. Place to interact with other folks during the day. Some speakers are accounting for Q&A time in their talk, so if there's time permitting, they'll be able to do that. Others probably look to chat with them again via Slack. And finally, our hashtag, SustainableUX, feel free to use that on Twitter. We'll be tweeting out some of the highlights of the conference today. So we're going to jump into our first talk. I wanted to just give a moment for any last-minute red flags or any other technical difficulties. It looks like we do have our first speaker, so unless there's any reason to wait.
Hi, Jen.
Hi there. Good. It sounds like your audio is working. I'm going to go ahead and introduce you, but let me just make sure everything else looks like it's working here. Okay. Let me get going. Alrighty, so we're going to kick things off with Artyom Dashinsky's talk, Product Design for Sustainability, How Small Decisions Make a Big Difference. Artyom wrote a fantastic article on this very subject on Medium, and he's been working with technology startups for most of his career. He's currently working to change the way that people work and live at WeWork. Artyom will talk about how companies can make small decisions that can have big impacts on the environment. So here he is with Product Design for Sustainability, How Small Decisions Make a Big Difference. And I'm going to hand you presentation. And it looks like you should be good to go. Okay.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Jen. So I would like to start with a short story that was told by Leila Geralo in her TED Talk. And the story is about electric kettles. So 97% of households in the UK own an electric tea kettle, and 65% of them admit to overfilling their kettles. The extra energy that is wasted on a daily basis for boiling unused water is enough to light all the streetlights in England for a night. But there is another thing that breeds light besides tea, and it's TV. There is a unique phenomenon called the TV pickups that is happening in the UK. The minute popular TV shows or sport games go to a net break, everybody's turning their kettles on at the same time, which destabilizes the supply-demand electricity balance and sometimes means that the UK have to buy nuclear power from France. And it's a great example of how this national scale overconsumption could be prevented by more thoughtful product design. And it's hard to blame consumers. If you go to Amazon and search for an electric kettle, the #1 result will be a kettle that has a capacity of water enough for 13 cups of tea. In addition, according to the photos on Amazon, this kettle doesn't have a scale that gives any kind of feedback to the user about how much water is inside. Both of these design decisions encourage overfilling and eventually lead to electricity overconsumption. And it's not new that designers who work on physical products have to be sustainability thoughtful. They have to understand the human product interaction, pick eco-friendly materials, and think about efficient packaging, efficient transportation. Me and most of people I know are working on digital products, but if you think about it in scale, digital products have a huge environmental impact as well. User experience, user interface, designers, product managers, software engineers, all of these people work on products that shape people's behavior and daily habits. Think about a company like Uber. Their core product is, think about a company like Uber. Their core product is 100% digital, but daily they operate about 1 million rides across the globe. Uber actually decide how and where 1 million vehicles will go every day. Grubhub operates more than 200,000 food deliveries per day. Think about how much opportunities to reduce waste and not eco-friendly transportation they have. Or Amazon, they ship about 3 million packages per day. All of them have to be taken by a plane, a truck, a bike, or a drone. I had a chance to participate in many product discussions, and during these meetings, people constantly try to understand cons and pros of each solution. They say this solution will increase engagement or conversion or accessibility or security of our product, but unfortunately, I have never heard any of them using word sustainability. And also, I couldn't find good resources about that are exploring how different features of digital products could affect sustainability. So I decided to do some explorations by myself. I created some concepts of how big-scale tech companies could create a positive impact on the environment. I intentionally picked relatively minor changes that even the most junior product manager of these products could implement. Even though these changes are minor, you'll see that they can have a pretty significant impact. You will also see that some of the ideas I suggest will not only make products more sustainable, but also will improve user experience and potential income of the companies behind these products. When working on these concepts, this is the definition of sustainability that I was guided by. Sustainability is an approach to design and development that focuses on environmental, social, and financial factors that are often never addressed. So my first example is from macOS, an operating system installed on more than 10% of all computers in the world. And here's how Apple can decrease the paper waste by implementing this change. So if I want to print this article from New York Times, macOS will use 4 sheets of paper. The last page, though, will include just a single line with the copyright credit. The default printing dialog allows to scale down the content manually, but I think it's safe to assume that a very small portion of users will actually invest energy in going to the last page and see how much content it has, and then manually trying to find the right percentage of scaling down to make the last page empty of content. I think in this case, the content should be always automatically scaled down, in this specific case to 98%, to make printing more efficient, and in this specific example, the printing of the last page unnecessary. It will keep the content almost identical, but save 25% of the paper that is used to print this specific article. The next example is from Kayak. Kayak is a flight tickets comparison website, and I try to find a way how they can create a positive impact on the environment. Turns out that most of the fuel that is burned by planes are burned during takeoffs and landings. So let's say you have to fly from Washington, D.C. to Minneapolis, and you have two options. First one, flying direct. The second one, flying with a layover in Chicago. Even though Chicago is on the way from Washington to Minneapolis, by taking this flight, the planes will burn 23% more fuel. And that fuel is equal to 1,000 liters, which is enough to fill a full tank of 20 vehicles. So on Kayak website, in case user gets two major options for his request, direct versus layover, I suggest to display a small educational tag near direct flights that explain why this option is more eco-friendly. And hopefully that will educate users about the impact of their decisions, and they will prefer direct flights in future. In addition, since the direct flights are more expensive ones, I assume Kayak are actually more interested to sell direct flights, since they would get a bigger cut from airlines companies. The next example is from Medium, a publishing platform that I really like. The whole product of Medium is about reading and writing experience. So I think printing articles from Medium should be an expected user behavior. Unfortunately, if you try to print any article on Medium, you will, for some reason, include 1 or 2 blank pages at the end. It seems like just a bug, but Medium wouldn't let it happen if they thought about touch points their product has with physical world and prioritized this use case. I reached out to Medium about this bug several months ago, and unfortunately, I didn't receive any response, and this bug hasn't been fixed yet. The next example is from Uber Eats, but it could be potentially any food delivery service. So Uber knows my home address, which means they know when I'm ordering my food to my apartment. And I think that Uber can safely assume that I have a cutlery at home and ask restaurants not to send me plastic cutlery in my orders, unless I'm intentionally asked to receive it. It can be achieved by a small toggle in the checkout process. It is unchecked by default, but in case you tap on it, it will enable a cutlery addition. By default, it will suggest the same amount as the amount of meals that were added on the cart. In case user doesn't add cutlery intentionally, a comment, "Please do not add cutlery," will be automatically added to the order that the restaurant will receive. The next example is for how LinkedIn could decrease CO2 emissions and materials waste. LinkedIn has a product called Jobs, which you might be familiar with. It's basically a marketplace for jobs, and the most sustainable type of jobs, remote jobs, are not there. Jim and Elijah will speak more about remote workforce during this conference, but I'll just remind you briefly why remote jobs are more sustainable. They require no commute, they require no office, they allow employees to cook meals at home, which makes them eat healthier and waste less. And according to researchers, remote work makes employees happier and more productive. And remote jobs aren't just some kind of a hipster thing. Corporates like Apple, Dell, IBM, Amazon, Salesforce have thousands of open remote positions. Successful startups like GitHub, Automatic, which is the company behind WordPress, Stack Overflow, Basecamp, Zapier, and Vision, all of them have a completely or partially distributed teams. And remote positions are becoming more and more in demand in the past several years. So by not including remote positions in their product, LinkedIn seems to miss a business opportunity. So a really easy and lean fix that LinkedIn could implement in a couple of days is allowing to type remote in the location search field, allowing to filter open position search results by remote, and tagging remote positions with an appropriate tag. The next example is from eBay and how they can encourage people to reuse. eBay is a marketplace that is based on supply from the seller side and demand from buyer side, which means that encouraging people to sell more stuff through their platform would make their business more successful. That's exactly what they could do by suggesting a user to sell his old stuff in case he just purchased something that is supposed to replace it. So this is how I see the purchase confirmation message. In case you bought iPhone 7, eBay could safely assume that it was bought to replace the iPhone 6s you bought a year ago, and suggest you to sell it. $1,000 panic seems like a perfect time to suggest you to get rid of your old phone and get about $400 back. In addition, eBay already have all the item description, so creating an auction for your old iPhone wouldn't be a big deal. And here is another example for eBay and how they could decrease CO2 emissions. So eBay could do that by encouraging users to prefer ground shipping over an air shipping. CO2 impact made by airplanes is from 10 to 20 times higher than by trucks. So similarly to kayak, by labeling the more eco-friendly shipping option, eBay could explain their users the environmental consequences of their actions. And the very last example is from Google. When I'm requesting a road from my apartment to the office in the Google Maps app, I always receive the car directions as a primary option. Google knows that I never drive since I don't have a car and even a driver license, but they still for some reason encourage me to get one instead of promoting public transportation for me. In this specific example of my morning commute, it takes 20 minutes to get there with a car and 23 minutes with a bus. It's only a 3 minutes difference, so suggesting public transportation as a primary option could make people prefer a bus over a car. And this kind of behavior change would minimize the CO2 emissions of their commute. In addition, Google chose not to show bike option for cities that don't have enough data about bike lanes. In Tel Aviv, where I live, sometimes it's much quicker to commute using a bike instead of a car. So by promoting bike options in Maps application, Google could potentially save people's time and have a positive impact on the environment. And for cities without enough information about bike lanes, I would suggest to copy the real-world behavior. For a bike option, Google could just show a car road, but with a time estimation that would make sense for a bike ride. So these are all concepts I wanted to show you today. Here are some advices I could give to everyone who wants to promote more sustainable digital products. I think that the most important thing is to educate yourself about sustainability in general. This way, you will be able to understand why and how should we improve digital products. Turns out there is a stack exchange on sustainability, which I really recommend. When you build a digital product, think where it meets the physical world and what impact would it have if 100,000 or 1 million people would use it tomorrow. challenge the person you're interviewing for open positions in your company with sustainability questions, and challenge other products to be more sustainable by reporting bugs, opening tickets, and taking your time to talk with support teams to demand more sustainable solutions from their products. You can find link to some of the materials I mentioned here in my article on Medium, and you can find a link to this article on my Twitter. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Artyom. And don't mind the infinity recursion happening in the screen here. Let me get this going back to the correct slides. All right, so let's just make sure we've got everything going the way it should. We'll do our next talk in just a few moments, so stand by.
She can contact us.
Andrew, I'm going to share your screen now, and then I'll introduce you, but I want to just ensure that we've got this set up correctly so that folks can see what they should in the window. So I see your screen, and if you want to get ready to present, we'll confirm that everyone sees what they should. So it sounds like your audio is working, so that's excellent. You may want to make sure that you are screen sharing. We have you as the presenter right now, but it's not going to share your screen when you talk. It's going to show us the picture of your face. So you might need to look for the screen share option.
When you share the screen, maybe just share your whole screen. Okay, is that fine?
Yeah, whatever will work for you. I mean, you can look to share the screen or the...
okay.
And then when you put it in presenter mode, hopefully it'll show us the full screen view. We see your slides right now. We see the, the notes version, or the keynote window essentially, but we don't see the presenter version yet. So when you put that into presenter mode.
We're in presenter mode now. Can you see it? Does that work now, Jen? Or is it still just the application window?
I'm just seeing the application window.
Okay. So probably because the full screen window is considered another thing. Okay. So we gotta switch to. Okay, go ahead. Oh, where's the? Is this the website? Yeah. Okay, so. Okay. This is the. What was it? How did you share the screen again? Let's see.
There's a little green icon in the Google control panel.
Is that one? Right. Okay. 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 And now if we hit play here, does that work, Jen?
I am not seeing it. I am just seeing your avatar for you, your face as you chat. So I'm not seeing you screen sharing anymore.
Okay. Okay. So I guess that turned it off. Entire window. There we go. Okay. Blue and blue. Okay.
Oh, that's gonna be it. Yep. Now we see a full screen view.
It's great to have technical support when you need it.
Okay, so we are seeing the full screen view, and if you're ready, then I will go ahead and introduce you. Are you good to go?
We're good to go. Yeah.
Fantastic. Yep. So next up is Andrew Boardman with Serving Green, a site for a more sustainable web. Andrew's a returning speaker that we're more than delighted to have back for round 2 of SustainableUX, and is the founder of Man Overboard, a purpose-driven design studio that provides digital platforms, communication strategies, and visual identities to socially responsible businesses, educational institutions, and large nonprofit organizations. He'll talk to us about Serving Green, a new website launched with the goal of educating and demonstrating the importance of green data centers on our global connected economies. So here's Andrew with Serving Green, a site for a more sustainable web. Take it away.
Hi, everybody. As Jen said, my name is Andrew Boardman. It's really an honor to be here and to have an opportunity to speak with everybody today and tell you a little bit about a project that we've been developing over the past few months. As you can see, the project is called Serving.Green, and it's both an educational tool and a web-based model for designing and developing rich websites. Our hope is that this today will tie in nicely to some of the other conversations that we're going to have today about sustainable design practices and the need to rethink our carbon lives in a digital space. The website we'll discuss, Serving.Green, represents our attempt at jump-starting multiple conversations about serving a green digital product. So this talk is broken down into two parts. First, I'll provide an overview of the project and discuss why we need to take a very different approach to building the web. And then my colleague Dan Lamb, who is sitting next to me, will discuss some of the technologies and approaches used in building and serving this website. So first, I'll just give you a little bit of background about us. As Jen mentioned, I run a company called Man Overboard. I should mention that our primary goal is to help conscious companies advance their mission, deliver new ideas, and connect meaningfully with their audiences. We're also a certified B Corporation, which, as many of you might know, is a new type of company that uses business to help solve some of the world's most challenging social and environmental issues. Part of our work as a B Corp and a business focused on sustainability is to advocate for forward-looking design and technology practices, which brings us to the topic today. I just want to encourage everyone to look into B Corps or become affiliated with B Corps if you can. It's a great movement. This is just a few of the clients with whom we work. You can see that many of them are in the impact investment space, which I think is really changing the way we think about environment and sustainability. Okay, greening the web. When I broach the subject to most people, it sounds very strange, right? So after all, isn't the web already green? We're not cutting down trees to print brochures or using messy ink in magazines to communicate our ideas, right? How much energy could the web actually use? That's what people say. So the reality is that the web is in no way green. The vast majority, about 3/4 last time I looked, of the internet continues to be powered by fossil fuels. And as the internet grows, we're using more and more non-renewable energy to power it. Every time we click a link or upload a file or watch a video online, we make use of these huge data centers that are mostly powered by dirty energy. According to one source, the internet will soon amount to nearly 1 billion tons of carbon dioxide annually, or approximately 10% of global electricity usage. So all that data coming up and down the pipes could be both massively reduced and powered by renewable energy if we desired. So as builders of the web, we have a choice. We can either build green sites and applications, or we can choose to ignore it. There are many challenges around greening the web, but really two key ones. First, we need to start building more efficient websites and applications and tools that use less energy. It's clear that websites have gotten much larger and unnecessarily so. The average web page, including video, images, code, and copy, amounts to nearly 2.5 megabytes in size. That's about 20 times the size of a page in 2003, when pages were built to be really light and quick because bandwidth was also tight. If you think of your website as a bicycle, you might not need the super tricked out lowrider you see on the right. You probably just need something awesome that's on two wheels, which you see on the left. The second main challenge is that we need to host those same websites and applications and tools with renewable energy, or the very nearest equivalent. Many larger data centers are becoming more conscious of their energy consumption, and they're working on becoming more energy efficient. Some are even adapting renewable energy full bore, like Apple and Google, as you probably know. However, the rate of growth of the web is outpacing data providers' efficiencies and their green energy commitments. So on the left, you can find a refinery that is belching out tremendous amounts of carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases. On the right is a geothermal plant in Iceland. The stuff coming out the stacks on the right is just steam. That's plain H2O. That's the way we need to go. But here's the good news, that greening the internet is within our reach, and anyone concerned and everyone concerned about the fate of the planet can help. In September 2016, we launched a web-based project called Serving.Green that helps explain the numerous challenges of overbuilt websites and fossil fuel data centers, and to provide some more concrete solutions to a general audience. The site was a result of a series of weekly conversations with Tim Frick of Mighty Bytes, who will be speaking later today, and John Haugen of Third Partners, which is a sustainability consultancy in New York. So together we collaborated and created this site called Serving.Green. The concept of serving not only refers to data or serving data, but also to serving visitors and users of our digital products. So I see this website as an ongoing educational tool to help us start and continue a conversation about our digital economy and how it can also become part of a green economy. So we had 4 goals. First, to educate the public about the need for hosting websites and applications efficiently with renewable energy. Second, to provide a user-friendly, memorable, and straightforward way for visitors to understand the issues around a sustainable web. Third, to offer a small and useful set of resources that can be easily and readily updated. And fourth, to provide a model for creating a beautiful and engaging web experience on a modest page size budget. We're going to touch on each of these. I'll talk about the first 3, and Dan will talk about the 4th, which is the most important, I think. So the first goal in terms of educating the public, this is key to the success of all sustainability initiatives, especially in an era of what we have as alternative facts and the devaluing of expertise in basic science. To date, the only large organization that has been successful in talking about greening the internet is Greenpeace. All the other organizations that I love and support, and I won't name them here, are having a tough time connecting the dots between how our digital footprint impacts our carbon footprint. The second goal, which is creating a user-friendly and memorable platform for site visitors, goes hand in hand with education. Putting out a white paper or a plain vanilla website with a bunch of facts in Times New Roman will no longer work in today's world of video-enhanced reporting and short attention spans. As designers, we really need to quickly empower ourselves to tell interesting, accessible stories about our most pressing challenges in a way that will resonate with and connect with viewers. I really believe this is urgent. Fighting facts with facts is very important, but if we can do it using design and the tools of good UX, which is why we're all here today, we have a much more powerful vehicle for communicating with the public. So as you can see from these screenshots, the Serving.Green website is meant to showcase key statistics and tweetable factoids that the average person who builds the web or who uses the web, meaning most everybody here, would find surprising and hopefully will spur them to take some action. So this brings us to the 3rd screenshot, which essentially the goal is to provide a useful set of resources that the site visitors can find out how to green their website and how they can approach a digital project with sustainability in mind. We provide 5 key recommendations for folks on the site, including finding a green host, which is the single most important thing you can do to create a green digital product. The other recommendations are to assess and refine your site's assets and to talk with your designer, developer, and host about serving things green. Having that conversation is very important. But here's the challenge we face, and where I'd love to hear from the community. The stakes of climate change are so high, and we need to support a green economy at all costs. We're definitely thinking about the next steps for the site and where it goes in terms of education and advocacy, and I'd love to hear your suggestions as to how Serving.Green can make a difference. So as I mentioned, the 4th goal for Serving.Green is to be a model for creating lightweight but richly designed sites. So I'm going to turn it over to my colleague Dan to discuss some of the technologies and approaches he used to build the site and to optimize its performance.
All right, so Dan Lamb here. I'm the lead developer here at Man Overboard, and I was tasked with trying to make a pretty nice website using a lot of the modern things that people are expecting nowadays, such as high-resolution images, pretty good resolution video, and animation and other effects. As Andrew already mentioned, the average page size of a web page nowadays is in the ballpark of 2.4 megabytes, and our goal was to definitely come under that as much as we could without sacrificing the experience. So my talk is going to be focused on making websites more green simply by trying to reduce your file size as much as you can. And by reducing your file size as much as you can, you'll reduce the amount of energy that's going to need to be consumed to display it. Okay, I'm going to be going through 7 things that any web designer can do to try to keep their file size down. So let's jump into the first one. Images. Images are a big one. So in the early days of websites where everything was just plain text, it was done because we had to. There was no bandwidth. But as soon as we had enough bandwidth to start pumping images through it, that's what we started doing. And as bandwidth gets bigger and bigger and bigger, we start pumping more and more high-resolution images through the pipes. So the first thing is, and the first way to deal with images and reduce your file size is just to limit the number of images that you use, to really strongly consider every asset that you're putting into your project. And this sheet, to the best of my knowledge, is all of the images that are used on our page. Next up is just the idea of resolution. You know, oftentimes if the image you're using isn't super highly detailed, you can reduce the JPEG quality quite a lot without actually sacrificing the experience. And on that note, especially if you're tinting the layer back with a dark overlay or some sort of color, the darker or more opaque that overlay is, the less resolution you probably need. Similarly, aside from just reducing, sorry, I think I actually was talking about JPEG quality in the last slide, but JPEG quality, again, is a big thing. Depending on how big an image is going to be displayed or how much you're going to obscure it in other ways, you should really try to bring those quality sliders down as much as you can before you start to feel bad about yourself putting it on your project. And another big way to deal with images is to detect the size necessary based on the browser window or the device that's accessing your website, and just send them an image that's appropriate for that device. So, for instance, nowadays, 4K televisions are all the rage, and some people are actually viewing websites on them. But there's no reason to serve a 4K resolution image to somebody's iPhone. Retina displays are not that good yet. Okay, moving on from images, the next one is videos. Videos on web pages are a little more recent than images, of course, but you see them everywhere nowadays. And in order to reduce the file size of your videos, you pretty much have all the same things as images plus time. So our page, we use this awesome image of steam bellowing out of a geothermal energy plant in Iceland. And you'll see the video quite a lot through the project. Based on the level of detail that's in this video, similar to images, we decided that for our needs, using 720p resolution was good enough, even when viewed on a full HD 24-inch monitor. We said that was good enough, so that's what we went with. Yes, 720p. The new thing with video that you don't have to worry about with images is time. So the stock that we're using when we originally purchased it was, memory, it escapes me, it was between either 30 seconds or 60 seconds. But as you can imagine, if a camera in the shot is not moving, and it's not, why not just set up a seamless loop for the video? So I was able to set up a pretty darn good loop that you don't notice looping in using only 4 seconds. So that was a pretty drastic reduction in file size without losing any of the effect. And one of the more interesting ones we discovered while working on this project was that the positive impact we could make by using HTML5's video tag. Originally, we were trying to host our video on YouTube so that we could offload the serving of that asset to a fairly green source. But once we actually got it in place and we had the embed running, we found that we were actually, it was costing us over a meg in scripts just required to play the video. So by skipping that and just using the video tag, we were able to save quite a bit. The scripts were actually significantly longer than the video itself was. So not acceptable to us. Okay, next, the idea of reusing. So as you saw on an earlier slide, we have just the four beautiful images and one video, but we actually reuse the video on and off throughout the entire length of the project. And we do that by filtering the video with CSS or other techniques. So the first version that you see is a full color version of the video. That's how we saved out the file and uploaded it to our servers. Next, we use CSS3 to grayscale the video in some cases. And lastly, we just put a semi-transparent overlay on top of the video to make it look like we also had a green version, right? So we only have the one asset, but because of the ways that we filtered it, we were able to reuse it and make it feel like something new as you scroll through the page. The next topic is fonts. Web fonts are so common nowadays. I'd say you're probably hard pressed to find a site where someone isn't using at least one web font somewhere. But like anything else, if you use too much of them, you're going to be costing yourself more bandwidth requirement. So for this project, we decided to use one font family and these four weights. Now, it still shows up as an intermediate load time in Google Web Fonts interface. But the point here is not always to produce a microscopically tiny website. The goal is, in every case, you're just trying to make it as small as you can, given the needs and the constraints of your project, right? Okay, the next topic is text masking. On this website, we're trying to do something pretty fancy where we use text as a cookie cutter and then allow other assets such as the images or the videos show through the text. Now, we started off by going down a fairly deep rabbit hole of some advanced techniques using SVG and Canvas. And in the end, they were just either too complicated or the scripts, there was just too much going on to try to get them to work. So we decided to go super low tech and just use a really, really big image with PNG transparency. Now, as you probably know, using the fancy pings that offer you anti-aliased transparency, there's usually a pretty big file size cost. But in our case, since the giant images that we're using are a single color with transparency, the file size is still quite small. So we found that it was very acceptable. So we're really just using huge images with text cut out with considerations made for the different aspect ratios of devices that would be viewing it, and then stacking it on top of other assets. All right. Next, number 6, this is a really, really big one. And that's because no matter how small you get your file size down on your websites, it's not really going to matter if the people you're hosting it with are burning fossil fuels anyways, right? So this particular website is actually powered by possibly that very same geothermal power station that we feature so much through our website. We're hosting the site in Iceland, and the host that we're using, and also, if I'm not mistaken, all or the majority of the country of Iceland, is powered by geothermal and hydroelectric power. So really taking the time to investigate the host that you're using and seeing what powers them is just a really, really awesome way to reduce the environmental impact of your websites and applications. And the last one is just a little bonus, the idea of using hosted libraries. So these are just a couple of examples of folks who are taking script libraries that a lot of us designers are using over and over and over again. And by allowing a hosted library to host some of your resources, the benefit there is that anyone who has already used the same hosted library to download a particular script, such as Angular or jQuery, they'll be able to skip downloading it again and just use the version that's sitting in their browser cache. So that pretty much wraps up my talk for what we did with Serving Green. If you haven't yet heard of it or had a chance to look at it, this is actually the URL. We're running on the newish .green top-level domain. So if you just type in serving.green into your web browser, it'll take you right there.
Yeah, so thank you. Thanks everybody for listening. And if you want a little bit more information, Dan's written a blog post at our website at manoverboard.com, and please feel free to reach out to us at any time. There's our contact info.
It's been a pleasure. Thanks.
Thank you both. Thank you very much. I do hear a little echo, but hopefully that'll disappear as we switch speakers here. So let me get things transferred. All right, so I will introduce our next speaker in just a moment, but let's do a quick sound check. See if you can unmute, or I can unmute you, and make sure that you're able to make noise. I'm not hearing anything yet. Are you speaking at all? Let's keep trying. I don't hear any volume yet. Let's if you can, I know you're not muted, doesn't look muted to me, but if you're able to check your microphone settings. Yeah, you're not muted. Yeah, I was gonna say, try the different microphone setting. Try that built-in microphone, see if that gives you any luck. Still not hearing anything. You're in the right spot. Unfortunately, I still can't hear you, but I can see on your screen that you're in the right spot. Let's see. Did you try both mic settings? We've got built-in mic. What about not the Google settings, but on your system, on the the computer system settings? See if you might have something in there. If you go back a screen, go back to the main screen. I don't know, go to the back arrow up in the top left. I think if you go to sound, so second row down all the way on the right, I want to see what your default there is. Oh yeah, that's where you just were. Try go to output where you just were. You could try unplugging your headphones. See if the built-in mic in the laptop, so that you're not using headphones or external mic, but just use the laptop's settings. It might just work better that way. No, still can't hear you. I think maybe try, as a last resort here, try leaving the Hangout and returning. See if maybe some of the updates you made, if you log out or leave and then come back in. All right. I see you, but I still don't hear you. Did you try a different browser? Okay, so you've got the built-in microphone. Can you try a different browser? Yeah, I was gonna say try logging in via. Oh, he's left. He'll be back. Thank you for your patience, folks. We always sort of expect a little bit of unpredictability, especially with the tech and orchestrating number of different speakers all over the place. Everybody kind of dialing in from different spots around the world with different hardware and software. So we'll be underway shortly.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, I can. That's wonderful. It's the best sound I've heard all day. Okie doke. So we know we have audio. That's excellent. If we can get you to screen share and put your slides up in presenter mode, then we can get underway. I'll introduce it over to you after we get that up.
Yeah, so I will share from my laptop. Screen share. I'm screen sharing from my laptop now, but I'm using my phone for the sound.
Interesting. Okay, so that might present us a challenge because we can hear you, but the video that we're going to see, I think, is coming from your phone.
Oh, okay. Let me see if I can.
Okay, wait, now I see. Now you're both in. So there's your phone, which I will leave unmuted for your audio, and then I see the feed of your screen. So if you put that in presenter mode, just so we can confirm that that's working, I will pass that over in just a moment. Okay. All right. Hey, look at this. I think we sorted it out. Let me get that set up. All right. So I should, hopefully we see your slides. Let me just confirm that real quick.
Yes, you do.
And I can definitely hear you, so that's also excellent. I know that the folks watching in YouTube, I know there's a little bit of a lag, so I just want to make sure that there's a chance for them to confirm that they're seeing what they're supposed to be seeing.
Great.
And I do appreciate everyone's patience. You know, as we mentioned, we know this day is going to be full of little back and forth like this, but we're really looking forward to hearing your talk. So I think we can probably get going. Let me just double check. Hang tight for just one more minute.
Can you still hear me, Jen?
I can, yes. Okay, so I think we'll go ahead and get moving. So let me introduce our next speaker. It's Saif Abode with Designing for the Convergence of the Utility Industry and the Built Environment. As companies like Tesla and Nest seek to disrupt the utility industry, and we start to see consumers directly buying more and more energy products like solar panels and electric cars, it becomes increasingly more important and more challenging for designers to balance the sustainability goals we set for ourselves against the aesthetic and economic goals that the competitive landscape is setting for the industry. Sei is a systems engineer who applies technology and systems thinking to solving problems like this one, and he was recently named a LinkedIn top voice in technology. He provides content creation as a service for energy companies at Harper Jacobs and published his book, 40 Semi-Obvious Lessons. Here's Sei with Designing for the Convergence of the Utility Industry and the Built Environment. Take it away.
Thanks so much, Jen, and apologies for the technical difficulties. I'll just flip through this pretty quickly because I know we're short on time now, but thanks for having me. As she said, my name's Shay. I tend to throw up this picture to humanize myself and share the reasons why I do the work I do. And it's my little boy and my wife there. Working on Asher Labs, which is innovation consulting for utilities, and Harper Jacobs, where we write content. It's a combination of the two things I'm skilled at, for lack of a better way to put it. I'll start with a quick story. The old utility used to look something like this. This house has a windmill to run the water into the main house. And for the most part, this stayed the same until Samuel Insull got into the game and did what corporations do, brought economies of scale to just improve pricing, because that rig you saw in the first slide there was pretty expensive to run. but aggregated businesses could be built that would supply power to many more homes than just the one facility that you saw there. And the very simplistic structure of the industry up until recently was power generation happened on one end, transmitted to your home. And just to take a quick step back, I'm not a designer, but a lot of the work you guys do is now impacting my industry. And this is as much an outreach to all of you as it is a quick primer on what you're getting yourselves involved in, so that we can all achieve the same goals we have, even though we're coming from different sides of this problem. This image is a power station, the type of power station I worked at for a few years. And back to the point Andrew made in the last presentation, you had these power stations, one like this, the one I worked in, served about 400,000 homes in London. The data centers we're starting to put into the system over the next few years will require 50 of such power plants in the US alone just to run those data centers. And that's a bit of a problem because we're using diesel and natural gas in some of these places, which are not sustainable fuels, despite what anyone might say. And we still have some coal plants as well. The utility industry is a very complex system, and the next phase of the industry can be predicted if you think about this as a complex system. They bundle and then they unbundle, and the unbundling is sort of what's happening right now. The unbundling is happening at the same time as this grid is becoming a lot more connected. And the connection here just means the utility or whoever is providing you power now also gets signals from you in the form of data telling them when you need power, what you're using it for. And all these changes, the disruption that is happening because of unbundling, again, back to the systems thinking concept, can be explained. We just need to look in other industries and see how these changes are happening. I've written a book about these changes, but the innovation and the impact of the innovation in design and product development that's going on for the industry is now moving the electricity generation from these big, bulky buildings in far-off places into our homes. And this just shows what Navigant calls it, the retail industry, the retail future of the utility industry. And what that looks like is a ton of solar panels, which unfortunately doesn't look, in my opinion anyway, that much different from those huge power plants we had, because we're now having to manufacture all these things, which in itself just throws out CO2 into the environment. And we need to start to pay a little bit more attention to things like this, even as we move from the coal plants to the solar panels. When we start to build solar farms to supply huge homes, there's a lot that we're doing on the full supply chain to get these solar panels to the roofs that starts to almost negate the effects of the solar panels we're putting on those roofs. And at the same time as we're throwing the solar panels up, everyone's building a smart device for the home. And these devices are being built to be beautiful, desirable. And what happens when things like that happen? Consumers buy. We all buy. Despite all I say, I want to have an Alexa in my home. My son wants to be able to play whatever music he likes from these devices. And again, this is great, but probably not the best for sustainability goals. And I'll just throw up a few slides with some products that are utility products for the home, aimed to reduce the energy we use, like the Nest. We have the Nivea shower, which was a successful Kickstarter to reduce energy usage, or sorry, water usage at home. We have this Wally Home leak detector to prevent leakage and notify early detection system for leakage, and just these smart plugs that reduce and switch off things when they're required. And you also have Aware, which is air quality measures. But I'd say the biggest, most familiar of these retail energy products would be the Tesla suite of products, which are all fitting into our new modeled Casita homes. This is a company here in Austin, and it's a self-sustaining home, beautifully designed. There's a lot of work going on that all these devices that we're now putting into our homes to make it smart and use energy in a more efficient way start to get us to a point where, as Gartner suggests, even though I don't believe this number, they suggest we'll have about 500 smart devices in our homes by 2022. That is scary, in my opinion, because it's probably time for us to start to think about reducing some of these product inclusions in our homes so it doesn't get out of hand. And I put some rules here. You are the designers. I'm just throwing out for brainstorming here. Why don't we build products that are multi-purpose? This both stores and retrieves and provides energy, so it is to a certain extent. This is the product I'm working on, which is water efficiency, water quality, but again, make it dual purpose is the point here. And then take full life cycle responsibility. This is a blank slide because I couldn't find one company that is designing a smart home product that has taken full responsibility for disposal of the product at the end of its life. We need to start to think about things like that. And sustainability woven into the form and function. This is a project at MIT, smaller homes. Our homes went from 900 square feet to about 2,000 over the course of about 20-something years. It's probably time to start to rethink that. And educate the consumers with the products. This is a bill we designed a few years ago that educated consumers in the 8 minutes they spend with their utilities in a year. I'll end with this quote, which is credited to Gandhi, that speed is irrelevant if you're traveling in the wrong direction. And we're really traveling fast. A search on Amazon shows 152,000 smart home devices. And at some point, that becomes unsustainable, even if those products are meant to make us a little bit more sustainable. So thanks. Sorry again, had to rush it, but glad to be presenting to you all today.
Thank you very much. Again, even if what you're describing was a rush talk, I think that was fantastic, and there's a lot of really, really good food for thought here. So thank you again, and thank you for your patience and helping sort out some of the tech as well. Let us.
I said not a problem. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Alrighty, let's move over here. We've got a couple minutes to transition to our next speaker, so let's move along. And just a reminder again for folks who are just joining now or have been kind of dipping in and out, we do have a Slack channel, a Slack community really dedicated to this. So if you want to chat with others who are watching live or interact with folks, even after today, definitely join us in there and join the conversation, or you can join the conversation on Twitter with our hashtag SustainableUX. All right, so I see Javier in the room here. Let me turn on your audio. We can see if things are looking okay. Javier, if you're able to unmute and do an audio check, could you do that? Javier, I see your screen, so I see your slides, so that looks good. The video is good, and I am just not hearing you. Okay, I can see your chat there. Yeah, so it does look like you will be sharing correctly. I do see the presentation mode of your screen. So whenever you are ready and want to unmute, just let me know and we can do an audio check.
Hello?
Hi there. Yes, sounds like we can hear you. And let me see. We see your slides.
Hello?
Are you able to hear me?
Hi, everybody.
Okay, we're going to wait just one more minute, and then I will introduce you guys, and then we'll get started. But we'll just give it 1 minute for anybody who's trying to take their quick break between talks to come back in time. So 1 more minute, and then I'll introduce you. Before we get started, Javier, I think there's some noise in the background. I don't know if you're able to position yourself or do anything to reduce some of that. It might get better once you're actually speaking, but just to let you know, we are hearing a little bit of noise in the background.
Yeah. The quietest but fine. I'm gonna borrow the let's hang out at. So we'll have some steps coming back and forth, but yeah. Is
Unfortunately, you're breaking up quite a bit now that you're actually chatting in longer strings of sentences. I think we might have a little bit of a connection problem.
okay?
Are you still there? I can hear bits and pieces, but not much.
Oh, that's really let me see if they will get closer to the router. Pues, ahora tirando. Oye, estoy conectado, me dicen que se interrumpe un poco la conexión, no me escuchan bien. El router me queda. ¿Dónde está?
No, está acá mismo. Lo que pasa es un tema de
Ah, ok.
Entonces,
Claro.
no, y a mí se me estaba interrumpiendo la baja, a mí 8 megas, pero baja como a 3.
Yeah. Sí, sí. Sí,
Sí,
So it sounds to
Yeah.
me, I don't know if you guys can hear me okay, but it does sound like when you're actually chatting and when you're talking in full sentences, and it doesn't sound that bad. The connection doesn't sound great. There are some places where it does sound like it might drop a little, but just now listening
Yes.
to you guys chat, it sounds like it's probably as good
Okay.
as it's going to get. So we'll go ahead, and then if at any point during the talk you completely drop out, I'll either chime in or interrupt you so that we can make sure that people don't lose the benefit of the talk, but I think we'll give it a try, and we'll go ahead. So
I also sent you my deck. Can you?
okay,
Right?
that'll work.
Oh,
Yeah, and I think the screen
deck.
share will probably be okay. It's the audio that's that I think is probably going to give us the bigger problem.
Okay.
Wait. So you had your
Deck,
screen up. Did you take it back down? Did you want to put it back in presenter mode?
Yeah. Okay. Am I out of presenter mode?
Yeah, I'm not seeing it anymore. It's just a blank screen.
Okay. Okay. All right. Are we back now?
No, not yet.
Well, okay. I'm seeing it as I'm sharing.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. Make sure in the Google Hangout
Okay.
control panel, maybe you can start the screen share again, the little green icon. You might want to just like turn it off and turn it on.
Yeah. I'll do it again. All right. Are we good?
Nope, not yet. The whole time we were waiting, yeah, earlier it was showing it just fine. So you had it working before. I don't know if you're able to just do whatever you did the first time when you first joined.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything yet. I wonder if you could try maybe just leaving and coming back. You know, you could close out and then come back, join via the same link. Maybe it'll work again.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, let me try. Okay.
So I see them now. So looks like it's working.
Great.
So I see that you have them, you are screen sharing. Looks like you're in presenters mode. Let me first transition and then I'll introduce you. Let's see here. Okay, hopefully that will do it.
All right.
Okay, so just to let you guys know, again, everybody listening, thank you so much for the tech patience. Again, we've got folks from all over the world, so that's the benefit, but also the blessing and the curse at the same time. So next up, we have Javier Velasco Martin and Gonzalo Basigalupe. I apologize, guys, if I haven't said that correctly, with their talk about infocrisis.social. A platform that aggregates crisis-related information to help individuals and communities develop situational awareness in a country that's continuously exposed to natural threats, which we know we're going to become more and more common as a result of climate change that we've already put in motion. Javier was an early member of the global information architecture and UX community and pioneered the field in Latin America. With over 16 years of experience as a UX researcher and designer in leading organizations in Chile and the US, he is currently a postdoctoral researcher at SIGIDEN, a national research center focused on integrated disaster management. Gonzalo is a professor of counseling psychology at the University of Massachusetts at Boston and a principal investigator of the ICT4D at the Research Center for Integrated Disaster Risk Management at SIGIDEN. His research with colleagues in Chile, Mexico, Portugal, Spain, Turkey, and the USA focuses on the impact of emerging media adoption on families, the role of patient online communities, the use of social technologies to build community resilience during socio-natural disasters, transnational families, and family health. So I'm excited to hear what these guys have to share with us. Here they are with their talk, InfoCrisis.social, a socially powered control panel to help communities face disruptive events by optimizing information and resource flow. Take it away, guys.
All right, thank you, Jen, for the introduction. Thanks everybody for your interest in our project. And although it's great that we can do all this remotely, also part of me wishes you could be here because I'm in a really nice place, a coastal town. It's a really cozy cove with the best tidal pools you can find, and it's the peak of summer. Everybody's having fun here with their families. It's really, really nice here. But we're going to be talking about disasters, right? So I work at CGDN as a consortium of 6 universities, a public funded research institute, and we've partnered for this project, as I'll be telling you a little bit more later, with INRIA as a French research center focused on math and computer science, and they have an office here in Chile, which also has public support for funding. So we've joined our forces to build this platform called InfoCrisis Social, which in English it would be the other way around. It would be social crisis information, right? So that makes a little bit more sense. As Jen was mentioning, Chile is a country that's marked by disaster. We're like the world summit of disasters. We have this timeline that my office has developed. In 1960, we had the strongest earthquake recorded in history. And we have multi types of risk, not only earthquakes, but we also have drought. We have lots of active volcanoes, we have snowstorms, floods, and many wildfires, big fires. In 2010, we had a massive earthquake in Maule. The rupture from the earth was 350 kilometers long, and it lasted for over 4 minutes with a strength of over 8 megawatts. Picture that, it's like shaking so strong you can't stand on your feet, and it won't stop for 4 minutes. It was so intense that it was felt even through Brazil, in Sao Paulo. And after that came a huge tsunami that washed away a few coastal towns. Even in what we have been up to for this year, we've already had a couple of important disasters. Just ending last year on Christmas Day, it was a huge, but we have good infrastructure for this, and fortunately this happened in a place of the country that, although it's very rural and vulnerable, everything's built in wood, so the houses had a lot of strength to resist this. But then by the turn of the new year, a huge forest fire started coming into a city, Valparaiso, and between 100, 200 houses were lost in that. And then just a couple of weeks after that, we started another huge kind of a cluster of forest fires starting in central South Chile, and it just wouldn't stop, and it kept on catching on. We had a huge heat wave and extended drought through over many years, so fires weren't stopping. We had help from many parts of the world, like every country sent their hugest firefighting airplanes. That in that picture, there's a 747. The major capital was covered in smoke from fires that were happening miles away from that. It was only, in the end, it was only dosed by some unusual rain. So we're looking for that. So basically, we're just used to living with disasters and many kind, and our country has always had to start rebuilding itself from the ground up. So what we want to use is technology to help people be informed in these situations, right? Another interesting thing about our country is that we're very, very well connected. Technology adoption it's very quick and very intense. People are very good at chatting on social media. We're like very dense connections and long relationships get covered through multiple media. We have like a third rate of penetration for social media in the world. And of course, when disasters come, people go to social media to talk about them, right? We even laugh about that. The tweet that you see here at the corner, they were playing, with these hashtags that they built to just have a game rolling. And they're talking about how before the internet, you can report when you had an earthquake, where everybody's now here so used to saying, oh, it's quaking. It's really, we just make fun of it. We also see here forest fires at the first trending topic, right? It's something that is happening these days, and at least until last week, we were very concerned about that. People sent all kinds of information. Here's like some maps of affected areas and some firsthand testimonies of guys saying like, we were putting away 6 fires today, and unfortunately they were all intentional. So very active country in terms of social media. So what I'm going to use is take this participation. We have this opportunity. There's a lot of information, very rich information going on about the situation, but there's no central point that can gather this information to help people make sense what in disaster management is called situational awareness, in being really aware of how far it is, how big it is, etc. So that brings us to our purpose, right? Our project is focused on providing citizens, reporters, and researchers real-time information related to these natural disasters and crisis. We want to be a hub to centralize different sources of information. Like the project, this started out as a SIN, and well, one of the first steps we did in terms of our research was to talk to our people in our lab. Right, we have these world-rate experts in disaster from many areas. We spoke with some of our researchers, our students. I did a quick poll on what are the most important types of information you would need for different types of disaster, and depending on who you are. Here we focused some of the priority of what information we should provide on this dashboard. With that, we did a first round of our conceptual model. We were scraping some official websites to get information, and we do some little stuff with Twitter, different ways of manipulating the tweets and forming different feeds from that. From that, we can also create analytics and some charts. And we also integrate the green circles at the bottom, different maps that we have, and as well as other types of information. So the idea is that all that information is gathered on this dashboard, and the users can rate the resources, and they can suggest additional resources as well. So we want to make this some very participative system. It's like we want to build a community around this disaster topic, because we know there's a Latin community in Twitter. There's a lot of people who are focused on informing disasters. So we want to make this participation something a little bit more structured, but still give it enough freedom, right? Another interesting thing about this project is that we have been recognizing that depending on the stage of disaster, there's different information becomes different priority, right? So while you're during a very threatening situation, there's an evacuation in place, you just need to see evacuation maps. And if there's no disaster in place, our priority will be to put up educational information, so people will be prepared and how can they be connected with their families, how can they have like emergency kits and backup batteries for their phones, and etc. We have some initial wireframes we did for this project, and here we start kind of mapping out how we want to integrate maps with official alerts and different news sources, videos, and we want to do some kind of incentivization for participation for people to, while they're talking about Twitter, in Twitter, we're going to kind of put up with the most relevant hashtags and user accounts. We need to figure out how to avoid people gaming the systems, you know what they always do. And then we started this partnership with INRIA, and we have a couple of pictures from our meetings, and we've done, since then, we've been doing a lot of brainstorming. We came up with a name and the logo for the project, among some other stuff. We did this kind of development-oriented conceptual model where we show that users see different types of information, or dynamic reports, or collected, prioritized collections of information, different types of information, how different types of disaster have different sources, and a different state of information of the disaster will show us different priorities. And then we also prepared a poster for a conference where we did a public-facing concept to explain the idea of the project very simply. We have information from official sources, from the press, and then from all sorts of people on social media, where we can create maps, we can capture tweets, Facebook videos, and pictures. So the idea, what we see here at the bottom, is that the users who are seeing these resources, they can help evaluate them, and at the same time, they can also share them. So we want to kind of promote people to be active on this, but with not a very high bar for participation. We want to make it very easy for them to participate, and this feedback will help us train the system. We want to do kind of a combination of artificial intelligence and user curation. We've also been doing some content modeling for our project. That was kind of very tricky to figure out what an alert means, and different institutions have different levels for the alert. We're basically kind of shaping information around the stage of the event, the type of the event. And we have a very important factor in terms of location. Geolocation of information will be a very critical part of this project. With all this, we've been working some content inventories to determine information sources, different institutions, official institutions, NGOs, media, and of course we have a very important part on digital volunteers, this active members of the community who are already focused on the topic of disaster, and they want to make them part of our allies, to be a central part of this community. And we collect information from different kind of channels that we have here on the right. Another interesting discovery part on our research that we've been doing some design workshops with different groups of people. We had a disaster expert, we have computer experts, and then we did some with some social media, these digital volunteers. These design workshops where people just discuss what important types of information will they need in different contexts, and then hash out how they would see them on a screen. And we did this focused on a few scenarios. First session, we have 2 groups, and then we join them all together, which has led to more sketching, and we're working on these interfaces. Another part of our project is that we want to kind of avoid the problem that we're seeing from some of the sources that have great information that people need during a disaster. They don't know how to show it in the most clear possible way. Some very institutionalized kind of military organizations, they really don't know much about information design, so we want to turn a pass on that. And this is just the first sketch. It should be even clearer. Currently, we have an initial release based on our development timeline on Agile, and we're showing our initial development work has focused on capturing Twitter information, and here we're showing that according to different type of disaster and information, based on type of source. So we have official sources, press, NGOs, digital volunteers, and then general community. And as you can see here, in the last couple of days, there has been a lot of activity, including a fire, quake, tsunami, and flooding. So how is this project sustainable? Well, at the very core, our main goal is to build a resilient community, right? So if people are more, have less vulnerability, there's less damage from natural hazards. Disasters will not have as much damage to infrastructure, and there's less rebuilding, etc., right? And another level, a resilient community is aware of their natural resources, and they know what to protect and how to avoid the risks, so they will be able to live in better connection with their environment. This makes them less vulnerable to natural hazards and to disasters, right? And then there's a technical part of we're just building a central repository that will have less traffic, and we're improving information delivery and reusing software, keeping our code clean. We're very, pretty focused on that as well. In terms of resources, what we need on this project, there are some starting resources, and then we've also been working a lot with volunteers, and that's one of the things that we want to bring to you. So if anybody's interested in joining our project, we'll be happy to speak with you. We are very interested in getting people's input. So thank you for your interest, and I hope you can keep in touch. I'm not sure we'll have time for questions.
Thank you very much. If folks do have questions, and if you guys are interested, we do have the Slack channel, and there are comments streaming in the live YouTube channel for those who are watching live. So if so inclined, feel free to take that conversation right over to Slack and continue it there. I think that'd be great. Thank you again. And we are doing pretty good on time. So what I'm going to do is get us transitioned over to our next speaker. So,
all right, thanks.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Bye-bye.
Okay, we will get started in just a minute. Okay, so Mark, I see your screen. Do you want to go ahead and put your slides into presenter mode so we can make sure that we see what we're supposed to?
Yes, and you can hear me okay?
I do. I can hear you great. That's perfect.
Great.
So let me make sure. Looks like everything's working, so I'm going to just go ahead and introduce you. Look at this, nice
Excellent.
and smooth. Right, so next up is Mark Reeves with Conservation of Resources, Why Performance and Technical Debt Matter. Advertising technology, front-end frameworks, component-based development, and business expectations have all transformed the web into a medium that is moving at a furious pace, focused on consumption, and increasingly built on technical debt to third-party modules and services, all traits that we would shun or cautiously consider in other industries. And Mark asks, is it viable to focus on sustainability and efficiency in the real world while we haphazardly build these short-sighted, inefficient digital platforms? How can we better align our approach to digital design and development with our values in the natural world? Mark is a digital designer, developer, and project manager focused on the application of appropriate technology in digital projects and sustainability in the natural world. He has filled many roles over his 20-year career, supporting database design and reporting, front-end development, CMS integration, custom application development, UX strategy, HTML, email design and development, and digital project management. Today, Mark supports clients' digital design and branding efforts at Clearbold. Here's Mark. Let me get your screen shared. I don't think that that's going quite yet. All right. And I think that you can take it away.
Great, thank you. So I'm actually going to take a step back from talking about, we've heard lots of great stuff about tactical things we can do. I want to talk a little bit more about our practices as an industry with regards to a sustainable mindset, specifically looking at the concept of technical debt and how we can work smarter to avoid its impacts. And before I start, I just want to give a quick shout out to my colleague, Aaron, who helped me with the visual design elements for my presentation today. So when a programmer says technical debt, typically they're referring to things in their code base that have slipped in there that they never have the time or budget to go back and clean up, which is, if you've spent any time around programmers, a huge frustration. But for the purpose of this talk, just a few definitions to get started. I consider technical debt to be wasted performance, time, and money tomorrow as a result of decisions or choices made today. Another way of saying that is we're talking about decisions and choices made today that impact performance, maintainability, accessibility, or decisions and choices that we can make tomorrow. So debt as something we owe in the future, debt's contrary to any sustainable system. It's contrary to a sustainable economy. It's contrary to a sustainable household budget. It's contrary to sustainable use of resources. And if technical debt is a result of decisions and choices, what I want to talk about is the space in which those decisions and choices are made in our industry and how we work. Getting into that, we had a presidential election in November here in the States, which I'm sure everybody is aware of. I'm not going to talk about politics, policies, or personalities, but there was something that was talked about after the election that I found interesting and I found relevant to our industry, which is that there aren't a lot of rules around how a president or a member of Congress must conduct themselves or behave or fill their role. There's what's referred to as norms and self-restraint. And similarly, our industry, the work we do, we don't have a lot of rules and regulations in UX design and building websites. But we have developed some of these norms. So for example, your workplace might tout an appreciation for work-life balance and say that your time off is your time alone. But particularly here in the States, we don't really enforce that. We don't shut down email servers after hours like they do in some companies or other countries. We don't block accounts if you're on vacation. We don't have penalties if you email your colleagues when they're on vacation. Work-life balance is a norm. It's not a regulation or strict policy. And that norm breaks down once one person sends an email saying, this totally isn't urgent, but just in case you're checking email when you're out for the day. That's an example of self-restraint breaking down. So other examples, unless you're in a context where your work is required to be Section 508 compliant, accessibility is a norm. It's just good practice. The same goes for performance in the websites that we're talking about today. The same goes for not launching on a Friday or not working directly on the production server. Many of us have turned these into practical rules, but we're all asked on a regular basis to make exceptions as well. So I don't bring up norms and self-restraint because I think we're all lazy or that technical debt is just a lack of self-restraint on our part. I think that for those of us here who are enlightened about such things as accessibility and performance and sustainability, we perceive these to be norms. And unless we convince others to regard these as universal norms, our resistance, our ability to uphold these norms will continue to be eroded, and technical debt will creep in. So we're making choices and decisions, as I cited in the definitions, under constraints every day that will impact the future. So another relevant example of norms that starts to get a little more proactive, the web standards movement of the early 2000s drove the shift away from table-based website layouts to separating structure and presentation through markup and style sheets. There's no law today that says you can't make a website using tables. But HTML and CSS became the norm. So I think one of the best tactics that Jeffrey Zeldman deployed was to make the push to establish such norms about money. When bandwidth cost money, all that table markup, all those inline font face tags and styles pushed wasteful bits down the pipe and cost real money. Demand for web standards was created in large part because a costly financial penalty for waste was quantified. Those are the terms we need to think about when it comes to establishing norms around sustainability and performance today. And we are talking about those in terms of electric consumption. But we need those ways to incentivize stakeholders. So we have norms that have emerged like web standards. We have perceived norms like under the hood accessibility, performance optimization, things that we might appreciate more than some of our colleagues are aware of. And now we're talking about a need to create demand for sustainable practices. We know that it requires self-restraint, resistance, and strength to uphold these norms. At the same time, we work in a fast-paced industry with a fast-paced evolving medium that in many ways, the medium that we work in, the internet, it's abstract and it's intangible. And I think that contributes to technical debt emerging as well. So our daily lives now span three worlds. We have the natural world, we have the built world, and we have our digital world that we're talking about today in the context of UX. Most of us spend our days in the built world. We're in offices, we're working from home, we're driving in cars, we're riding mass transportation. We're growing more aware of the need to appreciate and reconnect with the natural world and to be better stewards of the natural world. I'd say for many of us attending a conference focused on sustainability, the people here today put a lot of effort into this. We choose green products, we recycle, we compost, we reduce energy usage and generate less waste. Many of us are in the process of changing our lifestyles and how we occupy the built world to better care for the natural world. But then we open our laptops and we throw unoptimized images online, and we build websites with bloated off-the-shelf platforms or components, or we layer in a dozen tracking or advertising scripts and we blame it all on the deadline or the business constraints. And wherever these practices impact performance or accessibility, or they keep us from maintaining our core CMS platforms because add-ons are incompatible, these all pile up and create technical debt. They're not so much a symptom of a lack of knowledge or lack of interest in building resilient or sustainable websites and apps, but of the pace that we are asked to do so. And so last fall, I had tucked this away. I was really disheartened last fall to read a post by Christian Heilmann. This was talking about embracing JavaScript, in which he said, we live in a world of components. We are continually asked to build something fast that others can reuse in any product. He went on to say, it is time to move on and let the new generation of developers deal with the problems of now, instead of us waving a finger and demanding a work ethic that was always a perfect scenario and a small part of how the market worked. And now, whatever the merits behind the advocacy for embracing JavaScript in this article, and Christian is a developer evangelist, the sentiments that were expressed, distilling decisions and practices down to profit motive, these ideas were anything but sustainable. And you know, while we're talking today about tactics in design and development for more sustainable products that we put out in the world, I think this is our biggest challenge, because we can't talk about creating rules and policies to encourage our norms. We can't talk about better production efforts if at the end of the day, we're trying to think about conservation of resources and good stewardship when we interact with the natural world, but online we're bombarded with waste and inefficiency and a frenzied pace, not only to get our work done, but also to constantly keep up with the latest and greatest. We're splitting ourselves in two. And I think we're going to increasingly see the half of ourselves that respects the natural world as more appealing than the half that works in the digital world. And we're going to start to care less about the digital world and about the standards and norms that we do have today, which will degrade as a result. So the question is, how do we create demand then for sustainable and resilient solutions? How do we take this mindset that I think many of us here today embrace, and how do we instill that in our colleagues, in our stakeholders, in our customers, anybody else we encounter in the work we do? And I'd like to talk about that by taking a look at that world in the middle here, the built world. The world that is man-made, like our digital world, but much more tangible than our abstract online digital world. And it's the tangibility of the built world that I think helps in some ways to keep it in check. So think about it. If you were building a house and the architect decided halfway through the build to scrap a huge portion of the layout, not only would you end up with wasted time, but you'd have this big tangible heaping pile of physical waste that costs as much as the labor involved. If you don't build to optimize standard dimensions of lumber when you build a house, you end up with a lot of scrap pieces that aren't good for much more than firewood, but that you did pay for. In our abstract digital work, the costs of a lack of planning and sustainability to the drivers of our projects are less tangible and costly. But for us here today, they're immense. They're long days, late nights, their frustration, their burnout, their mental health costs, which again, lower our resistance, our strength to uphold our norms, and that's where technical debt starts to creep in. But I do think the built world gives us hope, because in the built world we have today a combination of top-down solutions, rules, laws, policies, incentives, for building sustainably and efficiently, as well as bottom-up demand from consumers, from homeowners, from people that in our digital world we'd call users, for more efficient, durable structures. So this picture and the second picture following, these are pictures of something called Noble Home. Noble Home is a home building kit designed and produced by my friend Noah Grunberg. In creating Noble Home, Noah really aspired to design a home that was not only efficient and sustainable using passive energy, things like solar heating, but also a home that can be built by a homeowner that demonstrates integrity and is true to the materials it's created from. All things that are great standards in the built world. Because Noble Home is prefabricated in Noah's shop, there's little waste. Waste would affect his bottom line, but also the kit that's shipped to the homeowner contains just the necessary parts to assemble the house, so there's no waste for the homeowner either. So Noah's customers are looking for an efficient, performant, affordable, sustainable home. There's organic demand there that's now emerged through education, through growing interest in sustainability. That demand is helping transition relationships between the built and natural world through solutions like Noble Home. And so we have that bottom-up demand from consumers and homeowners for high-performance homes, and then we couple that with top-down demand through our states and municipal building codes. And we have standards when it comes to home construction. We have things like Passive House. And I think we should be looking as an industry at how we can create similar demand, similar incentives, and similar programs in our industry to encourage sustainability. So I asked Noah what some of the standards look like that he encounters with Noble Home that are applied to the built world, and he gave me a list that I'm going to run through quickly, but I think these translate into real concepts that can be embraced and encouraged and incentivized, which is important. So Noah said, the International Energy Conservation Code mandates energy conservation and efficiency standards for both commercial and residential new construction and major renovations. It's revised to be more aggressive every 3 years, and states can choose to adopt whichever revision works for them. We have HERS ratings, House Energy Rating Systems, developed by ResNet, which is an independent nonprofit. So this is not a governmental body creating rules. This is an independent nonprofit in the industry. HERS is becoming the national standard for housing energy efficiency and testing. The scale starts at 0, which is a net zero home, and goes up to 100, which is a standard new home. The higher the rating, the less efficient. Developed in Europe, we have the Passive House standard. That's been gaining popularity in the US among the most serious conservation-minded architects, builders, and homeowners. Professionals are trained in the details required to create homes that require little to no energy input to heat or cool the interior. These can cost 10 to 50% more than traditional construction. Most states have adopted the International Energy Conservation Code. Massachusetts has a stretch code, which is more stringent than the IECC, and individual towns within Massachusetts can vote to adopt this. About half the towns in Massachusetts have done so to date. For the stretch code, a preliminary HERS rating based on construction drawings is required to obtain a building permit. A final rating must be verified at the end of the project and must meet the target rating, which is currently HERS 70. In 2017, this will be increased to HERS 55. HERS ratings are verified by trained professionals who inspect construction and perform a blower door test to determine air tightness. So, think about having folks in our industry who can conduct audits and tests and have a standard by which they can certify a website. Connecticut residential new construction, they offer rebates up to $4,500 for high performance construction verified with HERS ratings. Massachusetts has Mass Save, which also offers $4,500 rebates for HERS ratings. So there we have financial incentives, motivations for stakeholders to embrace high performance sustainable solutions. And Noah noted that increases in these mandates do tend to reduce the amount of new housing that is created due to increased costs, which can be 5 to 20% more than typical construction. However, in the more liberal states, they are welcomed in order to reduce total carbon footprints in the state. So I interpret that as they slow things down a bit. When we're talking about the space in which we do our work and it being fast-paced, these programs help slow down the decision-making process and how quickly things are built and churned out into the world. But again, I'm not advocating for necessarily strict regulation in how we design and build websites and apps. But for the idea that it would be great to have some of these standards spelled out for our industry, recognized, utilized as guidelines for design and development, and going back to Zeldman's approach in the web standards movement, incentivizing stakeholders to embrace these standards. So I think it's worth asking, where can these standards help mitigate costly technical debt? Where can they provide us the framework for decision making, the space for better decisions and choices and long-term strategies? Where can we work better at defining guidelines for accessible, performant, and maintainable websites? And so I come at this talk having spent a lot of my personal time, my non-work time, reading about home building, reading about sustainability, reading about climate change, and not just what's being done in the built world, but also reconnecting more with the natural world. And the great thing is there is a lot happening there that's moving in a positive direction. But the more I read and learn about such things in that context, the more troubled I become by our ever-growing digital world and how it changes us. And so for those of us here today as designers and builders of that digital world, I think it is up to us to think about that and to start putting these frameworks and guidelines and new norms into place. And so wrapping up, I have two quotes here from a book called Design Like You Give a Damn, which is sort of a catalog of projects and solutions for residential structures for people in need and following disasters and things like that. The first is, some architects began to see themselves not just as professionals bound to meet the needs of their clients, but as stewards of the built environment and advocates for more sustainable development. The professional challenge, whether one is an architect in the rural American South or elsewhere in the world, is how to avoid being so stunned by the power of modern technology and economic affluence that one does not lose sight of the fact that people and place matter. So similarly, let us not lose sight of who we're designing for, the tasks to be done, how our work impacts the natural, built, and digital worlds. Let us not be so enamored of the latest and greatest that we dismiss sustainable work ethic as impractical. Let us help our colleagues, clients, and customers understand that how we work impacts the work we ship, with technical debt being one consequence, that there are resources to conserve in digital design and development, and that sustainability in the digital world is as important as it is in the built and natural worlds. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mark, for that talk. And again, I want to encourage anybody who's listening live, if you're not in Slack, take the conversation to Slack. I think there's a lot of wonderful stuff to think about and continue talking about. All right, let's transition over to our next speaker. Let's make sure we've got things set up here. Okay, so Michelle, I am hearing audio. Sounds like
hello. Yes.
Good. Perfect. And I do see your slides, so we might have a smooth transition. So let me just get this over and I'll introduce you.
Great.
Switch this here. Let me just verify in the YouTube that everyone's seeing what they should be seeing.
Sure.
All right. Hopefully that looks good. So our next, our first few talks focused on case studies and best practices, some warnings, challenges, even call to arms, and lessons learned. But all of these lessons were learned by humans. Our next speaker, Michelle Feller, asks, what if we told you that there was a huge reservoir of sustainable solutions waiting for you to learn from and apply in your daily work? A solution set that's been in research and development for the past 3.8 billion years. Michelle will introduce you to biomimicry, a new lens that allows you to learn from over 8.7 million species who've already solved many of the problems we face. Michelle is a visual communicator who became conflicted about the wasteful behavior that is associated with graphic design. Believing that there is a better way to help businesses be heard and seen, she decided to pursue a master's in interaction design with a focus on biomimicry graphic design. Currently, she's part of the faculty at the design school at the ASU teaching visual communication, as well as biomimicry. Here's Michelle with beaver dams, ants, and spiders, tapping into a new solution space for sustainable design. Take it away.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me. I'm really excited to talk to this audience, especially we have so much potential to help change this world for a better place. We are all hopefully familiar with the UN's Sustainable Development Goals that have been set. There are 17 really wicked problems that we have to solve as a human race. And I personally feel that user experience designers, as well as designers in general, have the tools and the special strategic thinking to be able to solve some of these goals. Now, the problem is that if we keep doing the same thing over and over again, we will arrive at the same solutions. So like Albert Einstein said, we need to change things up a little bit, and that's where biomimicry comes in. Biomimicry is a word that consists of the word bio, which means life, and mimesis means imitate. And Janine Benyus, who was an author of the book Biomimicry, Innovation Inspired by Nature in 1997, she's the one who coined the term, and she calls it a conscious emulation of nature's genius. Now, how do we do that? And that's how I'm going to walk you through this presentation on how do we tap into that nature's genius. But before I do, I would love to show this quick video that introduces you to some of the general ideas of what biomimicry is.
Biomimicry is innovation inspired by nature. It's the process of looking at something like a leaf and trying to figure out how to make a better solar cell. It's become popular in the design disciplines, mainly I think because people are looking for more sustainable ways. And organisms know how to do this. After 3.8 billion years, life has learned what works and what's appropriate on the planet. And right now, that's what the people trying to redesign our world are looking for. What we do in biomimicry is we bring in biologists to the design table. We look at how does nature contain liquids? How does nature repel water? So for instance, go outside, look at any leaf and the veins in a leaf, and what you're seeing is the world's best water distribution network. There's an amazing thing called the Murray's Law that says that all branching structures in the natural world, including our lungs, they all follow a single mathematical formula. And it has to do with the pipe branches, it drops down to a smaller diameter, and branches again, and that drops down to a smaller diameter. And that's predictable. People in building, green building now are starting to say, well, maybe our 90-degree angles that we have in plumbing are really friction devices. Maybe we should distribute electricity differently in a building, water differently in a building, even gases, even air conditioning differently in a building by mimicking this Murray's Law in our plumbing. The most important thing that people should know is that a sustainable world already exists. We're just now beginning to open our eyes and realize that the answers, the questions we've been asking, how we live for sustainability, are all around us.
Okay, so Janine Benyus is a wonderful speaker. If you ever have the chance to go see her, I would highly recommend you attend. And so biomimicry has been infused in many disciplines already, mainly architecture, chemistry, and design in general, and mostly in things that we can touch. So we tend to translate biomimicry right now into things that we can kind of create artifacts around. But applying biomimicry to design requires kind of a different approach. And so I'm going to walk you guys through the design thinking process that is inspired by biomimicry. Some of you might be familiar with the squiggle that Damien Newman, who is a designer, scribbled out for one of his clients to explain the process to a customer of how does it work to design something. And so as we all know, design is not a linear process. It goes a lot of back and forth, a lot of up and down. And I'm taking the design thinking process and I'm overlaying it onto this squiggle in order to compare it to the biomimicry thinking process, which has been a formalized process on how to arrive at biomimetic solutions. So all the steps of design thinking are represented in the squiggle as well. So the empathizing, from defining the point of view, the brainstorming of the ideation, the prototyping, and the testing. And then, of course, there's a lot of going back and forth even after the testing to make sure that we followed the original brief and that we're fulfilling all the requests that we had for the design. Now, taking the biomimicry thinking process, which is somewhat similar but has some nuances, and superimposing that over the design thinking process is where my research is currently, and it really strives to infuse biomimicry into what designers are doing already, rather than asking designers who are really busy people to add tasks and steps to their daily life. So let's walk through some of these steps quickly and see where biomimicry can actually be infused. As we know, design thinking requires us to empathize with the user first. And looking at the context to kind of define in which area and where the product have to live. So we're asking all the right questions. We're asking why, who, when, where, what, and how. And we do this through interviews and observations, and we are mainly doing it human-centered. And that is some of the characteristics of the design thinking process, that it's very human-centered. And that has served us really well in the past. I'm trying to suggest that we might infuse some questions and include the nature's genius as well at this moment, so that it becomes more life-centered. And one way to do that is with life's principles. Life's principles have been a set of 6 main categories that kind of describe how nature works. And pretty much all organisms function according to these life's principles, because they are operating according to the limitations of the planet. So they know that resources are limited, space is limited, nutrition is limited, but they all create conditions conducive to life. And these 6 overall categories kind of describes how nature does that. And in biomimicry, we use these life's principles a lot. We work with them to begin with. We kind of set them as a model that we want to achieve. We use it as a mentor when we actually go out into nature and we ask ourselves, how do these organisms do it? And then at the end, we're looking at it as a measure to say, how successful is our solution, and did we fulfill that goal of reaching as many life's principles as possible? So let's check and see how nature would function if it would not function according to those operating conditions and to its needs. So I would venture out that those species might not have a good or high survival rate because they did not adapt to the conditions that they need to live within. And so some of our designs might have the same kind of result, where we design something, but because we didn't consider a couple of the context factors, it might become an overweight animal that can't catch prey. So then the next step in design thinking is to define or understand the point of view of our user. And these insights from the research in the first step will lead us to ask, how might we solve the problem? And in biomimicry, what we do at this point is we are actually looking at functions. So the functions are normally a verb that lets us ask, how does nature do something? So for example, we can't ask nature, how do you design a light bulb? Because nature does not have light bulbs. But what we can do is we can say, how does nature illuminate? Which is a verb and it's a function. And then therefore we can say, okay, nature illuminates by bioluminescence, or it does it through the chemical reactions in a firefly. And so if we ask our design point of view or our problem in a verb version, we can actually define what our design should do rather than what we want it to be. So we should not go out and ask, let's design an app or let's design a website. We should rather say, how do we connect this audience with this audience? And then that will open up the space to ask nature how nature does it. That will give us actionable insights to explore. And in biomimicry, those insights are called function bridges. So we have, let's say we have a couple of functions. Let's say the illumination is one of the functions. Now we can go to biology. At this point, we would go into the research, the biological and science research. We would talk to biologists and we say, how does nature illuminate? And through that process, we will discover nature's genius and really how do organisms do this? And then we can extract information from that process. In design thinking, we would then move on to brainstorming. And brainstorming is most often an activity that is done indoors with hundreds and thousands of Post-it notes or a whiteboard. And normally designers and users stand around that space and they exchange experiences as well as creative ideas of what they think could work. And this is mainly an internal process where we explore those ideas. Now in biomimicry, we would go external. So we would ask 8.7 million species, how do you do it? So that we can get solution ideas from the external world rather than from the internal world in that sense. And the funnest part about being in biomimicry is that it forces you to go outside. So it would be really nice to think that instead of going into a room with Post-it notes, you could put on your hiking boots and your sketchbook and you're out in the forest, out in the grasslands and observing insects and whole systems that work together to find ideas of what could inform your design project. So talking to experts, reading a lot of books, and going online, maybe watching Discovery Channel. I mean, who doesn't like to do that? So if you can draw ideas from those sources, it will let you infuse some of the biomimetic examples into your design. Once you have an organism that tends to do something that you think might be a good solution for your function, you would abstract a design principle. Now, the abstracted design principle is really a rewording or reframing of what the organism does without mentioning biology. So at this point, you want to make it so that it becomes a design principle that could be applied into a human design problem rather than having the biology terms in there that designers might not understand. And one source that I can highly recommend is called asknature.org. And it's a database full of research from biology and other areas that have done part of that job already. So you can search for biological strategies that kind of tell you how does an organism illuminate, and then you can extract the design principles from there. So a lot of the work has already been done, and you can tap into this research anytime. And even if you just want to go browse, there's some amazing either biological strategies on there or actual case studies of products that have been developed through this process. The next step in design thinking is the prototyping, where we actually come up with some kind of low fidelity or high fidelity kind of project to test it on users to gain more insight. So at this point, we would, in biomimicry, we would brainstorm designs based on that abstracted design principle in order to test them on people. And then the testing phase in design thinking is normally done with the user. And at this point in biomimicry, we would also bring in the lives principles. So at this point, we can ask ourselves, did we fulfill all those different lives principles that we set out to do? Are we actually creating conditions conducive to life? And we would also go back to the original intention to say, we strove to cover 3 lives principles, and did we actually do that? But also, could we fulfill another lives principle? Now that we have more information, maybe there's something else that we can introduce that would allow us to cover a 4th lives principle. And just to give you an idea, all of the organisms in nature actually operate within those 6. And oftentimes human systems have problems getting more than 2 or 3. So it's a good goal to have at least 3 lives principles to be kind of your evaluation measure. And then lastly, we want to ask, would nature hire us again? Not only is the customer happy, but the question is, did we do something that made nature happy? So these are the expanded lives principles. So we have 6 main categories that are subdivided into 3 or 4 subcategories that kind of describe how life works. And some of these lend themselves really well for user experience designers. For example, the integrate development with growth. So in this idea, the beavers build dams that actually follow this lives principle really nicely, and I'm going to show you a quick video on that. Okay, so beavers build their dam in modular ways. I'm sorry. They build their beaver dams from the bottom up to create this really strong foundation that can hold up tons and tons of water, but they also do that in a modular way. And actually beavers design the beaver dams just like we design houses, where they have multiple chambers for different uses. So one is the nursery, one is for food storage, and they even sometimes have tenants kind of stay over and rent one of the rooms. And so what can we learn as user experience designers from this lives principles and from the beaver? And one suggestion is that we look at how we, for example, if we were to code a website or an app, that we do that consciously as a modular structure. And we also would first make sure that we have a good foundation before we build it out. And sometimes economic or marketing or business factors do not allow us to take the time to make sure that what we have as a structure is foundationally sound. But if we do rush it at that moment, it might come back to haunt us later on, and it might be more costly to actually fix it at that problem. So building from the bottom up and building modular will allow for you to have a flexible design that is easier to test new ideas if you grow, so that you can just take one module out and test something with another module to see if that would actually work. And you can turn off components to replace them with smaller pieces without replacing the entire design. And if you increase fidelity as you go while you're designing, you can't start in the middle of the project. If the beaver dam is not able to build from the middle structure, it has to start at the bottom. So we have to kind of consciously do that. A lot of companies and a lot of designers do it already, but doing it consciously might prevent even the slightest little details that make us repeat some of our steps. The next lives principle that I feel is a very good fit for user experience designers is the adapting to changing conditions. And this one talks about maintaining integrity through self-renewal or embody resilience through variation, redundancy, and decentralization. So this plant called the Mimosa pudica is a plant that stays alive because it reacts to movement of herbivores that walk by it, and they actually have a chemical process where the water is retracted from the leaves and pulled into the stem so that the leaves fold up, and it looks dead, and so the herbivores will not nibble on it because it thinks there's nothing there to eat. So how can we as user experience designers adapt to that changing condition? And a couple of the apps have already done that. So for example, the Night Shift app for the Apple to reduce the blue light at night when it becomes dark, or the Android app that changes to the drive mode when it senses that you're going into your car. Also some changes in markets of how users interact with products. For example, the real estate market went through a huge change through the housing boom. And as a visual communications designer, that affected our industry in a way that we, for example, used to have mailing lists to send out direct mail pieces to 30 to 50,000 households. But because so many people lost their houses and had to move, those addresses were not valid anymore. So there was a huge return of invalid and non-delivery mail, which was a huge waste. And so being able to adapt to those changing conditions and to know what is changing in order to adjust our designs can help us reduce waste and stay more efficient with our time and our resources. And the last life's principle that I feel works really well in user experience design is to be locally attuned and responsive. And again, many of these we already do, but we never formalize them and do it consciously. So using feedback loops, for example, or cultivating cooperative relationships and leveraging cyclic processes are great tools to improve on our projects. And so this little movie talks about the ant and the cecropia tree. So this movie was done by a couple of researchers at ASU that looked at the ant symbiotic relationship with the cecropia tree. And in terms of user experience design, I mean, the tree grows special hairs, for example, for the ant to stick to it, as well as that growth underneath the branch in order to feed the ants. And so the tree is not doing that for itself, it's doing that for the ants. So then we can ask ourselves, what can we do to make our users happy? Because in turn, the users will give us something in return. And one example of a user experience design piece that I feel was really fun to watch happen was Southwest Airlines last year when they had a technical glitch where people were stranded and none of the flights were able to fly. They actually have a listening department, that is the social media department, but they call it listening, which I find very appropriate. And they found that the feedback loop that they were getting is that people were getting frustrated. So what they started doing is they went out and bought food like pizza to keep their customers happy while they had to wait. And they were able to turn a really unfortunate event into a good user experience so that they were able to keep their customers happy. So life-centric design thinking is really a way for us to switch from an ego-driven design thinking process to an eco-driven design thinking process, where we see ourselves as part of those 8.7 million species, and we can learn from all of them in order to increase our solution space so that we can solve these 17 really wicked problems, and as elegantly and as with the least resources as nature does. My website, which I listened to some of the talks earlier, I'm definitely going to have to go through and scrub my website and make it more sustainable in terms of size and everything. But if you want to check out my work, it's under naturefactor.com. And lastly, I just want to say, if you want to think outside the box, you should go outside the box. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Michelle. And
Thank you.
as I keep reminding everybody else that if they want to chat more about this, join us in Slack and join us in the YouTube stream for comments and live and rewind and so on. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
At this point, I'm going to actually hand it over to my co-conference conspirator, Jen, who's going to take over introductions and transitions for the next few speakers. So Jen, are you ready to go and need anything from me?
Ready to go.
All right,
Okay.
so Jen, you're the presenter. I know we've got a few minutes until the next talk, so for everyone listening, take a quick break, bio break, grab some coffee or some water or some a cocktail, depending on what time it is, wherever you're at, and we'll be with you in a few minutes.
Thanks, Jen. Kel, can you hear me okay?
I can, thank you. Can you hear me?
Can hear you, great.
Okay, I'm gonna go on mute while I move papers around here. So.
Okay, great. If you could get your slides up in presenter mode, and then after your intro, I will transfer presenter over to you.
Okay.
Great. So we'll take a 5-minute break, and we'll start back up at 11:35.
While we are enjoying a little bit of a break, I'm going to share with the participants a tattoo that I have that is relevant to our last talk. That squiggle diagram, which has made the rounds in the world of design, continues to prove itself ever more useful and relevant as time goes on. So if anybody caught that in Michelle's talk and had never seen that before, just Google design squiggle. And there are a whole lot of really fantastic people who've talked about the design process in this way. I think it's a little bit more realistic than your traditional linear or circle diagram that we see out there in the world. So wanted to share that, and I enjoyed that I was able to see that show up in a talk today.
And we're back. Okay. Next up is Kel Smith with 7 ways to improve everything for everybody. Kel is a designer, author, and instructor living in Philadelphia and New York City. His work has been featured on National Public Radio, The Globe, and Fast Company. Kel is also an instructor at the Center for Innovation Education at Rutgers University. Kel will talk about using technology to remove barriers separating people from the things they fundamentally need. So here's Kel with 7 ways to improve everything for everybody.
Thank you. Can you see my screen okay? And can you hear me okay? Just making sure. Can someone let me know if the screen is working?
I only see you at the moment.
You only see me at the moment. Oh, hang on a second. Let me, hang on.
Are you screen sharing your presentation?
I'm going to do that right now. Hang on. How's this?
Excellent. Perfect.
Great. Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. I unfortunately don't have a tattoo to share with you or to show. I have some scars, but you probably don't want to see those. So that's enough about me. I want to start by telling you a story about water. It's actually not about water. This story is about the inherent optimism of today's design thinking. There are parts of the world, mostly developed countries, such as the Gambela region of Ethiopia and others, where people get their daily water from a river nearby. The river is usually polluted. And this is what they use for their daily drinking and bathing and whatnot. Obviously, polluted water is a problem. So what many well-meaning government agencies and private companies want to do is install water treatment facilities in these areas so that people have a constant, fresh, free source of clean water. The only problem is that they're having a hard time getting people to use them. Now, why would someone make a conscious decision to get polluted water rather than get it from a free facility? Well, for one thing, in order to use a facility, people are required to use the 5-gallon government-issued container, which isn't a problem in and of itself until you consider how many people in developing nations tend to carry large objects. And if you kind of think about this, you realize they carry large objects on their heads. I can't speak for anyone on this in this conference. I know that I'm not strong enough to lift 5 gallons of water and put it on my head and walk any distance. So that right away is a design flaw. But there's another aspect that's, I think, a little more subtle. And that is that as soon as the river was removed from the equation, they removed an essential component of what made these people who and what they are as a community. You see, everything happens at the river. This is where they congregate. This is where they worship. This is where they educate their children and settle disputes. And by removing that component of their lifestyle, in some ways, they destroy the very fabric of their society and their way of life. This is an example that I didn't come up with on my own. I found it in a really, really interesting paper that appeared in the Stanford Innovation Review, written by Tim Brown and Jocelyn Wyatt. And they mention this example as well as others. And they say, time and again, these otherwise well-meaning initiatives will fail because they're not based on the needs and the behaviors of the people who actually have to use them. Now, we live in interesting times, which is probably goes without saying, but we live in these times when almost every day we have some new technological thing happening from, I remember 5 years ago, the iPad came out, or 6 years ago, and then it went to wearables, and now we're talking about AI and machine learning. And yet there are still some areas where some of these fundamental questions don't get answered and fundamental problems don't get solved. As a way of example, the year I was born, Victor Papanek wrote what I think is the seminal book on this topic, and I would think it's been mentioned today already at some point, but if it hasn't, I will mention it. It's a book called Design for the Real World. It still holds up. It's absolutely brilliant. And to me, everything that we're talking about today pretty much begins and ends inside these pages. And Mr. Papanek is also responsible for this sort of mildly complex mind map diagram where he tried to depict pictorially the kind of the dichotomy between what people really need and how we get them to that point. And I'm not going to read every single bubble here, thankfully, but I do want to point out 2 items in which he kind of calls out that what people really need is participation in making goals for themselves. And the way false goals are achieved is when we do a very small part of what needs doing in order to keep things the way that they are. That's part of the dichotomy as he saw it. Now, how do we solve this problem? I'll go into that in just a few moments, but first I want to tell you another example of inherent optimism in design thinking. And this one is close to me because I actually work in this space, and it's also close to home because it actually takes part here in the United States where I live. Just like there are people who don't have access to fresh water, there are also people here in this very country who don't have access to fresh, affordable food. And they call these food deserts in the United States. And time and again, people who live in primarily urban areas, but it can be rural as well, they tend to rely on corner bodegas and small shops for their food items. And these places tend to be overstocked with junk food and other kinds of non-nourishing items. And so again, and this is not a critique, this is well-meaning people look at this and think, we really need to have a grocery store in this neighborhood. That would solve all the problems. And so they have a somewhat awkward groundbreaking ceremony. People come by in suits and they put a shovel in the ground, and everybody comes by and says, look, there used to be a food desert in Gary, Indiana, or in Eureka, California, or Camden, New Jersey, or anywhere else. And now the problem is solved. And there's tremendous celebration because 46,000 square feet of non-perishable stock has now entered into the community. And everything is fantastic. Until 2 years later, for any number of reasons, the store is unable to maintain its profit margin and it goes out of business. And now the problem is worse than ever because not only have they lost a food source, they've also lost a source of employment. And yet, someone has managed to overcome these obstacles. A man by the name of Jeff Brown, who heads an organization called Uplift Solutions, has opened a number of ShopRite supermarkets in the New York, New Jersey, and Philadelphia corridor in areas that used to be known as food deserts. And these stores are thriving, and they're bright, and they're beautiful, and they do fantastic, and they're almost ensconced in the community. Now, what has Mr. Brown figured out that other people haven't? If you were to do a Google search for things like social innovation, you see there's a number of frameworks and books and articles out there, and they all kind of center around this same idea that in order to achieve productive, positive change, we need some combination of vision, skills, incentive, resources, and an action plan. And that's how we move forward. And if any of these things are missing, things tend to go asunder. If we don't have vision, then people get confused. If we don't have skills, then people get anxious. If we don't have incentive, then we have delays. If we don't have resources, people get frustrated. And if we don't have a proper action plan, we have many false starts. And just so you know, I've done every single one of these mistakes at some point. I'm just by way of disclaimer. However, one thing I have thought about is, as good as something like this can be in terms of a strategic model, it doesn't solve the fundamental problem of how do we bind good design to good results. And I thought about this for a long time. This is the kind of thing I think about, and I struggle with this question. And in the summer of 2014, I found the answer. And I found it in a very unlikely place. About 5 years ago, a Kansas City advertising agency called Victor and Spoils was charged with developing a campaign to get people to eat more broccoli. And I was fascinated by this. I read about this in the New York Times Magazine. And I reached out to the person behind the campaign. His name is Andy Nathan. And he knew somebody who knew someone who knew me. So, kind of play the networking game. And he agreed to talk to me for about 1 to 2 hours. Really smart guy, really brilliant. And he said a lot of smart things. But the one thing that stuck out at me more than anything else was when he said, Kel, it's not about getting people to eat broccoli. It's about changing behavior. And the only way you can change behavior, there's one thing you absolutely have to do. You have to create an enemy. And I started thinking, all right, who or what could be the enemy of broccoli? Well, according to me, broccoli was deemed to be kale. Broccoli's hipster doofus cousin. If you really want to be healthy, you eat broccoli. That's the real stuff. Kale was for posers. So we can agree or disagree on that, but it worked very well. So I began to think, what is the enemy of inherent optimism? What is the enemy of poorly thought out design thinking? I'm not sure what you call it, but I think I know what it looks like. So here we have a staircase in Minsk in a photo taken by my friend Deb Gelman. And if we look at this, there's about 26 or so steps here. And you'd think that's a lot of steps for somebody who's elderly or for someone who's blind or in a wheelchair or a father or mother with a kid in a stroller or anything like that. So someone, again, very well-intentioned, thought we need to maybe do something about this, provide a ramp or some alternative means of going up and down these flights. And so what they did was create a very long, steep slope, which is very dangerous to go down and next to impossible to go up. I'm not sure what you call this, but this is the enemy, this idea of the things we're talking about here is this nice to have, this bolt-on, this something that happens after the thought. So what we need here is some means of perhaps thinking about this in advance, and which is why I will introduce to you, as per the title of this discussion, 7 ways that we can achieve sustainable impact. I'm not saying they go in order. I'm not saying you use them all. I'm not saying you have to use any of them in any particular instance. These are just examples I've seen in my investigation, and I'd like to share them with you, and we'll see where we go. They are as follows: problem recognition, personal empowerment, solution framing and reframing, persistence, upcycling, storytelling, and understanding. And I will explain all these esoteric terms. No one will be left out. We will start with recognition, which to me is really about acknowledging that there are social models of exclusion that take place. I certainly have seen it in my work in the disability sector. It's often unspoken, but it is there, and it's something that we have to acknowledge and recognize is a part of the design construct. I've been doing some work with the Renaissance Project in New Orleans, who really impressed me. Even 10 plus years after the effects of Hurricane Katrina, more than half of working age African males in New Orleans remain out of work. And so what the Renaissance Project does is try to build cultural and economic programs largely centered around the lower ninth ward in terms of kind of elevating this consciousness. And I bring them up because I've gotten to know Greta Gladney very well, who is the executive director of the Renaissance Project. And what she has said is that people tend to live in a scarcity mindset. And for them, it's just a given that there are those who will go without. And that's the way it's always been, and that's the way it's always will be. And I'm not saying it's our responsibility as designers to change that necessarily. However, I think it is our responsibility to understand why and how that can happen. Because once we do that, we can look at achieving empowerment, which in my mind is really about celebrating the self. I think about someone like Ron Finley, pictured here, who is known as the guerrilla gardener of Los Angeles. What he does is he takes empty parking lots, abandoned parking lots in South Central LA and turns them into gardens so that he can distribute vegetables throughout his neighborhood. I think about 15-year-old Trisha Prabhu, who developed an app called Rethink, which helps to educate and protect young people when they go online from cyberbullies. And when this is a very wise quote by Trisha when she says, I already knew how to code. I know it's something I'm passionate about, and I know that I can make a difference. And by empowering herself, she ends up empowering other folks. We should, while we're talking about technology, we're probably kind of think about what the role of technology really is in this space. The way I look at it is it's about expanding the continuum of human capability by framing and reframing a problem in different ways. For example, I think about Liam McCarthy, who got a 3D printer so that he could develop a prosthetic hand for his son. What compels someone to do this? What compels Alejandro Shea to create a foot-powered wheelchair for his young son who has a spinal injury so he can control the wheelchair on his own? I think about the words of Dana Florence, who is a mother of 3 children with cerebral palsy. She is the executive director of a nonprofit that supports parents with kids with disabilities. And what she has said, and I've heard her say this, is that, you know, the most frustrating thing for me as a parent is waiting for something that I know I'll never get to use because it's hidden in some university laboratory someplace, or you know, any number of logistical or financial or other reasons why something that could transform my child's life is just not available to me. So what they do is they try to find the solution themselves or build it themselves. You know, and there's a very terse meaning here. You know, this idea of persistence, this idea of constantly looking at problems and trying to translate them into a what-if scenario. For example, Gabriel Diamante, who developed an open source still that transformed salt water into fresh water through some kind of composite in the ceramic housing. I think about Dr. David Walmer, who has developed his own colposcope, which is made out of essentially a pair of binoculars, a bike lamp, and a green filter. And it sounds, you know, kind of basic, but what he's done with this really intriguing instrument is reduce the incidence of cervical cancer in Haiti by almost double-digit percentages. I take great inspiration by things happening in developing countries. For example, an all-female technology collective in Nairobi called Akira Chicks. They created a very simple SMS texting app that improves price transparency among farmers, thus helping distribution of crops to the villages in Kenya who need them and reducing market corruption. And I think, you know, one of the things that is probably been discussed already today, and I think that we all would agree to this, is seeking inspiration from things that surround us and upcycling solutions in different kinds of ways. I think that's really what being sustainable is about. It's not having to discard a solution that maybe didn't work for one thing but could work for another. An example I've always liked is this by the My Shelter Foundation. There are many homes in the slums of the Philippines who do not have electricity, and so they sit in the dark in the middle of the day. And what this group does is it takes discarded plastic bottles, fills them with chlorinated water, and puts them in the roofs of the homes, which creates natural light. And they've done this in 10,000 homes in Manila alone. Now, when we get into telling these stories, it's one thing to say what the problem was and what we did for it, but it's another to think about what success looks like and how we know if something is working. How do we emphasize the results of a solution? Consider the example of Architecture for Humanity, who builds schools in Africa, very, very well-designed schools. And if you were to ask the executive director of Architecture for Humanity, Cameron Sinclair, he would tell you that he's not funded based upon the school's design. He's funded based upon the number of jobs that the school will ultimately create in that community. So he has a very, you know, specific marker of success that he uses. Which brings me to the last component, which is understanding. Now, I have here designing for empathy and accountability, and I think these have to go together. Empathy is one of these words that I think is, to be honest, I think is getting used quite a bit in the design space, perhaps used too often. To me, empathy has to be bound to accountability in order to create that sense of understanding, that sense of, yes, I get it. I understand all the social, cultural, and economic factors of a problem, and my ability to be able to, you know, create transformational impact because I really do understand it well. And I think the only way to really achieve that is to immerse ourselves into an environment. If you're interested in developing an agriculture program for kids in urban areas, you know what? Go to a school in an urban area and talk to them and get an idea of what would translate well. If you're one of the many people who want to disrupt healthcare through use of an app or a device, one thing I would probably do is spend time in a clinic with the front desk nurses, because these people are superheroes and they are the ones who really keep the health ecosystem moving, and it involves a lot of phone work and a lot of paper. If you have been charged with developing a mobile app for people who can't see, turn off the screen on your phone and rely on voiceover or talkback and get an idea of what it's like for them. Millions of people do this. It's perfectly possible, and in fact, they excel at it. If you're interested in creating a sustainable source of light for homes with no electricity, sometimes it's valuable to turn off the lights in your house and try to get along for a few days and see what that's like. I really think this is how we graduate from the area of nice to have to something that is essential for human survival. And I think this translates no matter no matter what kind of technological solution or design construct we're starting with. And I know that we're living in a time when the discussion now is about artificial intelligence and machine learning and when are robots going to take over our jobs and all that. But we will never lose that human component. We will never lose the importance of hearing someone tell a story and be able to say to them, yes, I get it. And in case you're wondering, yes, this is the binary code for the words I get it. I looked it up. And every technological advancement over the past 500 years has followed the same format, whether we're talking about the first prosthetic hand or movable type or the Post-it note, anything in the past or whatever technology ultimately becomes. As I said before, it's all about extending human capability by meeting fundamental human needs. Now, I have a few minutes left, I think, and I have been told, or at least I've read, or somehow I know this, that people only tend to remember 3 things from any presentation. So I thought I would give you 3 takeaways as the conclusion of this little talk here. And I'm going to give them to you in the form of quotes by my late grandfather, who himself was a designer and an architect and a humanitarian, and frankly, a little bit of a curmudgeon. And I've always kind of taken these with me, and I think they translate well to our theme of sustainable UX here today. So these are 3 quotes by Kel's grandfather. Get ready. No, the first one is, if it was a snake, it would bite you. This is what he would say to me when he asked me to go in the garage and get something, and I couldn't find it even though it was right in front of my face. Chances are there is something obvious that we're missing. And it probably has to do with understanding the behaviors and the attitudes of the people that we want to serve. It makes perfect sense that no one could put a 5-gallon jug of water in their head and walk some distance. But it's okay, because once we understand that, then we can work with it. It becomes obvious only because we get exposed to it eventually. You can't get up from the top. That's the second one. Every failure is an opportunity. I've certainly failed as much as anyone, if not more. I've learned that success is a process. There's never a shortage of good ideas. The difference largely between success and failure is the attention to the boring logistical details, and being able to understand at what point we need to perhaps change our thinking in order to move forward. And then finally, remember where you came from. In my mind, sustainable UX and sustainable design practices are not simply about how to make better apps or sites or wireframes or doing better research, although those are absolutely critical. It's really about addressing our own capacity for human survival. Design is about our heritage. It's about legacy. It's about culture and love and faith and healing and pride. The work we do will bind families. It builds communities. It reduces social isolation, and it makes for a more inclusive society that helps everyone, no matter where they live or what they can do. I want to thank you all for taking a little time today and a little time just kind of hanging out. I also want to thank Jen, James, and Jen from SustainableUX for putting this together. My name is Kel Smith. My email address is kel.smith@anikto.com. That's ANIKTO. N as in Nancy. It's named after the Greek word for open. And if you want to chat about any of these things, you know how to find me. And in case you're interested, I did write a book about some of this stuff. It's called Digital Outcasts: Moving Technology Forward Without Leaving People Behind. It came out, it was published by Morgan Kaufman a few years ago, I guess 2-3 years ago. And I've been told it still holds up. In any event, that's me. Again, thank you all for the time, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thanks so much, Kel. That was great. I want to point people to the Slack channel where Kel will be for a Q&A if you want to chat after the talk. And we are a little bit early, so we're going to take a break until 12:20. And that is when we'll have our next speaker, Natalia, talking about designing for the behavior of a sustainable future. So again, pop into the Slack channel if you want to chat with Kel or any of our other previous speakers, and we will resume in about 20 minutes. Okay, so for those of you who are still out there, I just wanted to come on a little bit early and give a couple of plugs. For one, we had one speaker who couldn't be here today, so their talk is actually pre-recorded, and you can find it at SustainableUX.com. The talk explores virtual reality from a sustainable perspective, and it's excellent, and we really highly, highly recommend that you check it out. Again, that's at SustainableUX.com. And then also, as you all know, this is a free conference, and we love that about Sustainable UX, and we love that it keeps it accessible and that so many of you were able to join us here today. And also that our speakers are generously donating their time to be here. So if you like what we're doing and want to support that, we invite you to donate to some of our speakers' favorite charities. And we compiled that list, and you can find it at SustainableUX.com by clicking on Donate. Again, that's SustainableUX.com under Donate. So it looks like we are just about hitting 12:20 here, and we're going to kick off with our next speaker. So thanks for hanging in.
Hello.
Hi, Natalia.
Hey.
So I'm going to introduce you real quickly here.
Yeah, sure.
Great. So next up is Natalia Arsland with Designing for the Behavior of a Sustainable Future. And Natalia is a user experience designer at Booking.com in Amsterdam. Natalia was born in Brazil and has been working with design and technology for over 8 years. And Natalia is going to talk about the simple acts we can take as consumers and designers to model behavior for a sustainable future. Can't wait to hear that. So here's Natalia with Designing for the Behavior of a Sustainable Future. Natalia, I'm going to make you the presenter.
Yep. Let me see if I can share my screen. Yep. Can you see it?
Yep, there it is.
Cool. Just put it on full screen if that's easier. Cool. Okay, so yeah, thank you for having me. As Jen already presented me, I'm Natalia. I am currently living in Amsterdam, working at the headquarters of Booking.com here. And I come from Brazil. And you also can find me online in any of the social media by just typing in my username, which is this. So yeah. I'm from Brazil, and as you know, Brazil is a big country. So just to localize you a little bit, this is where I am from. Like, it's down there. It's actually closer to Uruguay and Argentina than it is from to Rio de Janeiro. So no, I'm not from Rio. Sorry about that. So yeah, today I want to talk a little bit about history. We're going to talk about consumerism, sustainability, design, and our responsibility in all of it. Not necessarily in that order, but bear with me. And a lot of these topics also already were touched a little bit by other speakers, so I hope this is going to complement it. To start with a little bit of history, if you never heard about the Regimen Sanitatis Salernitanem, this used to be the most famous manual on how to stay healthy during the medieval times. It was written in the form of short poems, and it was written by the medical school of Salerno in Italy. And in fact, there is a bunch of truth in these poems, such as this one: should you need physicians, these 3 doctors will suffice: a joyful mind, rest, and a moderate diet. I almost feel like writing it down on a post-it and gluing to my mirror to look at it every day. It feels like a good thing to keep in memory. But from a diet perspective, though, basically the only things that you need to stay healthy, according to the royal doctors of the time, is bread, cheese, and wine. I guess that's a pretty good, decent diet, right? The thing I find most interesting about all this is that these statements, even though not proved truth by science and in our modern society, they are still commonly spread out and most of the times we don't even realize it. Like this one: cheese after your other food properly ends the meal. those who are not ignorant of medicine will attest to these things. When I came to Europe, I find it very strange that in the dessert menu, I'd find cheese in it. In Brazil, dessert means sweet things, right? So why is cheese in there? So yeah, probably it comes from the medieval times when doctors said cheese was good after the meal. Or this one that is self-explanatory. If you develop a hangover from drinking at night, drink again in the morning. It will be your best medicine. I guess everyone already told this to a friend or another friend, right? But the thing to realize from all of this is that we don't usually question cultural behavior. We just follow what has been done for a long time, and that is passed on to us by generation from generation. Most of the times, it actually happens in an unconscious level, so we're not aware of it. Technology also works like that. I remember when I was a kid, and in order to play with a friend, I would call their home, and their mom would pick up the phone and yell at them to go get the call in a specific room in the house, you know, where the phone lived. I tried explaining that to a 10-year-old the other day. Note that she's not even a 5-year-old. This kid been around for 10 years already. And she looked at me with this scary eyes and confused face. And she was like, "What do you mean you'd call your friend's house?" I bet she was thinking more of something like Alexa, other than reality, you know. And finally, design works like that as well. Today, we have this conceptual reference of what design means, that design is the thoughtful creation of products. And in my case, as a UX designer, you can always dig deeper and deeper in the iceberg and find layers and layers of design work in it. But in fact, everything around us is designed. Even the things without the intention to be designed, if they exist, they were designed. Nature design based on survival techniques, for example. Our biology and physiology is determined by matters of evolutionary design. So it's not a coincidence that we now call our continuous improvement of products evolutionary design. It's copying what nature already does. But I believe that we are living in a moment that requires a different type of evolution. We need to think about an evolution of behavior in order to keep surviving. Centuries passed since the times of the regimen Sanitatis, and today we have a deeper understanding on microbiology, germs, bacteria, and healthcare in general. And that allows us to live longer and prosper than we used to in the medieval times. But we still have so much to learn and evolve as social species. We evolved our tools, we evolved our communication, we grew global. From a first world scenario, we've been living in the era of abundance. We have everything we need at our fingertips. We have even more than that. We have anything we can get at our fingertips, but we always want more. So let's see how design became this tool that shapes the world around us. And pardon me if you already heard this story over and over, but I think it's important for us to recollect and rethink things that we learned in school and that were taught to us from the design perspective. So design as a faculty, it started to get traction actually in the 18th and 19th centuries, right in the middle of the Industrial Revolution, and especially with the arts and crafts movement that was emerging from a reaction to the soulless results of machine-made products. The designers of the time, such as William Morris, which is this beautiful guy here, campaigned to the return of the traditional craftsmanship. And even though it was not enough to stop the mass production, a few decades later, Morris was actually the inspiration to the Bauhaus school philosophy. And the Bauhaus was founded in 1919 as an art, crafts, and architecture school in Germany. And it's considered to be the school that gave birth to design as we know it, right? The school embraced the industrial movement that was happening at the time, but also valued the craftsmanship that Morris was talking about. And this is thought to be the beginning of the industrial design. And as the Bauhaus founder, Walter Gropius, stated, the beginning of designing for function, not only for form. And to me, this phrase from Gropius is actually the foundation of what design and usability means. Form follows function. It's pretty simple. But because of the war, the Bauhaus school closed its doors, but its philosophy and approach to design sticks to us until the present moment, the moment that we live in, that is basically the global economy moment. So with the industrial manufacturing becoming cheaper and cheaper, and mass production readily available to any business, that's where we got now, plus the possibilities that the global economic has brought to us as consumers, we now can wish and buy almost anything imaginable from anywhere in the world. And we live connected, but we also live busy, quite busy. And in order to keep navigating our busy lives, more businesses are coming up and simplifying things for us. So we have time to care about the things that really matter to us, or that should really matter to us. The consequences, though, is a social behavior that developed to become the default consumption habit of our generation. And I call it the use and throw away mass behavior. While there is little doubt about the convenience of the to-go disposable ethos, the enormous amount of waste it creates results in an outrageous way. During the time when art, craft, and technology were studied in the Bauhaus, a lot of effort was put into understanding the possibilities and the consequences of material usages on ergonomics, aesthetics, and function. Teachers would take their students to the guts of form and function, materials, and processes. Now is the time we add one more element of study to our design mindset: the environmental impact, or sustainability. I believe that as designers, we should be the gatekeepers of what excess means. We have to get to the guts of sustainability. It doesn't matter if you're designing software, brand identity, or abat-jours. We play a part in responsibility on it because we are instructed to design. And design, in its core, solves problems. As consumerism is the current problem that we have, even though we don't often look at that in that way because we're busy, right? As designers, we constantly ask ourselves, are we solving the right problem? Is this a reasonable way to solve this problem? I'd like to invite you to ask one more final question before putting something out there in the world. What problems are we creating? What are the problems that we are creating? We research to understand the world. We design to change it. The user experience professional's role exists in this continuum between research to understand the user and designing something that changes and hopefully improves the user experience. Designers have this saying, I don't know if you heard it, but I like it. It's people before pixels. In the environmental movements, you often hear people before profits. I say people before getting shit done, pardon my French. But the point is, one of the most important disciplines of modern design is empathy, as it was mentioned in this conference already. So let's really think about these people before getting shit done, just for the sake of it. What is the further impact that I am building is going to have on my users' lives? Think outside your product and business spectrum. Let's ask more frequently. Does what I am designing or making or doing need to exist? Is this really necessary, and is it important to people? What impact does what I am doing have in the world or in the environment? Does it solve more problems than it generates? Is this something that is going to leave the planet and the world and humanity in a better place? Let's try questioning the answers we assume we already have. So I want to bring in 4 things we can do as consumers and designers to end the presentation. And it might sound a little bit extreme, but bear with me. As a consumer, watch out what you're eating. The catering industry is one of the most inefficient uses of resources in the planet, even though we don't often hear that. Here's just to give you an example. To make one hamburger, the amount of water consumption that it has is equal to 2 months of showers. And if you're like me and you like the facts, you can access the Cowspiracy website, great documentary, by the way. And they have like a huge list of links and research that this infographic was based on. So I'm not telling you to become a vegan and join a hippie community or anything. I'm just saying you become aware of the facts and maybe think about consuming less meat. There are tons of people going to meatless Mondays, for instance, or allowing meat only on weekends. No matter how you do it, just be mindful and remember these things. Looking for organics, seasonal, and local produce also helps, as these tend to require less transportation and don't imply heavy chemicals, for instance. So it's less water and air pollution and also less waste of energy. How to reflect that on your design approach. When designing, try not to emphasize meat. If you open any of our food applications, like here we have examples of Foursquare, Foodora, and even Uber Food. Even though Foursquare knows that I'm a vegetarian, for instance, when I type in lunch, most of the options that they gave me is meat related. Or in Foodora, when they're loading their application, it's a meat image that appears. Or even for icons, when we're talking about food, most of the icons are meat related. What you buy and how you buy it. Ask yourself if the things you're buying are really a necessity. Stop yourself of purchasing by impulse or just because there's this new awesomely advertised product in town. You know how advertising goes, right? So ask yourself, how long will I keep it until it goes here or here or even here? What we can do is try to live in a more minimalistic way and bring our containers to bookshops and our bags, and also bring our mugs to events when it's not an online event like this one. And also avoid buying waste. Like, are you buying more packaging than actual product? Think about these things. Also, take back tap water. Like in most countries, especially in Europe, and I believe in the United States as well, there's no danger at all in drinking tap water. And if you're still in doubt, that is, I have a lot of friends that do, opt for a filter system or boiling water before consuming it. It really works. And that as well reflected on your design approach. If you're designing offline products or packaging or print materials, think about what happens to it after your consumer uses it. If you're designing for a client, you can instigate them to think about what is left behind when the consumer uses their products and what happens if they don't want it anymore. Design products that last longer and provide an efficient way for people to discard them afterwards. Here is also a few examples, like H&M. They have this program that you can go there and they collect your used clothes for donations or recycling, and you even get a discount out of it. And if you're printing or using offline material, opt for things that are recycled over new materials, and even give your users chance on virtual access instead of printing only. How much power you consume. Biomimicry said that if we are to stay below 2 degrees Celsius of warming, we have to stay at 350 parts per million of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere in the future. Fossil fuels companies have more than 5 times that amount in coal, oil, and gas in their reserves. And he also says that it's not that we have a philosophical difference with the fossil fuel industry, it's that their business model is destroying our planet. things we can do, like if we can bike to work, why not? At least here in Amsterdam, it's pretty easy. Biking leads to a healthier life, and it also generates zero carbon footprint. Also think about other transport options that could like reduce carbon footprint. Turn off the lights when the rooms are empty and consume energy from green resources whenever possible. There's a bunch of apps that already help you with that. And when talking about design, guide your users to think about green transportations whenever possible. In this example, you can see Apple Maps suggesting first the driving option, even though the address that I entered is quicker to access by walking or biking. And Google Maps actually does the same, but at least Google Maps has the biking option, while the Apple Maps doesn't have it. And also what we were talking about depth before in another talk, right? Mimifying files such as CSS, JavaScript, using new technologies that allow us for less space, such as SVG images, optimizing images for the web, also reduces energy. And hiring a hosting company that uses wind energy or solar energy instead of fossil fuels. And last but not least, and the harder one, especially these days, is try voting for leaders that care about the issue. In the picture, you can see the Senator James Inhofe from the US that brought this snowball to a discussion on climate change just to prove that Earth is not warming. So what we can do is research on our candidates to know if they are committed to fighting climate change by proposing renewable energy over fossil fuels, supporting green and local businesses, and also a price over carbon consumption. It's harder these days, but there's still good people out there, and we have to unite and be together. At least now, like this is the most important time for it. And as Barack Obama has said, what makes climate change difficult is that it's not an instantaneous catastrophic event. It's a slow-moving issue that, on a day-to-day basis, people don't experience and don't see. So, to summarize, use your consumer power to set new behavior trends, and use your design power to accelerate and facilitate this collective evolution of the human race. Let's try using our powers to save the only planet we can inhabit. That's basically it. I just want to do a quick advertising as well. Booking just released this booster program, which is a 3-week startup accelerator program to promote sustainable tourism. So if you're working in a startup that works with sustainable tourism, you can get a grant up to 500 euros if you join it. So yeah, take a look at it. It's pretty cool. I'm really proud of this project. So yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Natalia. Thank you so much. I should be presenting in just a moment. Okay. Great. Thank you. Thank you so much. We are going to take a short break until 1 o'clock for our next speaker. I want to invite everyone in the meantime to check out our Slack channel where some past speakers are there to chat, and some of you out there in the Sustainable UX world are also in there chatting about the talks and things that come up. So that's a fun time. And also check out the pre-recorded talk we have at SustainableUX.com. It is on virtual reality. It's super cool. Everyone out there should check it out if you have some time. So we're going to take a short break, and we will resume at 1 o'clock with Eli's talk on remote work and sustainability. Hey there, Eli. Can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me, Jen?
I can hear you.
Hi, Jen. Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah.
Hi, this is Eli. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me? You can't hear me. Can everyone else hear me?
I can hear you, Jen. Can you?
James, Jen. Okay. Eli, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Okay, great. Sorry about that. Must have been a glitch on my end. Okay, so we are ready to get started again. We are so excited to welcome Eli. Eli is actually one of our next two speakers who will be chatting about remote work. So Eli is up first, and Eli is talking about remote work and sustainability. Eli is the Director of Design Education at Envision and lives in Monterey, California. He is a product and industrial designer and has worked with a number of impressive companies ranging from startups to Fortune 500 companies. He also currently teaches the senior capstone class in product design at Stanford University. We are so excited to have Eli here today. And he is going to talk about the unique opportunities remote workers have to lower their impact on the planet. So here's Eli with remote work and sustainability. So I'm going to transfer to you, Eli.
Great. Let me get us queued up here.
Cool.
Okay, Jen, can you see that okay on my first slide?
Yes, looks great.
Hi, everybody, and thanks, Jen, for that very kind introduction. And Jen and I worked together for several years on a remote project, so it's kind of fitting that she's introducing me here and give this little talk. Real quick, I will say this is kind of tried to get it to around 20 minutes, but it might end a little bit soon. So hopefully that's a good thing, and you guys can get a coffee if I allot it 20 minutes and through and see where we get. Jen mentioned I'm at Envision. A lot of you are probably familiar with Envision, the prototyping and collaboration platform. And I'm part of a very small and relatively new team called Design Education. Part of our mission is to create content that helps to establish best practices, maybe struggling a little bit to establish good design practice. My boss, Aaron Walter, some of you may know, he spent a long time at MailChimp. He established the UX practice there, education. He also has a background at the Art Institute. As Jen mentioned, I have a background both in product design, hardware and software, and also in education. I've been teaching at the Stanford for 4 years. I teach the capstone class there, take a product basically from idea to market, ideally by the end of the year, and on and create companies from their products, although exception rather than the rule. So I have a lot of experience with remote work. I've largely been remote 6, and Envision is a fully distributed company. It's probably the largest company I'm remote, and it's been just a fantastic experience. And so, since I've been doing this for a while, I've put a fair bit of thought into impacts of working remotely, both on the planet around us, and so a few of those things here today. I think you could kind of the benefits, the sustainable benefits of working remotely into 3 things: fuel, and fitness. Things. I'm sure that there's been a lot of definitions of sustainability highlighted today already. Little tweak, because I think of being able to have a sustainable lifestyle when it regards a small carbon footprint, positive impact on your lifestyle over time. I think we're all willing to make sacrifices, but for a lot of these practices to stick with us and to have a positive impact on our life and colleagues and our families, work does a lot of these things. And this fuel. And Walter, he's my boss at Envision. He's a great guy. He's based out in Georgia, in Athens, and he's been commuting from Athens into Atlanta. And he did a calculation that during that time, he's actually the circumference of the Earth 272 days in the car. So you can only imagine that the carbon footprint that entails, and that's an extreme example. But just the average commute, it's about a 30-mile commute round trip, 22 miles per gallon. You're looking at 4.3 tons of carbon per year emitted. So that's not insignificant. It's not only the direct impact of driving your car day to day to work. It's also, there's an indirect impact if you take cars off the road, because traffic congestion contributes about 56 million pounds, of CO2 to the atmosphere. This is from 2011. I was just trying to hide that thing at the bottom. 1 second, sorry. Back up. Okay. Only the reduction in commuting and taking cars off the road. But there's also this lifestyle element to it. Who's for us sums it up pretty well here. He's got a 10-minute round trip to take his daughter to daycare. That's it. He's got less stress. Get up in the morning, he manages time. He doesn't have to race to beat traffic. I totally agree with this. The last place that we lived, I was actually able to report to school, my shoulders, and just spending that time with her, not having to be in the car, is just impact on your lifestyle. To food. The remote work isn't always glamorous, and there's this great little satire recently in the New Yorker where Robert calls into a 911 operator, and his emergency is that he works from home. He goes through a kind of litany of things that are going wrong, from still being dressed in his pajamas to not remembering if he showered. But I thought one of the funnier bits was talking about what he's eaten, and he goes through all these various bizarre concoctions that he's eaten throughout the day. So eating from home as a remote worker has its challenges, but I think it's also got the opportunity to make some really, in regards to sustainability. And this has a big impact. If you look at industrial agriculture and the contribution, there's a lot of different estimates ranging from 20 to 33% can be attributed to industrial agriculture. Also has, you're looking at 3.3 billion tons of CO2 contributed worldwide just from wasted food. So I think by working from home, you really have an opportunity. Obviously, you can cook leftovers, which is great. You can make healthier choices. You can make foods and kind of control the types of foods that you buy. that aren't contributing to industrial agriculture. And there's also kind of innovative services or products and services like Shakti, our social media marketing manager, uses something called imperfect produce, rejected produce, and sells them at a discounted price. And that impacts the food waste statistic that we just touched on. So again, the lifestyle component of this, it helps not only with sustainability, but Angela here mentions that she used to eat 5 to 10 times per week, 10 times per week. Now she's got it down to 1 to 2. She's saving money. Here, eating at her desk, I'm guilty of as well. Let's talk about fitness. The connection here may at first seem a little bit more tenuous, but if you look at statistics around waste and the impact on our landfills, there's one pretty staggering one that per year we have 7.5 billion needles and syringes that end up in landfills. And this is outside of the healthcare system. And this medical waste comes from, all types of things like for diabetes and other potentially preventable diseases that can be attributed to our lifestyle and our lack of fitness. So that's another thing that remote work really frees you up to do. If you're not spending those hours in the car, you can instead use that time to get out and exercise. Dennis here again talks about being able to spend time with his wife and also sync up schedules to go exercise with her. I often do the same thing with my wife, who also works from home. We got friends together. It's having that flexibility side and I think lifestyle benefit, and then it's also preventing potential diseases that can have a pretty big. Here's Aaron again. To me, how much he really enjoys getting on his bike to school. And again, that's the family and also getting out and getting some exercise. For me, it really boils down to two things. I think, the remote work to really let you spend more quality time with your family, lead a healthier lifestyle, and the fact that doing these things also has a positive impact is just fantastic. So for remote work, hopefully the kind of work we do allows for it, and I'm hoping over time more and more people are able to access this type of work, because I think in a lot of ways for healthier families and a healthier planet. And I know that was pretty brief, so I added a little that's a little bit of a pivot, maybe even, though I hope not, out to the end. Just something that I've thought about over the years that's related to and the warming of our planet. It's also something that's really close to heart for me, and it goes back to kind of our impact on the world directly, relationship between focus on climate change and our focus on conservation. I spent about 4 years in graduate school studying marine biology and marine science. Along with that, studied a little bit of climatology and behind me, but there are some striking things that still stick with me. And if you look at the history of the Earth, it's geologically speaking, it's fluctuated in temperature quite a bit. over the years. If you look back 715 million years ago, there was ice almost from pole to pole and something called snowball Earth. Ice cover actually was a factor in the big explosion, evolutionary explosion of life at the time in the Cambrian period. It's just some interesting, the cold climate change in this case. Forward to about 100 million years ago, it was sort of flipped and was almost ice-free, and of a greenhouse Earth effect where there were even forests in Antarctica. Dinosaurs roamed around. This is a friend of mine, great troll who does some great stuff. So things about the adaptability of life on this planet, and the truth is, I think that we're going to have the choice to make on the fact that we have on the planet and solve that problem. But even if we don't, life is going to go on, and we might not be there to enjoy it. And I think that's impact to me is the meaning that has on us as people, and that relationship between us as people and nature. I'm probably doing kind of a poor job of summing this up, but there was a really great article by Jonathan Franzen in April 2015, and he in between on climate change and a focus on conservation is that it's not enough to just focus on our carbon emissions. We also have to keep a lot of, in this case, he's talking about birds, but wild birds alive right now. Is that grim perspective, but the animals may not be able to thank us for allowing them to live. They certainly wouldn't do the same thing for us if our positions were reversed, but it's we, not they. Meaning. And for me, on family and friends, my connection to nature is probably one of the things that brings most meaning to my life. And in a prior career, I was an underwater photographer, and I ran an underwater photography magazine. So I spent a lot of time in the water with big animals, and just being in their presence and knowing that they've been around, the dinosaurs were 100 million years ago, it's just a source of constant awe for me. Shark and these animals that have been around for hundreds of millions of years, impact on them from fishery, which is wiping them out much faster than any could potentially. And certainly climate change can have an effect, the acidification of the oceans, consequence on all the life in the ocean. But I think things that have an impact are also worth focusing on. These are tiger sharks and lemon sharks in the Bahamas. So I'll say that I think we have this real challenge and opportunity before us. There's this global challenge of climate change. There are also smaller and maybe more local, although some of these problems are worldwide, challenges of conservation where have the most immediate impact, but there are impacts from habitat degradation or overfishing. I just encourage us to all think about how we can do these causes. Sharks obviously have a special place in my heart, so I'm a contributor to Wild Aid, which is a big effort against shark finning. And I think that you can impact locally in the short term, in addition to all the sustainable things that we can think about with regards to climate change. Having that balance, I think, is a pretty important thing to think about. So I realize that last bit was maybe a little bit of off topic, but I feel like it related, hopefully, to the talk overall. Time you've had to stories here. If you ever want to reach out, you can reach out to me on Twitter. I'm at eWoolery, organizers of this conference, and me. I think it's a really great new tradition that you guys have here, and to carry it forward. I've been a part of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Eli. That was great. That was great. I personally appreciated the direction you went at the end. I think that was an interesting take. So appreciate that. I'm just going to now switch over to our next talk. Give me just a second here to screen share. So again, just want to give a plug to our Slack channel. We have some speakers in there. We have people who are out there on the web there. We have all kinds of people in there talking about what's going on here. So check that out if you haven't already. And it looks like we have Jim, our next speaker.
Hi there. Hi, Jen. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, I can hear you.
All right, fantastic. I'm going to start sharing my screen then.
Yeah, share your screen and I will introduce you in your talk and then I'll switch the presentation over to you.
Okay. Are you seeing
So
my...
our second, oh, yep.
Okay, fantastic.
Oh yeah, I can see it. Our viewers won't see it though until I switch the presentation over to you.
Oh, gotcha.
Cool. So, so yeah, Jim is our next speaker, and Jim is our second speaker on remote work. So this is a nice little duo we have going here. Jim is going to talk about long-distance relationships that work, myths and promises of remote work. And Jim is the head of consulting and education at mural.ly. He lives in Jersey City, New Jersey. Jim has also worked as a user experience designer at Audi, eBay, and Sony. In 2007, Jim published his first full-length book, Designing Web Navigation, and his second book, called Mapping Experiences, is out now. And Jim is going to talk about the benefits and myths of remote work and covering how technology is fundamentally changing the nature of work. So without further ado, here is our second remote speaker, Jim, with long-distance relationships that work.
Great. Thanks for that intro, Jen. Thanks for everyone for showing up. It's great to be here. I just want to confirm, are you seeing my presentation?
Yes.
All right, fantastic. So this is me, Jim Callback. You can follow me on Twitter at Jim Callback. I'm the head of customer success at Mural. If you don't know Mural, it's an online whiteboard. It's a virtual whiteboard that you can access through your browser. So it's great for UX design with remote teams. And I am the author of Mapping Experiences. That's the latest book that I wrote. Just came out last year. I have some links and things that I'll send around after the presentation in the Slack channel, but I'll get right into my presentation. I'm really glad that Eli went before me, talking about some of the benefits and the sustainable aspects around remote work. What I'm going to do is actually talk about remote. I'll talk about some of the benefits, but I wanted to talk about remote work and kind of capitalizing on those benefits because a lot of people struggle with remote work. So I kind of wanted to frame it that way. How do we make remote work work? And I wanted to start with a quote from Henry Ford. He wrote, or he said one time, this was around the turn of the last century, "Why is it every time I ask for a pair of hands, they come with a brain attached?" And at the time, work meant going to a place. You were a factory worker. Only very few people were managers. And the leaders and the business leaders of a company. Most people were workers and they worked with their hands. We talk about a hired hand, right? 100 years ago, 150 years ago, you used to hire somebody for their manual labor. But around 1950 or so, Peter Drucker, for one, recognized a shift. And Peter Drucker, the father of modern management, coined the term knowledge worker. And he wrote, of the 21st century, this was around 1950 or 60, he wrote, the most valuable asset in the 21st century institution will be its knowledge workers and their productivity. So there was a shift from working with your hands to working with information or working with your brains. And you were hired by what you know, not how strong you were, what you could do with your hands. And of course, then, once we're talking about work being information, working with information, the knowledge worker, and we connect each other and everything's digital, the concept of remote work is now a reality. And here are just some signs of kind of the uptick of remote work. We've seen in the past 5 or so years a focus on remote work in magazines, websites where you can find remote jobs, full-length books on the topic, people starting to talk more and more about remote work. So this is our reality of our organizations these days. And I have a little bit more on that from a survey that we once did. And there are lots of benefits of this, and Eli hit on some of these in different ways. There's flexibilities with your schedule, being able to spend different times of the day with your family and things like that. Costs less. Companies are reducing their real estate footprint by having fewer offices and things like that. There's actually studies that show that talent pools. And of course, the big, reduced commute time. And it's not just commute time, it's the amount of cars and pollution. Eli gave some nice statistics there on the amount of carbon that you might produce from commuting to work. And I know, Americans spend an awful lot of time in their cars. It's unhealthy, not only for themselves physically, but it's unhealthy for the environment. So there are lots of benefits that people, this is just some of them, but there are lots of benefits that people have identified around remote work in general. And a lot of those can be traced back to themes and topics in sustainability in general. And again, Eli highlighted some of those. Of course, there are disadvantages of remote work: isolation, lack of routine. Communication, natural communication is a lot harder. You're missing that social aspect. And then, of course, then we're dependent on our technologies. We may be less dependent on our cars and things like that, but now we're very dependent on technology. And that brings its own challenges and struggles as well, too. So what I kind of wanted to talk about again is not necessarily the sustainable aspects of remote work, but in order for remote work to actually have an impact on sustainability, on the environment, on our own personal health, and things like that, we have to make remote work for us. And I think there are a lot of misconceptions and myths around remote work, and that's kind of what I wanted to focus on here in the body of my presentation. Some of the myths that I've seen or noticed and studied myself around remote work. The first one is remote work is new. I just mentioned in the past 5 years there's been an uptick in remote work, but actually remote work goes back much further. And by the way, when I say remote work, I'm not talking about taking your work somewhere and working on it by yourself. I'm talking really about remote collaboration. So the idea of working in a team or working with a company that is distributed, that's what I mean here in this presentation when I say remote work. You can think about remote collaboration. But actually, remote collaboration isn't new. There's been some experiments and examples from the late 60s, but I think a landmark study is this one here. This is the title of a book called The Telecommunications Transportation Trade-Off by Jack Niles. And he actually coined the term telecommuting. So telecommuting comes from Jack Niles. And this was in 1973. He wrote this study then in a book in 1976. But he was specifically looking at the trade-off between costs of commuting physically with your car, and moving from point A to point B, versus telecommuting. And it's a very, very in-depth study going back to 1976. So in 1976, we had people starting to think about what are the potential sustainability aspects of telecommuting. And he finds, I mean, it's hard to summarize a book in one word, but he basically finds, yes, there are potential benefits there, and the trade-off does favor, for things like cost and pollution and things like that, it does favor telecommunications. But I think we've struggled with a lot of those things that I pointed out as well too: communication, technology, isolation, and things like that. So in order for us to kind of realize these benefits, I think we need to make remote collaboration work in lots of different ways. And that's what I wanted to continue talking about. But the first idea that, you know, remote work is new is a myth that goes back 40 years or more, actually. The next point I wanted to make is that remote work means being far away. We think about remote work or distributed team, you know, working on, you know, the East Coast and the West Coast in the US, or even across continents. I happen to be actually traveling right now, and I'm in Germany. So I'm broadcasting here from Karlsruhe, Germany. And, you know, you think about remote work, you know, across time zones or continents or even oceans or things like that. But that's not necessarily true. We actually do remote work pretty much all the time. Anytime we're mediating our communication, our collaboration through a computer, you can consider that remote work. And a professor at MIT, Professor Allen is his last name, came up with this curve called the Allen curve from some studies of collaboration in an office space. Basically, what he found is that frequency of communication drops with distance. So that when you're about 71 meters away, or about 200 feet away from your colleagues, the frequency of communication with that person, or the patterns of communication, are near equivalent to being in a separate location, being separated by time zones or an ocean or something like that. So I mean, think about it. If you work in a large office or a campus, maybe you have multiple buildings in your company. Or floors, you're working with colleagues who are a floor or two above you. You may chat them on Slack or send an email or even join a common Skype call or something rather than getting together. That's all remote work, and I think we've all done that. So the Allen curve, what the Allen curve shows us is that working remotely or collaborating through your computer is actually something we do quite frequently, and we're motivated to do that when the distance is still even short, even just across the room or in the other floor of your building. So what this really means is that presence matters, and I think when we think about remote collaboration, the idea of being present, and that manifests its way in lots of different ways. The little green circle on Slack or on Skype showing that you're there, but also answering quickly and communicating and engaging with your colleagues if you're remote. But presence really does matter in remote collaboration. Here's an example of the double robotics remote robot, where you can actually drive in a remote office. You can actually drive around as an iPad or a tablet device and move over to your colleagues as if you were there, but you have a presence in the office then through this kind of technology. So technology is changing, but I think our habits and our behaviors also need to change. I think the point to remember is that presence matters, and when you're collaborating, just being available and showing that you're there is important to make remote work successful. The next point, myth that I want to talk about is the idea of remote work being permanent. I've worked remote, or from a home office, I should say, for much of my career, at least for the past 15 years, in different jobs and with different companies. And I was, separated from my office, but I would travel, right? So it wasn't all the time that I was out of the office or away from my colleagues face to face. So the idea that remote work is permanent is also not true. We do get together and see each other face to face, even if we're working on different coasts and things like that. Or even if you take the Friday off or work from a Starbucks, you can consider that remote work, but it may not be permanent. So we move in and out of remote work. Again, whether it's just communicating with your colleague on the next floor or going to a Starbucks for an afternoon, or if you are physically distributed, that situation changes as well too. So remote work isn't necessarily a permanent condition. And the fourth myth that I want to point to is that remote work is up to the remote person. particularly when you have a central office, a headquarters of kinds. You may be tempted to set up a meeting where you have a conference room and there's a group of people there in the conference room. Their communication patterns are going to be a lot more fluid and quicker than the communication with the remote person. So what you tend to get is this here and there type of situation where the people in the office are here and the people who are on a conference call are there. And it's kind of up to the remote person. Well, they're remote, so they have to figure out how to butt in and ask a question or help make a decision. Or the one that I love is when you draw on the whiteboard and then you actually say to the person on the phone, you can't see this. I think it's actually up to everybody. If one person in a group is remote, the whole team is remote. So that's again a behavioral thing, and you might notice a lot of these myths kind of point to behaviors, not technology. I personally don't think the problem with remote work is technology. I think it's behaviors and it's attitude, and that's why I want to expose these myths. Here's a picture of a design workshop. Let's say these people are going to be able to collaborate at a different pace and in a different way than somebody on the phone. If you had a star phone there on that table, that the people listening and trying to participate in this conversation are going to have a different experience and a more difficult time. But I contend it's up to everybody to think about how the remote collaboration is going and whether that's a healthy collaboration and a balanced collaboration or not. So it's up to all of us, I think, regardless if we're face-to-face or not, to think about remote collaboration. And then finally, you can work from anywhere. You hear that a lot too. Might be kind of true, and I know things like co-working spaces are cropping up. So you can work from different cities, and those are also, by the way, very efficient. You get a high use of workspace, high use of things like your internet connection and electricity and things like that. So co-working spaces, I think, in general, are a sustainable move. And the digital nomads, as they're so called, can work from anywhere. But it's really, when we're talking about, work, business collaboration, I think you do need to think about your environment in lots of respects. Background noise, whether you can concentrate or not, focus and things like that. Or my favorite one is, working from the beach, right? We always have this romantic notion of working from the beach, but if you've ever taken your computer even just out in the sun in your backyard, you can't see it. So people aren't working from the beach in those pictures that you see. But with remote UX, I think it's different. It's different than just doing a conference call and listening to people's voices, because when you talk about UX and design, it's visual. We have to diverge. It's not linear, in other words. You don't go through bullet points one by one. You're trying to explore a problem space. You don't know where it's going to take you, and that's hard to do through a Skype call or remote sometimes. And it's also iterative, right? Very often remote work tends to be scheduled, and you don't have that spontaneous, ability to just think through ideas and come back to them in an iterative way. So I think one of the challenges when we talk about remote work and we then talk about remote design, I think remote design is where we particularly need better skills. Again, if we can make remote design function and work for us, then we can gain the benefits that remote work has, that I pointed out and Eli pointed out as well too. So to better understand this, my company Mural, we did a survey at the end of, this was at the end of 2015. We have one going now that we should have ended in December, but it's still open. I'll give you the URL for that actually. But we surveyed 275 designers from around the world, mostly digital product designers. And I just wanted to talk about a couple of the highlights from the survey that we did at the end of 2015. And then I'll give you the URL where you can take last year's survey. It's still open for, I actually kept it open for this event if anybody wanted to take it. But what we found is that pretty much everybody's working remote at some point in time. So the frequency of remote work was one of the questions that we asked. And over 2/3 of the people are doing it all the time or most of the time. So it's only a few people that say sometimes or never, actually. So remote design, and this was specifically asking about remote design, asking designers about trying to design with a remote team. It's very prevalent. I actually stopped asking this question, do you work remote, and ask people, how do you work remote? How do you get by as a designer? Here's the one, though, that was troubling. This was from 2015, we asked, does the quality of your design work go up or down with a remote condition? And about half of the people said it's actually worse or much worse. So I think that's the problem. And this is kind of the point of my presentation, is that we're in these situations where our companies are distributed, our teams are distributed, and we're expected to perform, but we feel that the quality of our work suffers. So in order for us as designers to function better, and then again, kind of by association, reap the benefits of a more sustainable, balanced work life, I think we need to make remote design work for us better. Get rid of this guy here. So here's the survey. If you want to take this year being 2016, you could go to bit.ly/remote collaboration. It's bit.ly/remote collaboration. I'll show this at the end of the presentation, and we can pass these links around too in the Slack. I'm also making this presentation available on SlideShare. It's up there already. If you go to the Mural SlideShare account, it's MURAL on SlideShare, you'll find this presentation with these links in there. I just want to give a quick example. We work with Intuit, the big tax software company in the U.S. And we did a study, a little case study, where we were working with a team of participants, one in California and another group of people in the Philippines. And we were using our laptops. Mural, our online whiteboard, kind of served as a platform. We were doing a service blueprint exercise, and we had iPads and laptops, and obviously a webcam, and we had the conference call going with the group in the Philippines. But on the right of this image, you'll see the Microsoft Surface Hub. And this is a large 84-inch touchscreen TV with high resolution and high touch sensitivity. And we were actually, at times, this picture, in this particular picture, we happened to all have been sitting down, but we stood up and we facilitated from the touchscreen. And this is all cloud-based. So Mural is a cloud-based application, and anything anyone added on any of their devices got added to the Mural, to the whiteboard. And it was immediately visible to anybody else, whether they were in California or in the Philippines. So it was a very interesting experiment to see if we could do a full service blueprinting exercise without using a sticky note. The sticky notes you see in the background on the wall there from a completely different project. But we successfully did it. Not only that, it was quicker. And when we got done, we didn't have to take pictures of the whiteboard and send them around as JPEGs that nobody can read, or type them up. Spent a lot of my career typing up sticky notes. So the state of the art technology for design in the 21st century is sticky notes and butcher paper, and that's great, but that assumes you're going to be face to face. So I think when we talk about remote work as being something that can help sustainability, we need to make remote collaboration, in particular remote design, we need to make that really work for us. And that's what we're committed to do at Mural, actually. I just wanted to quickly show you this. I wanted to see if I could show the Mural. So I should be sharing the Mural that we worked on in that workshop that I was talking about. And you'll see here, Mural is it's an online whiteboard that you can zoom in and out of. And we were doing this service blueprinting exercise here. Let me just zoom in on this so you can see, you can zoom in, kind of like Google Maps, but we created the map. If you add a sticky note here from the left-hand toolbar, I dropped that in, and now it's in the cloud, and all of the collaborators, so just like Google Docs, you can have multiple people in it at one time, they all see that happen as well too. So when you think about remote design and the visual challenges that you have, I think tools like InVision are great. Slack obviously has really been a game changer. InVision is great for prototyping, and I think Mural kind of complements those as well too, with a virtual whiteboard that you can draw on and add sticky notes to, and screenshots and things like that as well too. We were able to, in this example session that I showed, we were able to get through a service blueprinting exercise with folks in the Philippines and not using a sticky note. There's the example. So if you want to learn more, you can go to mural.co. We have a free trial for 30 days. But you also find on practicalservicedesign.com. I don't know if anybody's mentioned that resource here. But Eric Flowers, who was pictured there in that picture that I had, runs this website. And he's got a nice little demo of how to use Mural for service design. But he's got some great resources there. A whole community of service designers as well, too, over there. So that's just a little shout out to Eric's group, practicalservicedesign.com, if anybody's interested in service design. So, you know, I started the presentation talking about hired hands, and then talked about knowledge workers, you know, working with your brain. But this was a really interesting article that I happened to come across. There's nothing particularly special about this article, but some of the thoughts in here are really, really interesting. And he's talking about a shift, another shift, from the knowledge economy to what he calls the human economy. So if we work from, you know, manual labor to kind of, you know, knowledge workers, he's saying we're moving from knowledge workers to what he calls the human economy. And basically the human economy, he talks about passion. He talks about, you know, human qualities of collaboration. And then he writes, in the human economy, the most valuable workers will be hired hearts. So if we were, you know, 150 years ago, hired hands, manual labor, and then working with information, now he's talking about the future is going to be about passion and whether you have a common vision and things like that. And I bring that up because I think, you know, I think when you talk about remote work, people complain about the technology. And I know all the problems of technology, and we've experienced them here in this call here today. Can you see my screen? Can you hear me? And you waste time doing that. I get that. But I actually think that for remote collaboration to work, for remote design to really work, so that we do have the benefits of sustainability, I think it's about teamwork. I think it's about passion. I think it's about you know, being together, being on the same page as a team. That goes a long way. If your heart's in it, you can do a lot. So I'm going to end the presentation there. I just want to give one plug, though. We're doing a workshop on remote design thinking on March 7th. On March 7th, we're giving a free workshop. It's limited to 24 people who are going to be selected, but we're going to teach some design thinking methods, specifically how do you do these remote. And there are the times. It's 9 Pacific, 12 noon Eastern time, or 5 p.m. in Great Britain. That would be 6 p.m. in Europe. And you can sign up. Again, we're going to select folks, so you have to sign up first, and then we're going to get 24 folks to do this. It's free right now. It's mur.al/remote-dt, remote design thinking, remote DT. You can sign up there. I'll send this link around as well, too. So thanks a lot. That was my presentation. The survey that I mentioned before was bit.ly/remote collaboration. You can check out Mural and Practical Service Design as well, too. And then that workshop that I was just pointing to, Remote DT. It's mur.al/remote DT. I've made all of these slides available on the Mural SlideShare site. And then I can chuck these links here. I'll try to put them over in the Slack after this presentation's done. So thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Jim. That was excellent. I'm going to transfer. Great. Thank you again, Jim. Thank you. So we are going to take a short break and be back at 2 with Dr. Michael Mann and the Madhouse Effect. Feel free to pop into our Slack channel, pop into the YouTube chat, tweet, and we'll be back.
Hello, Dr. Mann. This is James from SustainableUX. I see you've joined the call there. I'm just making sure you can hear me okay. I can't hear you yet. Looks like you're muted.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now, yes.
Okay,
Brilliant.
great. So I need to go ahead and share my keynote presentation.
Excellent.
And I'm a little rusty on how to do that Google Hangout and Google Hangout. So if you can help me along with that.
Sure, I'm very glad you're here early. We've had we've had a number of technical issues.
Well,
today,
that's why
so
I figured
it's good.
earlier, better early than late. Yeah,
absolutely.
So, so I want to share that presentation, and I forget how to do that.
So it's slightly different for everybody depending on what it is you're sharing, but generally the first step is if you go to the top left, there should be some icons along the left edge of the window, and the second one down should be screen share.
That's the green with the arrow?
And you have options for whole screen or just application.
Okay.
Your results may vary depending on what it is you're trying to share.
Okay, so let's give it a try and see. Let's see, Madhouse effect. Sustainable. So let's click on that.
Oh, this is looking promising.
Okay, open Google would like to control. Yeah, okay. So is it showing?
It is, but it's showing in the editor view.
Yeah, because I haven't gone to the full screen. Now is it showing full screen?
No, now it's showing you. So this is one issue we've found with Keynote is particularly if you're on a single monitor setup, going to the presenter view can be unpredictable.
Okay. So instead, we probably want to share share the screen.
That might work better. Should we give that a try?
Yeah.
Assuming you don't need the notes view.
Nope, don't need it. So let's see. So I want to go back to screen share, I guess, and let's see if it. Oh, there it is. Okay. So we'll do desktop.
Yep.
And now let me go to Keynote. And go to slideshow view. How about now?
Perfect.
Oh, great. All right.
That was very painless. Thank you very much.
And sound is good as well?
Sound is great. I see you're not on headphones, but I'm not really getting any echo or anything.
Okay, great. The
only you will be talking, so
well, me, and it's possible that our cats might decide to weigh in at some point. So, you know, if you hear a meow in the background, I guess that's just the cost of doing business here.
That's awesome. That shows everybody that it's live, and that's what they're paying for. If,
Yeah,
if they were paying anything.
Yeah. So at my end, then I'm ready to go as soon as you are.
Okay. Well, we've said 2 o'clock. I think some people have wandered off and should come back in at 2.
Yep.
Around 1:59, I'll start introducing you just to keep us nicely on track, and then I'll just pass over the presenter view to you. You won't need to do anything there,
Okay.
And we should just be off and running.
Okay, sounds great. And I may finish slightly before 2:30, and I assume that that's not a problem either, because it sounds like you guys can use a little bit of a cushion between presentation.
Absolutely. Although I'm disappointed I haven't had to play anybody off using any of our sound effects yet. So,
okay.
But yeah, that's perfect for us. So
okay, great.
Cool. All right, well, we'll resume again in 8 minutes or so.
Okay, and I'll just stay I'm not going to touch anything on I'm just going to leave it like it is.
Perfect.
Okay, great. Thanks.
All right, talk to you soon. Bye.
Yep.
So we're going to get started again here in just a moment. I'll take the opportunity to remind people listening on YouTube that there is an additional talk that's not being broadcast live by Pete Markowitz about sustainability and VR and the big environmental footprint we can expect from all the cool new VR stuff that's coming down the pipeline. You can find that on the SustainableUX.com website on the talks page. Also, while you're on there, check out our donation page. If you go to the donate link there, our speakers have nominated a number of charities, eco-charities that they support. And if you would like to show your appreciation to the speakers and volunteers today, then we encourage you to go along and give what you can. And we'll just get started in just a sec here. All right, let me just check. Dr. Mann, are you still there? Yeah, he's on mute. I'll start introducing him in just a moment. I see you there.
Yeah.
Great. Okay. I'm going to start introducing you, and then we can get rolling. And I'll put the focus back on you. It looks like your screen share just stopped, though.
Can you hear me?
I can see why you had to reach for the mute button, didn't you? Yeah. That's a problem with Keynote. Okay, let's get rolling here. So it's my very great pleasure to introduce to the stage today Dr. Michael Mann. This is the first time we've had a speaker from quite so far outside of the world of design at this conference. We felt it was high time to give someone from the world of climatology and have them talk at our conference, because our conference at heart is about climate change. So who better than someone like Dr. Mann, who is not only a leading climatologist, but is on the forefront of efforts to make science be properly heard in the corridors of power and in the public media. As designers, we might expect to encounter quite a bit of pushback from peers and colleagues who might be unaware of climate issues, sustainability issues, or they might even belong, as many regrettably do in this country, to some flavor of skeptic or denialist camp. Dr. Mann has spent much longer than most patiently trying to bring the truth to even the most resistant audiences. So I thought that would be an excellent fit for the types of challenges that we face in business all the time. Now, if I were to read out all of Dr. Mann's accolades and qualifications, we would not have time for his talk. So very briefly here, and doing a disservice to his record, Dr. Mann is the Distinguished Professor of Atmospheric Science at Penn State, with joint appointments to the Department of Geosciences and the Earth Environmental Systems Institute. He's also the director of Penn State Earth Systems Science Center. He was awarded the National Conservation Achievement Award for Science by the National Wildlife Federation, and he made the Bloomberg's News list of 50 most influential people in 2013. He's a fellow of the American Geophysical Union, the American Meteorological Society, and the American Association for the Advancement of Science. He's also the co-founder of the award-winning science website realclimate.org, which is a really fantastic resource. Dr. Mann is the author of more than 200 peer-reviewed and edited publications and has published 3 books, including Dire Predictions, Understanding Climate Change, The Hockey Stick in the Climate Wars, and most recently, The Madhouse Effect, with Washington Post editorial cartoonist Tom Tolles. I'm incredibly pleased to introduce to the stage Dr. Michael Mann.
Well, thanks very much. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Can't see your slides yet.
Great. The mute seems to be showing. Oops. Let's. All right. Let's go to screen share here. Let's see if we can get this up and running. And how do we look?
It was there, and then it went away again.
Oh. All right.
I think if you are in this full screen share, and then that's good.
Are
and
we
then
there?
You go full screen. No, it went back to you again. What did we do last time?
So, desktop. Sorry, my mistake. Let's try this one more time. Go to the keynote. How about now?
Perfect.
Okay, great. Sorry about that, folks. So, well, thanks very much for that kind introduction. Just a caveat, I'm doing this live from home. I've got a great internet connection, but whenever I start talking, sometimes our cats like to get involved. So if you hear some meowing in the background, just ignore it. That's the kitties trying to participate in the discussion. So I'm going to talk about a topic that colleagues of mine well, when we published this book, The Madhouse Effect, last fall, Tom Tolles and myself, a number of colleagues said, you know, why are you guys publishing a book about climate change denialism? We're past all of that. You know, denial is a thing of the past. And unfortunately, that was before the latest election. In the wake of this latest election, sadly, we do find ourselves firmly back in the madhouse of climate change denialism. And our book feels far more prescient than it really ought to. So this is still something, obviously, that we're very much dealing with. The fact that despite the overwhelming evidence for human-caused climate change, there has been a concerted effort by fossil fuel industry front groups and their paid advocates to sow doubt and confusion in the public mindset, to confuse the public and policymakers about the overwhelming evidence that climate change is real and human-caused. So I'm going to sort of take you through the various chapters of the book using some of the key cartoons to try to tell the story. The first thing that is important to establish whenever we talk about the science of climate change is, first of all, how does science actually work? Because there are far too many individuals who are prominent in our public discourse, who present themselves as skeptics. They deny the overwhelming evidence of climate change, and they attempt to brand themselves skeptics. They like to compare themselves to Galileo. We call that the Galileo Gambit. The reality is that if you deny the overwhelming scientific evidence, that isn't true scientific skepticism. Skepticism is a very important thing in science. It's what keeps science on the path towards truth. And real skepticism involves holding up all propositions to scrutiny from all directions and making sure that those propositions stand up to appropriate good faith scrutiny. But the indiscriminate rejection of well-established science based on the flimsiest of arguments that don't stand up to the slightest bit of scrutiny, that's not skepticism. That's contrarianism or denial. And you know, the climate change deniers on the internet and on our television screens with the megaphone that they have, while they often like to present themselves as modern-day Galileos, they're mostly just cranks dressed up as Galileo, which is the point of this Tolles cartoon. The evidence is, as I said, overwhelming. No, it's not 100%. We don't have 100% certainty about climate change. We don't have 100% certainty about the theory of gravity, but that doesn't make it safe to jump off a cliff. And yet, with science that is equally well established, the science of climate change, there are those who would happily take us off that cliff. One of our pet peeves is the way the discussion of the linkage between climate change and increasingly extreme weather events often gets framed in the public discourse. It's almost a mantra among my climate scientist colleagues that when some massive hurricane or unprecedented rainfall or flooding event, an unprecedented drought like the one that's taking place in California, of course, with intermittent flooding that they're experiencing, but that's still, even the wet winter isn't enough to take them out of what is now a roughly 7-year-long drought, unprecedented drought. while it is true that, yes, you can never take any one meteorological event and say with certainty that it was caused by climate change, because there's always some random component. It's sort of like saying that, the baseball player who took steroids and broke the all-time record for home runs, it would be like his defense being, well, you can't prove that the steroids were responsible for any specific one of those home runs that I hit. That is a loophole that, in this case, you could lose a planet through, as the small print says in this Toll's cartoon. So collectively, with the extreme, unprecedented flooding events we're seeing, unprecedented droughts, unprecedented heat waves, that is the loading of the weather dice by climate change. And statistically, there is a clear relationship. We see the fingerprint of human impact on climate in many of the unprecedented weather events that we're seeing. Why should we care? Okay, well, it's often all about the polar bear, right? The polar bear has become sort of the poster child for climate change. And as I'll often note, I show a polar bear stranded on an ice floe in every talk about climate change that I give, because it's the law. You have to show, well, no, obviously not. But the polar bear has sort of become the icon of climate change. While this cartoon, I think, nicely illustrates just what a profound impact we're having on our environment. We're melting the Arctic sea ice, the lowest amount of sea ice on record globally right now. And ultimately, yes, the polar bear and the penguin might meet under these unfortunate circumstances. And so we are talking about a fundamental degradation of this planet, of the beauty and wonder, the magnificent, megafauna like the polar bear are threatened by climate change. But it isn't just about species. It isn't just about the wonder of nature. It's about us as well. The fact that climate change is now fundamentally impacting us when it comes to food and water and land and national security, and yes, our economy, because without a viable planetary environment, we don't have an economy. Climate change has already reached a level where it is threatening us in our lives on a daily basis. It isn't just about exotic creatures way off in the Arctic. It's about us as well. Now, there has been a concerted effort, as I alluded to, by fossil fuel interests and paid front groups and advocates to deny the reality of climate change. And typically there's a very common progression. I sometimes call it the ladder of climate change denial, the various stages of climate change denial, it's not happening. You often hear this claim that the globe isn't warming, that global warming has paused, despite the fact that 2014 was the warmest year on record globally, until 2015, which was the warmest year on record globally, until 2016, which just came in as the warmest year on record globally. So there is no pause in global warming. The only pause is in taking the actions necessary to do something about it. Now, that leads us then to the next stage of denial. So to the critics who say, okay, well, maybe it's warming, but hey, it could be natural, right? After all, stovetop temperatures change naturally. Well, it's true that climate can change naturally, but what we're seeing right now is a rate of warming, a rate of increase in the concentrations of these greenhouse gases, and a rate of warming of the planet that is unlike any past period on record. And we can actually look at the factors that are implicated. We can take state-of-the-art climate models and subject them to just the natural factors like volcanoes, changes in solar output. And when we do that, what we find is that natural factors should have actually led to a cooling over the past half century. It is indeed only the human factor of increasing greenhouse gas concentrations that can explain the warming that we've seen. Well, then the next stage of denial is, okay, well, maybe it's happening and maybe it's at least partly caused by us, but it'll be self-correcting, right? problem will solve itself. Well, unless you mean that we will have enough global sea level rise to submerge all of the coal-fired power plants and all of our other infrastructure, no, the problem isn't self-correcting. We can literally recreate the conditions that prevailed at the height of the Cretaceous period 100 million years ago, when global sea level rise was hundreds of feet higher than it is today, when global temperatures were substantially warmer than they are today. We have the ability to recreate those conditions, not over a time scale of 100 million years like nature does, but over a time scale of 100 years, far more rapidly than we or other living things can possibly adapt to. Well, then the next stage of denial is, all right, well, maybe it's not self-correcting, but hey, it'll be good for us, right? After all, melting ice sheets lift all boats, right? Well, no, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change has rigorously assessed the impacts of climate change, and there is a consensus among the world's scientists that if we warm the planet above 2 degrees Celsius, that's 3.5 degrees Fahrenheit, which we're on course to do just in a matter of decades if we continue with business as usual burning of fossil fuels, then we will see a fundamental threat, as I alluded to before, to human civilization, whether it's food or water or land or health or national security or our economy. We will see a fundamental threat that would call into question the viability of modern human civilization. So no, it won't be good for us. Well, the final argument then in that canon of denialist talking points is, well, you know, we took so long to get to this point now, after all this debate, it's too late to do anything, right? And no, it isn't too late. There is still time to make the changes in behavior necessary to avert catastrophic warming of the planet. But there isn't a whole lot of time, so there is great urgency in acting. So this war on climate science, the reason that denialism is so widespread is that fossil fuel interests have funded this very cynical effort to call into question the reality of human-caused climate change, pretty much using the same textbook, the same playbook that the tobacco industry used in decades past to call into question the overwhelming scientific evidence that their product was leading to lung cancer and other health ailments. Well, the fossil fuel industry has taken the same playbook, many of the same players, many of the same professional climate change deniers who are advocating for fossil fuel interests today were getting paid by the tobacco industry in decades past to deny the science of tobacco products and impacts on our health. And like the last Japanese soldier found just years ago, still fighting World War II, no doubt there will continue to be climate change deniers funded by fossil fuel interests as long as there are fossil fuels that continue to be burned. Well, there is great hypocrisy in the campaign to deny climate change, and there are numerous examples, and in the book we talk about many of them. But let me just talk about one example that's near and dear to my heart. It involves Ken Cuccinelli, the former Attorney General of Virginia, affectionately known as the Cooch. That is actually his nickname. Well, back in 2009, Cuccinelli attempted to subpoena all of my personal emails from the time I was a faculty member at the University of Virginia using a civil subpoena. His claim was that since I was working on the science of climate change when I was there, and that's clearly fraudulent science, this was an appropriate use of the civil investigative demand available to the Attorney General. The courts didn't quite agree. They ended up dismissing Cuccinelli's subpoena. because of the technicality that in his 40-page filing to the court, he had failed to provide any evidence of wrongdoing on my part or on the part of the University of Virginia, so it was thrown out. He appealed it to the state Supreme Court, which ruled against it a few years ago with prejudice, meaning they never want to see an attorney general come back to the court with something like this again. Cuccinelli ran for governor. He lost to Terry McAuliffe, who I actively campaigned with. Cuccinelli is now working on an oyster farm on Tangier Island, an island in the Chesapeake Bay that is slowly succumbing to the effects of global sea level rise. And I promise I'm not making this up. You can go ahead and Google this. There really is no hypocrisy like the hypocrisy of climate change denialism. Well, so solutions. What can we do about this? Assuming we get past this bad faith debate we continue to have in our politics about whether there is even a problem, and we get on to the worthy debate about what to do about it, what do we do about it? Well, there are those who have advocated for so-called geoengineering. The idea is that, well, we'll just perturb Earth's climate through some other planetary intervention, like shooting particles into the stratosphere or dumping iron into the ocean to fertilize algae, or manipulating the global environment in some other completely untested and uncontrolled manner. And the title of our chapter, Geoengineering, or What Could Possibly Go Wrong? It, in my view, would be misguided for us to think that we can just cover up the effect of global warming by some massive planetary engineering project that could easily go awry. The principle of unintended consequence reigns supreme when we talk about these sorts of geoengineering solutions. Now, they are convenient to fossil fuel interests who want to continue polluting. After all, they can say, well, we'll continue to burn carbon and allow CO2 to build up in our atmosphere, but we'll just offset it through one of these geoengineering approaches, one of these untested, uncontrolled interventions with the one planet that we know that can support life. Well, it turns out that that is a view shared by the individual, Rex Tillerson, former CEO of ExxonMobil, now the Secretary of State, now in charge of US foreign policy. He is on record as stating that he thinks that this is just an engineering problem that we can solve through planetary geoengineering. That's probably not a very wise solution. The wise solution is to change our behavior, to stop that pattern of behavior that we're engaged in, which is causing this problem, the continued burning of fossil fuels. And we've seen some real progress over the last several years. The monumental Paris Agreement that got us on a path, not of really solving the problem in one step, but it got us on a path towards stabilizing warming below those dangerous levels. If you total up the commitments that were made in Paris by the nearly 200 countries that signed on to the agreement, those commitments are enough to reduce our carbon emissions enough to get us halfway from where we would be headed towards a 5 degrees Celsius, 9 degree Fahrenheit catastrophic warming of the planet by the end of the century, halfway to that 2 degrees Celsius threshold of dangerous interference. So it doesn't quite get us to where we need to go, but it gets us on a path where with renewed and more concerted commitments in the future, we can now see our way towards stabilizing warming below dangerous levels. The Pope Francis, with his encyclical a year and a half ago, helped reframe the discussion of climate change in a helpful way, because it's not just about our economy, land, food, water, human health, or any of these other things. Fundamentally, this is about what sort of planet we want to leave behind for our children and grandchildren, and not fundamentally degrading our planet for future generations. So that has helped build a global consensus, and arguably was an important factor in this monumental Paris Agreement. But we face a monumental challenge now. As I said, our book should not have been as relevant as it is. A book that was published last year on climate change denial, I wish that it was irrelevant now, but sadly it's not. We have a president who is a committed climate change denier and has appointed climate change deniers to all of the key positions of science policy, EPA, Department of Energy, as we've seen, Secretary of State. He's appointed a veritable dream team of climate change deniers. And we're likely to have to face an atmosphere of policy inaction at the executive level. We probably won't see Trump build on the tremendous successes of the previous administration. And we have a Congress that's led by climate change denying Republicans. Does that mean that there's no hope? No. It means that we are going to have to see far more progress at the grassroots level. There's a lot of progress being made at the state level right now. California is helping lead the way, growing their economy while putting a price on carbon and incentivizing renewable energy and dramatically lowering their carbon footprint. And other states, other West Coast states have joined in. The New England states have a consortium to put a price on carbon and incentivize renewable energy. So we're seeing a lot of action at the local level, at the municipal level, at the state level, and even as states band together. And we're seeing a lot of progress at the global level. We've actually seen carbon emissions come down globally over the last year. The numbers just came in for the US. We saw a drop in domestic carbon emissions over the last year. So we're starting to turn the corner. Without leadership at the national level from the executive branch or Congress, we're going to need grassroots up efforts. Monumental grassroots up efforts to keep the momentum going. Hopefully a couple years or 4 years into the future, when maybe we will see a dramatic shift in the political winds and we will have a more favorable environment at the top level for action on climate change. In the meantime, we have to make sure that we maintain progress in attacking this problem. And there's so much that we can do individually. There's so much that is being done at the local level, and as we've seen at the state level. And we just have to keep pressure on our policymakers to keep that progress going until we reach a more favorable point in our domestic politics. And I think I will leave it, I will leave it there. Thank you very much. We do have a few minutes for, were we going to do questions or?
So we're not really set up for that because generally there's only small gaps between talks. We do have a Slack channel, and since we do have about 5 minutes before the next talk, I can take a couple of questions if anyone has one on Slack. I just wanted to say something as well, which was, well, firstly, thank you very much for that fantastic talk. Fantastic, but sobering talk as well. I think, you know, it's certainly since November, I've been rather worried about what the national direction is going to be on these things.
Yeah.
And I think the way you put it, grassroots up, it's absolutely the key. That's why we've started SustainableUX. It's to empower individual designers to think about what they can do both personally, and that's where things like remote working come in, but also collectively as a profession. And some of our talks today have been about that. So hopefully our audience has taken that to heart, and we can now really see that before this was one thing, but now it really is up to us because no one's really going to come and save us, is my takeaway.
That's right, but let me say that Trump and congressional Republicans are not going to be able to turn back the tide of history. The rest of the world has decided that it's time to move on from fossil fuels towards renewable energy, and that's going to be the great economic revolution of this century, the renewable energy revolution. So at this point, it's simply a matter of whether we get on board or not. Do we get left behind? But we are going to solve this problem. The world has made up its mind, regardless of what the US decides to do at this point.
Right, thank you. We're now getting a couple of questions coming through. First one is around the rhetoric around climate change, and we observe this phenomenon of people employing their confirmation bias or being able to ignore true facts as opposed to false facts, so long as they confirm their existing beliefs. Did you have any specific tactics or suggestions for how people can overcome that sort of entrenched attitude? We know that sometimes hitting people over the head with facts just makes them dig in their heels. So what are some ways around those types of intransigence?
Yeah, it's a great question. And, those of us on the front lines of the climate, debate have been dealing with fake news and alternative facts for years now. So, these terms are now part of our public lexicon. And we see this writ large now in our politics, but we've been dealing with this for some time. My suggestion would be, there are those who see this issue now through an entirely ideological lens, and as you allude to, they're not open to facts or data or logic, and there may be very little that can change their mind at this point. That's a pretty small sort of contingent in our population, maybe 15%, 20% at most. Some of them may be, because they're not seeing it through the lens of facts and data, sometimes approaching them from a different angle. If they care about national security, making them aware of the fact that our leading national security experts consider climate change the greatest threat to us from a national security standpoint. That might get them to think about the issue in a different way, for example. And there are other ways to frame it. For those in the business community, well, the business community is extremely frightened at their bottom line if we fail to act on climate change. And that's why you're seeing leading businesses across the US pleading actually for Donald Trump to take action on this problem. So the business community, the national security community, these are voices that we haven't necessarily seen before, and voices that frankly may be more credible to certain target constituencies than a pointy-headed academic like me or somebody from a non-governmental environmental organization. That having been said, I think that given the limited energy and resources we have, there's the sweet spot is the much larger sort of what I call the confused middle. People who aren't ideologically opposed to this issue, who don't necessarily see it as a part of their tribal political identity to deny climate change, but they have been subject to this disinformation campaign, all this misinformation and disinformation, and they're confused and they're unaware of the fact that there is a strong scientific consensus. They can easily be brought along by providing them the information and the resources necessary for them to understand just how widespread a consensus there is, a scientific consensus, and how much of a threat climate change really does represent if we don't do something.
Thank you. I know I like the one I like as well as the some people don't like to talk about or hear about climate change, but everybody likes clean power. That's
right. If you ask, the American public, if you look at polling, do you support clean energy, renewable energy? It's something like 70–80% of the public. So we are on the right side of this issue, whether we realize it or not. And let me finally say, I know time is limited for questions, and we have to move on. I'm happy to engage with people online. I'm active on Twitter at Michael E. Mann, so feel free to engage me there as well. And thanks, everybody.
Thank you very much again, Dr. Mann. And that was great. Yeah, everybody check out the Madhouse Effect. I just checked that one out from the library, and it's a fantastic book. There's many more excellent cartoons in there, and good arguments you can deploy in your daily practice. So, Dr.
Thanks.
Mann, once more, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're just going to have a minute or so here before we bring on our next speaker. Let me just pull up our title slide for that. Okay. Yeah, we'll get going again in just a couple of minutes, with the next talk being Agility versus Agile, when the best approach is waterfall, with Emily Longiero-Boylan. Longro, sorry, I keep saying that wrong. Emily, I see you're online. Before we get started here, should we do a quick mic check and screen share check? If you could say hi.
There, I just unmuted myself.
Hi there.
Hi.
I keep mangling your middle name. I'm sorry about that.
It's Lonagro. No one says it right. So you can even say Emily Boylan. It's way easier. It's my maiden name, but I have so much SEO with that name, I just can't get rid of it. You know?
It's SEO ruining everything.
Definitely.
Well, thank you very much for joining us today. Let's do a little test of your screen share, just because that usually takes everybody, even the seasoned pros, a couple of goes to get right with Google Hangouts, and then we should be all set, and then I can introduce you.
Okay, I saw you kind of finagle the Keynote, and I have Keynote too, so I'm gonna try, and we'll see if, tell me if you're looking at the presenter mode or not, but here we go. So I'm screen sharing, I'm gonna hit play, and tell me, do you see my presenter mode, or do you see?
I think it's still catching up. Right now I'm still seeing your edit mode.
How about that?
Could just be a lag issue, but I'm still seeing the same thing.
Huh. Okay. Okay.
So if you're sharing the application, what do we suggest? We suggest sharing the whole screen.
Yeah, I was.
Instead of the application, and that seems to work better.
The application window. Okay. And then if I hit play, I'm going to hit play, but it's going to, I have two screens, so it's going to, I'm not going to be able to see it.
We find like it'll probably show the wrong one, but let's give it a go anyway.
Okay, I just did it, so I don't know if it's doing it or not. Here.
Nope.
No? Nuts.
Best
I have an idea.
bet, if you unplug the second screen.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to do.
Some people have had to resort to getting them to print a PDF and display that, but that's not awesome. Still just edit view here. And now I can't hear you either. Have we lost you altogether? Okay, so possibly unplugging your screen has messed up your audio settings, or confused the Hangout. Oh, there you go, I see you joining in again. Hopefully that will fix the problem.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Okay. Okay. So I might have to, I'm going to screen share again, my entire screen. And you can see my screen, but you can see my edit mode, right?
Right now it's the edit mode. Oh, and now I see the presenter view.
Okay, got it. I just had to do some stuff. Okay, so now you see my presenter mode, but do you see my regular mode?
Yes, perfect.
Okay,
don't change a
all
thing.
right, that was good.
That gets
Yay.
that gets the sound effect. There we go. Awesome.
Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, I feel so much better.
All right. Well, we will. I will introduce you now, and then off we will go.
Okay.
I'm just going to shift the focus over to you. So your screen is now the one being broadcast. Okay, so I'm very pleased to introduce our next speaker, Emily Boylan from LimeRed Studio. Emily founded LimeRed with a plan to prioritize high-quality design, user experience, and meaningful social impact. LimeRed is now the nation's only WBE-certified B Corp UX agency. Over the last 12 years, Emily has built this business into a reputable presence with national scope clients focused on doing work with heavily socially responsible intentions. Today, LimeRed's focus is on creating stunning creative pieces for nonprofits, conscious companies, and educational organizations that do work to make people's lives better. She's also a vice president of a board of nonprofit Mom Plus Baby, where she's developed conferences and events such as Mom Congress, and is developing the Women Supporting Women movement. Emily is also the co-founder of Impact X Labs, an accelerator for solving social problems with human-centered design and collaboration. She describes herself as a mom, activist, small business owner, designer, and activator. Here's Emily with her provocatively titled talk, Agility versus Agile, when the best approach is waterfall. Take it away, Emily.
Thank you. Thank you so much, and thanks for having me. And I can't believe I'm following Dr. Ban. I hope I hope you all get out of this what we got out of that. That was amazing. Thank you so much for having me today. So you heard about me and what I do. My agency is a UX agency, and we do a lot of testing, prototyping, building, testing, messaging, stuff like that. But I don't want to talk too much about what we do. I want to talk about what we're going to talk about because it's good to know what you're getting into. But I'm not totally sure who's in the room. I know that we have some engineers and some designers and some other roles in here, some owners and some thinkers. And so I'm really quickly going to walk through Agile method, talk a little bit about Scrum, talk a little bit about waterfall, because I know they're all different things. And I'm going to interchange them, and all the developers in the room are going to get mad at me. But I'm going to talk about how we do our work and what we've screwed up and what we've learned from and how we do it better. And the name of the game at our studio is all about efficiency and the goals. So I'm going to talk a little bit about how we typically run a sprint in our using the Agile method, so a Scrum sprint, and particularly how we do it based on our conditions at our agency. We're going to talk about what the pros and cons of running this are that we found out over the last, I think, 4 years of doing it. And then the title of this is what happened when we mixed in waterfall. Sometimes we have switched back to waterfall, and I'll tell you what conditions have to exist in order to do that, and why we did it, and how it worked out, and how we think about our work, because it's very, very different than we used to think about it. We'll talk about the conditions that had to exist in order for this work to do, and then talk a little bit about how we've sort of redefined Agile for ourselves, which I'm sure I'll get a lot of. So our spirit animal at LimeRed is Yoda. So we typically throw ourselves into a process and do everything we can to do it. We don't really dip our toes in first. We kind of fling ourselves full body into the pond. So at our agency there's a do or do not, there's no try. So here is the story of our not trying and doing for over the last 4 years. So for the people who don't know what Agile method, capital A, capital M are, these are the 6 principles of that. Define a measurable goal, which makes a lot of sense, right? Everyone on the team owns the problem. So it's not just a developer problem or a design problem or an owner's problem or a researcher's problem. It's everyone's hands in all the time. You make small steps with visible impact, which is probably my favorite thing of Agile, which is, you're just making these little iterative changes and launching everything, and launching as you go. You're not trying to make a big dog and pony show like you would do with waterfall, which I'll get into in a second. And you're going to validate and test everything that you do all the time. And I'll talk to you a little bit about at the end how we look at that differently now. Obviously measure success and iterate. And I can't see. I'm going to watch Slack like off the corner of my eye. So if you have questions while I'm talking, please ask them. If I know the answer, I will say that I do. If I don't, we'll see if anybody else on Slack does. But so just conversely, waterfall, which is how we started out being a design agency, and then we went very much into being developer agency. So when we started, this is what we did. We collect the requirements, we decide what we're going to do, we design it, we send it to a developer, or we build it ourselves. We test in QA and spend a month doing that, and then we maintain it, and we sell somebody, you know, maintenance program, which is really the worst way ever to do anything, and it pisses everyone off. Unless you did what we did and mixed them in together. How this is a picture of our actual current wall. So if you're not familiar with Scrum or sprinting, what we do is based on these principles of the Agile method, we run Scrum. And we used to run them in 2-week. We figured out that that wasn't working for us, so we stretched them out to 3-week. So in the very beginning, what you do is you define how you're going to be successful. It's called success criteria, and you define based on a user's story, and it's all user-centric, how will we know when we're done? How will we know when we've built or designed or wireframe or launched enough to get done? And that's a group facilitated meeting that everyone, big, huge, long thing. It takes us about 2.5 hours, and it's a 7-person meeting plus clients. And in this instance, it's Monday. And then we go into wireframing, and we have a little pop-up of, hey, are we doing this right? Do we have all the requirements? Does anything need to be adjusted? Are we going to be able to complete this within scope? And then we do a wireframe review with our client. We're an agency, so we have clients. We're not just building a piece of software. And then we structure and style everything, we review everything, and during this time we're QAing all the front end. Then we build and style all the back end, we review it, and then we review and test. And during this revisions testing QA bar at the bottom is a bunch of training. So we're training our whole team on the system. We're also training our clients on how to enter content or how to do the things that they would do in their job every day. And then at the end of it, we have a retro, which is a meeting where you look at historically what went well, what didn't go well, what can we improve doing this. So this is basically the skeletal structure of how we've been building everything we've been building for the last like 3 or 4 years. And just to give you a little sense of the shape of our agency, because a lot of times when we read about Agile, the problem we have with it is that it's very much built for a product team who's building one product, but we have about 10 to 12 clients at any time, and we're building about 4 to 5 to 6 builds at any time, and we have a pretty small team of 6 people and about 6 dev freelancers, and then some dev partners. So we also use Slack, Teamwork, Pivotal Tracker, and Google Docs to manage all of this. This is a picture of our whiteboard with all of our jobs and sprints kind of staggered out. So we've been doing this since 2003 in the name of being a very efficient, energy efficient, streamlined B Corp UX agency that builds really smart technology because of the guiding principles of being a B Corp, which is we're very much interested in conserving energy. We're big fans of Tim Frick and Mighty Bytes, who are down the street from us, and we absolutely adore them. We read everything that they do. Shout out to Tim. Hi, Tim. He's next. And we're trying the most predictable, most beneficial, most impactful system that we can. So looking at Agile, we were like, well, theoretically, this is definitely the thing that we should be doing. So let me give you a little history of when we started implementing this Agile method or Scrum or these things. We went from very much a designer-centric process to a very developer-centric process, which was so good to do because we really we all started to weigh our roles differently and look at each other as a very interconnected team. And it wasn't one person handing something else off to another person. And in terms of just the culture of the organization, everything shifted. It shifted from the design lead to a dev lead, which was really interesting and really different to see how my team moved and how lately, in the last about year and a half, we've shifted it because there are lots of issues with being developer-centric to being user-centric. And then even in the last 6 months to being, everything shifted. It shifted from the design lead, getting a crazy loop. We're getting a, sorry, I got a crazy loop. I heard myself in my ears. But we went to being user-centric to being very much business and team-centric. So when we're looking at the Agile method overall, we're applying it not just to our business, but to how we operate as a team, how we interact with clients, and how we develop products for them. So it's been a definite shift, and it's been a lot more efficient. One of the biggest things that happened when we shifted was we had to question the idea of our roles in the team and how we operate, which was a really eye-opening experience for us to do. So here's a overall of, this is a typical team. I have a project manager, a front-end person, UX researcher, back-end owner's me, strategy lead, and creative UX lead. When we were running Scrum, everyone would come there with their specific job role or their specific tasks that they had to do. And a lot of times it's competitive, or it wasn't totally clear what part of that Agile method, since everyone owns the problem, it wasn't quite clear who owns what part of that problem. We all had our very specific job titles, but UX researcher and strategy would overlap. Creative would overlap with front end all the time. Front end would overlap with back end. And then I'm seeing the whole thing and harping on my PM to get this project done on time. So what we did was we realized we really had to clarify who we advocate for. So we redefined our roles. And the role here is the project advocate of the project and the budget. So the front end, Laura, my front end developer, is the advocate of the quality of the project or the product. And these roles, you can read the rest of them. My job is to advocate for the relationship between my staff and between my company and our client companies. So I'm going to make decisions based on the thing that I advocate for, more than like getting all upset about the project and the budget and the timeline or something's going on, because that's really Annie's job as the project manager to advocate for the project and the budget. So interestingly, a lot of times some of these are at odds with each other, but we come to a problem and we approach it from a very specific advocacy thought, which aligns a lot with the kind of work that we do, all in social mission and mission-based work. And our clients really understand what's going on. My favorite one is the back end is the advocate of the reality, because a lot of the time the rest of us are dreamers and we like to come up with things, but our back end developer will come in and say, let's just talk about what's really possible and executable in these next 3 weeks, because we don't have all the time in the world and we are very much limited by the constraints of time and dollars. So going through this process and defining what everyone advocates for was probably the best thing we've done in the last year. It has, so we've rebuilt our roles, and now when we do this, we also approach all of the business with these roles, not just the whatever project we're working on. And the other thing that happened was, as we were doing Agile, that anybody who's totally in the game or didn't drink our Kool-Aid had to go. So I lost a few employees and I fired a few, because we had to, being efficient and working lockstep as a team had such a big dependency on who was actually on board. I also had to let some clients go because they were not on board. Because the goal ultimately to get any kind of development work to move quickly and efficiently is trust. Trust between our team, trust between our clients, trust that I can actually do my job and I can lead the team. So as we've been running this, setting these conditions and these roles and running Agile, or running based on the Agile method, I'm doing that just to make all the developers happy. The pros have been that we have had our together, which conversely means we have a lot more things and we have a lot of time. So we have these really expensive 7-8 person meetings for 2 or so hours. We're voting, we're doing acceptance criteria, we're running through all the stories and rolling up to all the epics. And it's a lot of time. We're definitely communicating a lot better. But it takes a lot of time to be fast and timely, and things need to be more efficient and immediate. So it is kind of a time suck, and people seem to bounce back and forth a lot more than they used to. Because they're not sitting in a, in a dark room designing a whole website. You have to work as a team and test and look at things and go through an iteration. We have had no surprises on budget and timing, which probably was my most driving factor for moving to this method. Because we are talking about timing and budget all the time, and because Annie, who is the advocate of the project and the budget, that is really her perspective for everything she does. So that is infused to everything she talks about with our clients and with our staff. So we're extremely well versed on where we are, what we have left, what we're going to have to sacrifice, or if we're going to have to ask for more money. But there is the converse of that, is the increased project management time documentation. So it does add to that. So it's, running this isn't always the most efficient, but the product has been a lot better, so it's definitely worth it. We have increased margins on our projects because what I was doing before when we were running waterfall, or like a shaky version of Scrum, was that if I overcommitted some kind of feature, I would hire a developer to do it and just get it done to make my client happy and to take the load off my team. And I would absorb that cost a lot of time, which isn't the best business decision, but as the advocate of the relationship, I really wanted to preserve that. And I didn't want to have to charge someone for something that was maybe our fault for not scoping correctly or overcommitting. This way, we don't have any of that anymore. And I've also restructured how I do my freelance costs and billing, so yay for me. But we do see a decrease in the overall productivity because people are running these lockstep 3-week processes, and there is downtime based on your role. So we're trying to find ways to fill that time in. One of the ways that we've been able to do that has been to stagger the times that the Scrum actually starts. So they don't all start Monday, or else we'd have a 12-hour meeting day, which is not humanly possible. So we stagger them. We do Monday, Wednesday, and then we stagger them week to week. So that has been helping a little bit. But we didn't know that once we started doing that and decided to run this in a different process. The big bonus to doing this way is that the quality of the work went way up, and it's more efficient, and we can measure everything, which if I'm going to try to, and a lot of the work we do is not e-commerce, it's a lot of service-based stuff, and it's a lot of nonprofit social impact. So if we're going to try to measure that, this is a huge gateway, and it gets our clients really versed in how we do that. And how to do that when we turn the keys over and it's more in their hands. We're currently developing an MVP for a startup, and we have, I think, 6 or 7 sprints, and the 7th sprint was just for technical debt. So we were thinking like, okay, everything we can't execute, we're just going to roll into sprint 7, make a backlog just for that one, and roll everything out. But since we've been operating this way, we don't have any technical debt, which is crazy. I don't think we've ever had a project where we didn't have any technical debt. So now we can spend the time we still have a little bit of budget left, which is amazing. And we're either going to turn that back to our client and say, hey, we totally came in under budget, or what was probably more likely is that we'll spend it on more brand enhancement, interaction enhancement, and a little bit more marketing, instead of just building out the features that we need to hit MVP, which is really, really exciting and different. So I know I've talked a lot about how great Scrum is, but let me talk a little bit about how when we switched to waterfall, it was scary because we felt like we were going back in time. And it was also great because we hit our deadline and we made everybody happy. So we're running this project. I'll tell you the story about this project we were running, which, hold on, my headset just kind of did something weird. All right. So the goals of this project, where we did switch back to waterfall, was to keep the process iterative and streamlined. So we wanted to be, we were doing a website for a nonprofit. We weren't building software. We wanted to prioritize the components and features that hit the bottom line first, which is almost always how we run this. We wanted to keep the team really, really small. And we wanted to train the client as part of every sprint so that we could offload a ton of work to them, because we didn't have a ton of time. So we wanted to make sure we were focused on the things we were building, and not doing like content entry or something that they could end up taking over. So these are the conditions that had to exist in order for this thing to be successful. But it was a web build, so it wasn't a software, it wasn't an app, it wasn't an MVP. We had done discovery, DC 4 dev sprints plus launch is my shorthand for we did a discovery, we did a concept, we did 4 dev sprints, and we had a launch. So this is our plan. We didn't have any extra budget. We couldn't ask for more money. We had anything we were going to go over, I was going to eat probably. So we didn't want to do that. So also the conditions in this job that made Waterfall possible was we had a long-term history with this client, and they really were in love with each other. We started the build with Scrum. So our client knew how hard these decisions we were making were and how complicated they are. They also were hands-on the process the whole time. So there was no dog and pony show. We were definitely doing this collaborative decision-making process. So in the upfront, a small team, it did add to project time because we had to talk through everything with them and we had to make sure that they understood everything. We had also done enough discovery, but just enough discovery. So we didn't spend a ton of time doing a ton of research. We did enough to get us started and to understand the landscape and get us some good fuel for how do we prioritize these features that'll help them raise more money, get more donations, get more eyeballs on their newsletter, you know, the things that they want to do. We also had a very, very small team internally at my office. We only had 3 people on this project. Again, I was trying to keep this thing really lean and really small. And we were at the end of the project. If we had started to try to, if we had started out doing Waterfall, which would collect requirements, design the whole website, and then build it and try to get approvals and content, it wouldn't have worked because they wouldn't have trusted that we were able to make these technical decisions. They wouldn't have felt like they were being listened to, and they wouldn't have felt like they had business input on what was priority and what. So in order for this disaster to not happen, we had to have these conditions possible. So what we ended up doing was we had run through 2 or 3 sprints, and we realized that we were running out of time. And we knew that if we kept doing the sprint structure with 2 or 2.5 or 2 to 3 week-long sprints, we would have gone way over time. So we said, listen, client, we love you, you love us, everything's wonderful. We want to execute everything that you have left on your wish list. Here's how we're going to do that. We're going to just design everything and we're going to put it up on your site, and we're not going to have a whole bunch of meetings, and we're not going to ask for all your input. And we're going to streamline all of our processes, and we're going to come to you in 3 weeks, and we're going to show you the rest of your site. How does that sound? And they said, okay. Because they knew that we had proven ourselves over and over in the beginning. They knew how hard the decisions were, knew how to manage the site because we had trained them as we were building, and they knew that our team was capable of making really good decisions in their interest because we had redefined our roles to advocate for them. And that was really the only way that Waterfall made any sense. And we ended up delivering the product under time and exactly how they wanted, and they're still one of our most favorite people in the whole world. So, you know, I said in the very beginning that we use this Agile framework to run our own business, and it's not just about running our projects, it's about being iterative and measurable and testing and everyone owning the problem in our actual company. So we've taken that model because it makes so much sense and it really does eliminate uncertainty, which in my life, I think that's the only thing I'm ever after is eliminating uncertainty. So when we looked at the original 6 Agile principles, here we've redefined them. These orange words are the words that we've added based on what we've done over time. And I know everyone's gonna I know I'm redefining Agile method, holy shit. But let's say it's not just important to define a measurable goal, but as the advocate of reality, my backend developer would say, we want to define an attainable goal, something that we can actually execute in 2 weeks within our budget and within our timeline, and something that if we're training our clients, they have the capacity to actually do, which to me is a really big, important thing. Everyone does own the problem, but they own the problem based on what they advocate for. Because if we're all trying to solve the same problems all the time, over and over, we're not scalable, and we step on each other's toes. And this way, we all know that we're all equal, there's no hierarchy, and we advocate for different parts of the project and different parts of the business. And making small steps with visible impact is probably my favorite thing. The thing that's the most important there is everyone needs to understand, number one, the motivations of those small steps, and everyone needs to understand the technical implications of those small steps. So, for example, the reason why we train our clients, or I have kind of an open books policy here, is that everyone understands the functioning of the business, why I would make a decision for the relationship of a client, or why someone would make a feature pull or would not make or would make a feature for an MVP. It's the same theory. And validating with our target audience, we're big fans of that, but we're also big fans of not going over budget. So what we like to do is in the way that makes the most sense based on capacity, timeline, and budget. So that means if I have a question, I might not do a huge quantitative study every sprint because that would be crazy town, but I might pick up the phone and call somebody who is in our target market and ask them to run through something with me. Or I might do a quick heat map or something that costs almost no money that gets me the results that I want. So again, we're being very flexible and responsive based on what we're trying to find out. And point 5 is maybe the most important part of all of this besides number 2, which is we have to define what success looks like in order to measure it, which is obvious, but I wrote a blog post last year, or last January, about a blog post that I wrote about last year, which is hilarious. But I had set all these goals for my business, and I had failed to meet them miserably. I really, really hilariously went not even anywhere near it because I hadn't defined it. I hadn't set expectations correctly, and they definitely weren't attainable. They were measurable, but they definitely weren't attainable. So in all things in terms of business, or anything in terms of a relationship, or anything in terms of building a product, defining that success is incredibly important. And also, when we reflect and adjust and iterate in our Scrum, in our 2-week or in our 3-week sprints is one thing, but we're not just doing that for the product. We're looking at the health of our relationship, which is directly resulting in the health of our business, the health of the project, and the health of the user. So it's a very holistic look at how do we iterate to make ourselves a better team, the relationship with our clients better, how do we iterate to make the relationship with their users better, and to make the community better as a whole. And I think that if you take this methodology and apply it to a business or a sustainable system or a nonprofit or something like that, really the way that you execute that could be some kind of Scrum, or it could be some kind of waterfall. But as long as you have these principles down, it can work really well. And not have an audience asking me questions, but that's my whole presentation. Woohoo! I have a couple minutes for questions if you guys have any. I'm looking at Slack right now, but I don't see any. So if I can help you, I'd love to.
Awesome, Emily. Thank you so much. Yeah, let's look at Slack together and see if there are any incoming questions. Yeah, I'm very much of the camp of scoffing at the very mention of waterfall. So that was very illuminating for me. It's like, oh, we have to get to innovate. We have to go back to the beginning. I love it. It's thank you so much.
Yeah, it was
sharing
wild.
all those insights.
It still feels weird. It feels weird.
And for me, it's like, well, how does this track overall? Well, reduce, reuse, and recycle. And I think you were showing pretty clearly this is the best way to do the reduce bit in terms of reducing waste and effort.
That's the name of the game. Always is reducing that waste and effort. And that's
reduce first before you get to the reuse and the recycle bits. Of anything.
Yep, it's fun. Horrifying to our team, but fun. No, it was a good time. And really, though, the trust is the only thing. If that hadn't happened, I mean, if that hadn't existed, the whole thing would have fallen apart. So thankfully, we had an amazing client and a great team to do that.
Super. I see you're starting to get some questions there in the general channel on Slack.
How do you communicate
Tim
this stuff?
Frick.
Oh, hey, Tim. Oh, well, it's very much like getting into a pool. When I'm first talking to clients,
I'm sorry, can you read the question? Because the audience
it says, how do you communicate this stuff so that it's easy for clients to understand? Well, I don't. Like, I don't use jargon, and I can because I know that everyone here kind of knows the words, but we don't try to sell people on a method or say like, well, your epics are going to be so great, or they would be like, I think this is a foreign language. So we do it in little chunks. We have a charter, very first thing, and we introduce some of the concepts. We send a glossary. We review it with them. We work, everything we do is so hands-on and not just delivered to them that they learn the vocabulary and learn how things go. So they're sitting in a sprint planning meeting and voting on complexity, after an hour of sitting in a meeting voting on complexity. Like, they understand the concepts of it, and then we add the words to it, and then so I guess it's kind of an iterative debut even, because by the end of it, they're all jargony and they think they're awesome, and they are awesome, and it's so exciting to see it. But we try to do it in really small batches, and kind of as slowly as it takes us to really fully understand what they do, it takes about the same amount of time for them to understand what we do. So hopefully by sprint 2, we're pretty set and going. And the first sprint we do is always the same sprint. It's always the same pages, the same things, the same features, the same deliverables every first sprint, so we can do it in our sleep. And the clients, it's their first experience with it, so good for everyone. And I really like the advocate model. Yeah, that was something we cooked up, and it's been the best thing we ever did, was to figure out who advocates for what in the company. It's changed how we talk to each other. It's really good.
That line about the back end being the advocate for reality, we're totally stealing that. And I sit with the back end folks at our agency. I feel that keeps my UX work honest, and they're going to love that.
Yeah, they really are.
It might go to their heads. That's the problem.
Yeah, but that's good because they're really smart. Yeah, I love it. Cool. Well, thank you guys. Thanks a lot.
Cool. No, thank you very much for joining us here. Looks like that's it for questions, so we will let you go. I'll give you another round of applause there, much deserved. And then we have a few minutes now until 3:20, when our next speaker will be joining us. Let me pull up my title slide there. So yes, our next talk will be the Sustainable Design Agency with Tim Frick, who has been famous so far in this webinar. Actually, Tim, since we have a few minutes until we start, should we do a quick tech check? If you can hear the sound of my voice.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Awesome. Let me. You want to share with me so I can jump up and share my screen?
You should be able to just share your screen, and then we should be able to see it.
Sorry, it was on the left. There we go. Application window.
I'm afraid that since Google
does that work? Are you seeing my slide?
Yeah, I'm seeing that. Looks like you're using Google Slides.
Yep.
Perfect.
Awesome.
And there's Chicago looking very nice.
So easy.
Does Chicago actually look like that today, or is it under 10 feet?
It is rather sunny today. And yeah, Emily and I have plans to go get beers at Band of Bohemia at 5 p.m. today after the show is over. So I'm looking forward to being out on my bike in February, which is just crazy in Chicago. Like, that's insane.
Yeah, another hottest year on record, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I envy you that. That's one downside of doing a remote conference. We've got 1,200 people from all over the globe who are able to attend, but we can't then go out for beers or even a cup of tea afterwards. That's the only downside.
we'll have virtual beers for you, since Emily's office and my office are literally like 4 blocks from each other. So it's easy to do that. We actually have, and I'm going to talk about this in my presentation. We're on an area in Chicago we call B Corp Row, and there's a lot of B Corp agencies in our area, and it's a great community to be able to kind of talk about a lot of these things. You know, Emily and I talk about agility versus waterfall all the time. And it's awesome to have a community of fellow design geeks that are literally within blocks of you, who are all really committed to sustainability and making a better world. It's been very inspiring, for sure.
That's awesome. While we were putting this together, we were thinking about a new model for how conferences and professional development could work in the future. As I totted up my own carbon footprint, as you know, from doing what I do, and a huge amount of it just came from flying to conferences and so on. So, obviously, the sustainable model is do local stuff, and then for larger concerns, do a remote conference where possible instead of
and this is great. I mean, your conference, this conference last year was the first time that I'd ever really been involved in something like this, and it was so. I was amazed at how smooth it was, given that we had presenters from all around the world, and how, sure, there's a few technical glitches here and there. But overall, I mean, it's really it's a great way to share ideas on a global scale, and it's all hosted by Google, which is the largest non-utility investor in renewable energy, which I'm going to talk about a little bit today.
Yeah, that's a large part of the reason we're using Google Hangouts, although I'm beginning to feel that it's one of their many products that they kind of neglect a bit. There's no documentation.
Yeah.
A little inside detail here for the people at home. I couldn't tell our speakers what address to go to until I started the conference. So there's no way of working that out ahead of time.
That is a little crazy.
Which is just nuts if you're trying to organize something like this.
Right.
And in fact, if you have the features on in Google Hangout, it says half of them are going to be retired fairly soon. So love their green hosting. Does feel like a bit of a neglected product. But
I
you haven't
think
investigated any alternatives, like Zoom has been mentioned, for instance.
Right.
No idea how that one's hosted. So
yeah,
we'll take the green electricity for this one and worry about the user experience later.
Yeah, I'll have to look into Zoom. We use that occasionally for video conferences with some of our clients and stuff. I think this is great. I think that maybe the success of organizations like this. I mean, the fact that you've gotten 1,200 some signups for this day long online event is to me seems like it might be compelling enough reason to keep this around.
Yeah, absolutely. And hopefully we'll get better at it as we go along. Maybe we'll even, I don't know, I was thinking maybe we could Amazon drone attendees a beer at their home desk.
Or they could just brew it at home.
Yeah, brew it at home. That'd be we'll send everybody a yeast kit or something. They can brew the SustainableUX beer. Or no alcohol beer, depending on their preference, and then we could all hop onto karaoke after that as well. That's
Always
the other thing I miss from physical conferences. Okay, so we've still got a few minutes here.
Sure.
We'll come back here in about 3 minutes, and I'll formally introduce you, and then off we go.
Sounds great to me. Thanks, James.
Thanks. I'm going to mute for a couple of minutes, and I'll be right back. Okay, so we're just about to start up again here. Our next talk is the Sustainable Design Agency with Tim Frick. I see he's all set up to present, so I will not waste any more time before introducing him. So I'm especially pleased to introduce Tim. He's a returning speaker from 2016. Tim is the owner of Mighty Bytes, a Chicago-based digital agency and certified Illinois B Corp, working towards social justice and environmental stewardship. A regular conference presenter is the author of Designing for Sustainability, which is basically the Bible for this entire movement right here. Strongly recommend you get a copy. Not just because I'm in this book, I do get interviewed in this book, and there's a picture of me looking really handsome in it, so that's a bonus, but that's not the only reason to buy it. It's also packed with methods and approaches for this kind of work that you can apply in all the different parts of the stack of sustainable design, whether as a business owner, designer, coder, web hosting professional, etc., etc. So Tim is also the board president of Climate Ride, which produces multi-day endurance events to raise money for clean energy, climate education, bicycle advocacy, and sustainability. They have raised millions of dollars for the cause, and they look damn good in Lycra while they're doing it. Tim has been a huge supporter over the years. We've been spooling up SustainableUX, and has been a huge help to me personally as a sounding board and advocate. So I'm very pleased that we invited Tim to join us again this year. He has a unique perspective as a business owner operating in this space, trying to do the right thing with clients who don't necessarily always want to. So he's produced this talk on practical steps for bringing sustainability principles into the business of running an agency, just especially for us here at SustainableUX. So thank you, Tim. I'm just going to shift the focus onto your screen. And now
Awesome.
That should be going out on YouTube. Let me just double check on YouTube. Oh, I'm sure it'll catch up. Take it away, Tim.
Great. You can hear me all good, all right?
All good.
Awesome, James. Thank you so much. That's a very, very wonderful introduction. I am so happy that this is getting off the ground for a second year and that you've had such success. It's a really great forum for communicating these ideas and figuring out how we as designers and agencies and developers can make a difference in the future of our world. So today I'm going to talk a little bit about organization design and specifically about how we've implemented it at Mighty Bytes and how we've kind of woven and imbued sustainability into our core values as a company. So Mighty Bytes is a digital agency. We're located in Chicago, as James mentioned. We started in 1998, so we're almost 20 years old. So we've seen a lot of things come and go. Flash anyone? We've kind of changed and mixed up our process over and over and over. In fact, as I mentioned earlier, Emily, whose last presentation was on, and I talk about process all the time. And it's great to see things coming into play at her agency because it's really our process is a big part of how we actually succeed as agencies. So what we do this stuff for companies like organizations like these, lots of nonprofits, some corporations, some foundations, community foundations, some civic clients as well. And as Emily mentioned earlier and James mentioned, we are a B Corp. We are a proud member of the B Corp community. We've been a B Corp, a certified B Corp since 2011, which essentially means we undergo a rigorous assessment to make sure that we are using business as a force for good in the world. So all B Corps align profit and purpose so that we're solving social and environmental problems alongside making money. The assessment that we go through is quite intimidating, and it seems we're about to undergo our fourth B Corp certification, and it seems to be getting more and more difficult each time. But the value far outweighs the effort because I think really more than anything, I'm going to talk a lot about systems thinking, and that was mentioned earlier a couple times in other presentations today. It's a great reminder that there are things beyond just the pixels and things beyond just the decisions we make on projects every day. And really, all of my thinking about all of this stuff came out of becoming a B Corp. There are a number of different questions about your supply chain, and as an agency, you don't have like a standard product company supply chain, like suppliers who make widgets and you know, that kind of stuff. So we really were thinking that we were part of the problem until we started researching about the environmental impact of the internet, and then we're like, well, great, let's be part of the solution and not part of the problem. And so we really started thinking at a higher level about how we could imbue sustainability into everything we do. So not only just like the standard stuff like composting and recycling, but also into our process, into pretty much everything that we do. So we are just one of literally hundreds of thousands of agencies. According to Agency Spotter, there are about 560,000 agencies worldwide. 120,000 of those are in the United States. They're not all digital agencies. They could be PR firms and anything that kind of would fall under the agency model. But, you know, as one small company, there isn't a lot that we can do. But collectively, you know, if you even got half of the 560,000 agencies around the world making decisions about, you know, the green hosting that they use and the design decisions that they choose and the efficiency of their operations and stuff, there's a big difference that we could make. We can make some significant change happen. So that's what we opted to do and try to do. And so I'm going to talk a little bit about how we actually practice sustainability at Mighty Bytes, and talk a little bit about standard companies and what they do as far for sustainability, as well as how we're going to apply that idea to an agency. So again, I said, since system thinking was mentioned several times today, for us it was really about considering the entire life cycle of a digital product or service, and then not just the design process, or not just whether or not we're using agile methods or waterfall methods, or, you know, the efficiency of our computers or any of that stuff. We really wanted to go look at everything. So in a standard, like, you know, product-based company, a manufacturing company, they'll use like a business life cycle assessment, where they will go through and they will assess a full circle, a closed loop they call it, of the all the inputs and outputs of the company. So they'll look at materials, and they'll look at manufacturing, and they'll look at packaging, and they'll look at distribution, usage, and disposal, and they will literally assess all of the inputs, where all of those materials are sourced, how far they have to go, basically the entire impact. They measure the inputs to outputs and the waste produced by all processes of the business, and in this kind of circular manner, with the idea being that if you can get down to a zero waste, you're actually, you know, you're doing really great on the environmental side of things. So an example of like how we might apply that to an agency is, for instance, you know, the e-waste for 1 year is enough, just in the United States alone, is enough to fill 1.5 million trucks full, like 18-wheeler trucks. You can actually fill 1.15 million of those, which is enough end-to-end to go halfway around the world. That's a lot of devices. And well, maybe for agencies, we don't necessarily actually have anything to do with creating devices. We create software for devices. So this is a thing that we can keep in mind as clients are asking us questions, and you know, we can bring up in conversations to say, hey, you know, there are bigger things to consider. And that's just one example of them. Overall, for instance, if you wanted to kind of apply the life cycle assessment to the virtual model, this is something that was originally sourced from Pete Markowicz, who did the VR, pre-recorded VR presentation that is on the SustainableUX site. You know, if you tried to take that same life cycle assessment process and apply it to what we do, you would be looking at the inputs and outputs and the waste produced by design and development, and the amount of energy it takes to upload something to the internet, and download it through the network, what kind of interaction is happening, how efficient is that, whether or not you are keeping your servers clean and removing extra data, and then just in general the software and visual assets and all things that you use to create what we do. So we try to keep those things in mind, just overall as we're running the business. You know, it's easy to forget those if you're not keeping them front of mind, and so it's a good thing to kind of just remind ourselves on a pretty regular basis. So I'm going to talk a little bit about how we've then in turn, you know, decided to apply this stuff. By becoming a B Corp, as a proud member of the B Corp community, we were able to look at the entire life cycle of our business and figure out everything that it produces, which helped us be more adept at systems thinking and help to think bigger picture, which then in turn, of course, informs any design thinking exercises that we do with our clients as well as internally, and helps us to realize that everything that we produce is part of a larger or bigger system. And so that helped us make sustainability kind of a key driver of everything that we do. I would say before kind of thinking through some of this stuff as a B Corp, a lot of what we did existed in silos, and there was a lot of that kind of, waterfall-y, toss things over the wall, and designers and developers and everything that we did kind of, was a step-by-step process. Now it's a lot more collaborative and iterative, which we enjoy much better, and is also more efficient. There are a lot of B Corp agencies around. This is just some of them. The four across the top are actually, you heard Emily from Lime Red is the last presenter, but those are all just in Chicago on B Corp Row. Those are just the agencies, not the B Corps. We also have soap companies, Method Clean Products, and other agencies and manufacturers. And KeHE, one of the largest natural foods distributors in the country, is actually located here. They're a B Corp. But agencies there are a bunch of agencies spread around the world, some of whom have been presenting this year and last. Open Concept and Man Overboard presented last year at SustainableUX. So these are great companies, definitely worth supporting if you're looking for help on digital products or projects. And you should think about, if you're a business owner, you should think about adding your name to this list, because it's a really amazing community. Most of the people on this list I speak to, if not regularly, Man Overboard and to Andrew from Man Overboard, and I have a weekly call, but on a pretty regular basis, I talk with almost everybody on this list, which is great because it's super helpful to get input on how other people are doing these kinds of things. So what we use is, as I mentioned earlier, the B impact assessment is the tool that we use it's a kind of our roadmap for building a better business. And there's 5 categories, and each category has dozens of questions, and you need to get 80 points in this assessment to become a B Corp. And so each question in each of these sections of environment, workers, governance, community, and customers give you a certain amount of points. And so you have to have 80 to become a certified B Corp. The ones that are in the top 10% actually get a Best for the World award. So I'm going to go through just a few simple sample questions. So if this is something that you might want to consider for your own company, and again, agencies are what I'm talking about here because it's what I know, but this really applies across the board. B Corps run the gamut from Laureate Education, which was the first B Corp to go IPO not too long ago. Method Cleaning Products, as I mentioned, Patagonia, Ben & Jerry's, a lot of names that you'll know. Those 5 categories I mentioned, each have questions. So some of the sample questions in the environment category, which for us was really what got us thinking about all of this sustainable UX stuff, is they were asking standard office questions like, how do you track electricity use, and do you conduct life cycle assessments on your product and services, and do you offset your use of non-renewable energy using like renewable energy credits or something, and do you encourage your suppliers to audit their own impact? And so that really, like I said, got us thinking about our own supply chain, which is essentially comprised of pixels and people, and figuring out how we could be more sustainable in that. Then under workers section, again, there are more than 4 questions in each of these things on the B impact assessment. There are dozens under each section, but these are just kind of 4 random examples for each. Do you pay a living wage to employees? What's the multiple between your highest and lowest paid workers? At Mighty Bytes, we try to stay within 3 times that our highest paid worker is never making any more than 3 times what our lowest paid worker is. We just kind of have that as a goal for the company. And do you subsidize professional development in any way? In other words, do you actually let people attend things like SustainableUX? Do you give them, is there some sort of company budget for professional development? And do you have an employee handbook? We didn't have one of those before we became a B Corp. We kind of had some Google Docs that had been, kind of tossed around, but we didn't have an actual employee handbook that breaks down all of the things. And there's just clarity around expectations in that. And we'd been around for a long time, and it was just one of those things that we'd never actually, qualified and put together. So Underneath the governance category, really this is about like open book management and transparency. So figuring out if you have incorporated a commitment to social or environmental responsibility into your written corporate mission statement. We are a benefit corporation, which was not really applicable to this in that it's a longer conversation, but that means basically that we are our legal structure has a social and environmental mission built right into it. So if I were to sell Mighty Bites, that social and environmental mission needs to stay intact as part of the sale. One big thing that happens a lot in the mergers and acquisitions world is that companies will go in and they'll buy a company and they'll strip out all the sustainability and CSR and employee engagement tactics that companies have put together in order to increase efficiency. And they won't really take the kind of triple bottom line of people, planet, and prosperity into mind. They'll only be looking at finances. Do you share basic financial information with your employees? Do you produce a report that details your mission-related performance? As a benefit corporation, we legally have to produce a benefit report every year. And so that just tells how good we've been at, like similar to an annual report where you talk about financial performance. This is literally just like, this is how good we've acted on our social and environmental performance. And I mentioned, like I said, we're a benefit corporation, so we've legally institutionalized our mission into our corporate structure. In the community section, they ask you questions like, do you purchase goods and services from local and minority or women-owned suppliers? Do you create job opportunities for underserved communities? Do you offer paid volunteer community service time? Healthcare benefits, et cetera, et cetera. Do you have formal partnerships to support a local charity? So as James mentioned earlier, I'm on the board of Climate Ride. It's a strategic partnership for us. They provide job leads for us. We give them pro bono services. It's a great back and forth strategic partnership as opposed to, kind of a client vendor relationship. It's actually, we work together to figure out how we can both raise each other up, how both organizations can raise each other up. And that's a common thing in the B Corp movement that you may not see as much in other corporations. And then finally, there's a new category in the new version of the B Impact Assessment, which is about customers, and it really is meant to track your work with mission-aligned customers. So, we do work with Allstate. They're an awesome client. We have a great relationship with them. Are they mission-aligned with us? I wouldn't say that's necessarily the case. But, we have a great relationship with them, and they help us, they give us the resources to be able to support smaller organizations that may not have the deep pockets that a company like that has. And so that allows us to kind of make good on that mission of servicing customers who are, trying to make a big difference in social justice and environmental stewardship. So you can roll your own at bimpactassessment.net. Anyone can take the assessment for free. So usually it's better to be doing it in terms of thinking about an organization. But even if you're a freelancer, you can use it to kind of assess your own impact and measure what matters. 50,000 people and companies use it already. Even though there are only 2,000 plus certified B Corps, 50,000 people actually use this to measure their impact. And you can use it and not actually have to become a B Corp. So for us, it was really nice to have this kind of roadmap, this toolkit for building a better business. It saved us a lot of work in trying to figure out, like, we want to be this certain kind of business or this certain kind of company, and lo and behold, there's someone who's actually done the legwork and figured out a nice plan for you, which is really awesome. So I want to mention that this also takes a lot of resources. It's not an easy thing to do. It's easy. Mighty Bites started 20 years ago with me being a freelancer who got too busy. I think a lot of small agencies start like that, and you bring on other people to kind of to help with what you may not necessarily be good at, and suddenly there's an agency there. Operating like this with focusing on the triple bottom line requires resources, and without those resources, you're not going to be able to accomplish a lot of this stuff. You might have to reduce benefits that you want to. You might have to let people go. You might have to make shifts in your procedures. So it's really, for all the reasons that Emily mentioned in her last presentation, it's easy for things to go off the rails. What we do is complicated, and so if you're not aligning your organization's purpose with the systems for generating profits. We've had some situations happen where some of our projects have gone horribly over budget because of not paying attention to some of these things. So I just want to point out that you need to have a clear mission, and you need to make sure that everybody, as Emily said, it all starts with trust. Make sure that everybody's on board with what that mission is, because it can be very easily, when people are in the weeds, for them to make decisions that may not necessarily be in the best bigger picture of the organization and what it stands for. So we also wanted to apply this to our process, to our actual, the process of what Mighty Bytes does for creating digital products and services. This probably is going to seem pretty basic to a lot of the folks in the office, or in the audience, so I'll probably go pretty quickly through this. But essentially, we identified, and this is really the basis of the book that James mentioned earlier that I wrote, the two areas where the shifts where we needed to change our work was in the efficiency of the product and service itself and the processes that we use to make them, and then, of course, powering them by renewable energy. That was a big thing for us. So, for findability, it's really about like how easy is it for users to find your content? How quickly can they get their answers to what they need? How does their site perform in search engines? Can they find what they need quickly, et cetera, et cetera. So here's a few suggestions for content strategy to help with that, making sure that you're answering questions with great content and clear calls to action, optimizing that content so that you're performing well in search engines, increasing your page and domain authority, making navigation labels, like simple usability stuff, navigation and labels and content is clear and obvious. Have a search on the site so that people are actually able to find what they need by using the search field. And then, we just saw an entire presentation from Emily on streamlining processes. Second one of the 4 pillars that we found was usability. The quick tips there were, go mobile first, obviously responsive, optimize your design assets. We're big fans of making sure we are avoiding dark patterns. Darkpatterns.org is a great website. In fact, I wrote a blog post about green patterns, which is really helping users make more sustainable choices, which is the opposite of dark patterns. But darkpatterns.org is a great place to go look at what not to do. There's a lot of cautionary tales there. Test your design decisions. We try to use a lot of A/B testing and split testing internally to make sure that what we're doing is live user testing is being validated with what our assumptions are. And again, lean agile workflows. And then we saw a presentation earlier today on reducing technical debt. Performance optimization is a big way where we are trying to keep our things lean as possible. Last year, I believe one of the presenters talked about creating a page weight budget. So one thing you can do is create a page weight budget, stick to it. It can be easy for clients to be like, yeah, I want that image carousel, and yeah, I want that live video background, and I want this and that and the other thing. And if you have a page weight budget and you've defined that up front, you can just tell them, you know what, we're sticking with, we have a goal of 800K per page or something like that. So we want to make sure that we're sticking within that with everything. Using performance guidelines that are outlined by Google and Yahoo, W3 web standards. Accessibility is a big thing, obviously. 20+% of the population has some sort of disability. So making, at the very least in the United States, being 508 compliance, but really talking about like how you make your content more accessible is a big important part of all of this as well. Optimizing your files. Someone was talking earlier today about minifying JavaScript, etc., reducing HTTP requests. And again, I'm going to go back to the kind of lean, agile workflows and figuring out how collaboration can streamline processes. And finally, green hosting. This is a big, long journey for us. We went on a 7-year journey to find the right green hosting provider. There are a ton of green hosts out there, hundreds and hundreds of them that all kind of, tout the virtues of green web hosting. But there are a lot of options and few unicorns. And in our case, we worked with over a dozen and a half hosting companies, and we ended up dropping all of them. Mostly not because they couldn't prove they were powering their servers by renewable energy, but because they had bad customer service or bad security, or they had their sites weren't reliable. The uptime was not 99 point something percent. So we kissed a lot of toads, and we finally actually landed on Google because they are the largest non-utility investor of renewable energy on the planet. And if you look at this, which is from Greenpeace's Click Clean report, they are head and shoulders, at least in North America, beyond anybody else in terms of their investment in renewable energy. So we decided to go with Google Cloud Platform. We've been working with it for about a year now. It's secure, it's scalable, they provide great service, it's stable, and for us, even though we would prefer, I think, conceptually to support the little person and the little company and you know, preferably local, we just couldn't find anything that was able to offer the same kind of, you know, quality of service and stability. And then you know, the final thing that I want to say here is just do it. In our experience, early on, we really tried to sell the kind of idea of sustainability as being this great bonus to add to your projects. And you know, most clients either don't understand what it means or they don't care that this is a thing. And so we found the best solution was to just do it and roll this into our existing process. And if they ask about, you know, we'll mention that, you know, things are powered by renewable energy. We'll mention that they're most efficient, but, you know, really for us, it was just a matter about adjusting process, getting it imbued into the everyday things that we do, and just doing it because the sale message there, people were they immediately became wary of like extra costs and stuff like that. So we decided to make it invisible to clients, or otherwise they're just going to be obsessing about things. So I would say build these practices into your own agency if you can. Devise a plan and revisit your processes, get buy-in from whoever you need, make a plan to improve and iterate, make sure that you're communicating that. I think that's a big hurdle that a lot of agencies can get stuck in, kind of everybody sitting in front of their own computer and not communicating on a larger scale. I certainly know that I'm guilty of that. Take steps to make change happen and assess the results of those steps, and hopefully that will get you on the right path. One last shameless plug, this is the book that I wrote. If you go to O'Reilly.com and you use the code AUTHD, OTHD, you can get a 40 to 50% discount on the book if it's something that you are interested in. So I think that's right around, I think I'm 4 minutes under, so I'll give it a stop there and say thank you very much.
Tim, thank you very much. That was great. Hopefully that's encouraged a few people to think outside of a classic agency model and a little bit more about what kind of ethical DNA their next career shift might have. Have you got a sense for how much B Corpism, S Corps, that sort of thing are catching on in the agency world?
You know, I think, I mean, Chicago is where I'm probably a little biased because, you know, all of those agencies in Chicago are personal friends of mine. And so it's easy when, you know a bunch of agency owners and you're like, oh, you should do this thing. But I think all of us are, you know, we're all thinking about like, how can we be a better company? And so when you find something that works, it's easy to kind of spread and evangelize the process. I know that there are a significant amount of service-based companies. There are more service-based companies in the B Corp movement than there are product-based companies. That being said, I don't know how many of them are actually agencies. It seems that there are a lot of them cropping up every day, which is awesome.
I'm also thinking about the corporate. So this is definitely an agency point of view talk. Now, all the big corporations in America, any corporation worth its salt's got some sort of CSR type presence. Have you got any tips for people going into that world for assessing the quality of the claims that those corporations are making? You mentioned working with some big clients who, you know, sometimes the values don't always align, but they do a reasonable job.
Yeah, I think you know, many companies have historically, you know, they take CSR, their corporate social responsibility, and they'll put it in a janitor's closet, and they're like, it's one person or maybe two, and they're like, here's your budget for the year, go. And they're because they're siloed away, it's so easy for that small CSR department to not really, you know, be able to imbue the idea of sustainability or social responsibility into the entire organization because they are so siloed. One great thing about the B Corp assessment is that it, you know, forces you to look at the entire company. It's not literally just like, you know, here's a pile of money, go donate to a charity to make us look good. You know, it's really about a much larger, broader picture of what a company can be. You know.
Thank you. And I'm afraid that's it for time for questions. So I'm just going to say thank you very much again for joining us a second in a row.
Always.
If we've got the strength for a third one of these, then I'm sure we'll be inviting you to that one as well. I always enjoy your presentations. Thank you again very much, Tim.
Thanks so much. Bye-bye.
Everyone should buy his book. Okay, so we're just about to get started now with Dr. Amy Bucher, who will be presenting on sustaining change, psychology-based tips for maintaining your momentum. And I'll just start in just a minute. Amy, I'm going to invite you now to try starting your screen share and doing a quick mic test before I introduce you, just to see if things are working properly. I see you're unmuted. Are you making noises? Hello?
Hello. I am making noises now.
Hello. I can hear you. So that's the first part test.
Okay, I don't. Oh,
passed, rather.
Screen share.
Yeah, over on the left there.
All right, let me see. Is this working?
Let me see. Oh, yeah, I see your presented view. There you go.
All right.
I think you go to the top of the class there.
All right. It's because of that great rehearsal.
Okay, so we're right on 350 here. So I'm going to present Dr. Amy in just a moment here. Let me just get set up. I'll start sharing your slides. So hopefully that is the view that has been broadcast. Okay, so we realized we were getting a bit crammed towards the end of the day here, so there's not much break between our next speaker and our penultimate speaker. So I had them connect to each other, and we found there are actually quite a lot of cross connects between their talks. So in a break with tradition, we'll actually have Dr. Amy Bucher introduce our last speaker as well, because these talks really do flow together. But let me introduce Amy first. She's our penultimate speaker today, and I'm going to share a bit of a personal reason why I've invited her here today. Last year, like maybe many of us, around late November, shall we say, when I should have been working hard preparing this conference, I was instead glued to the news, which was pretty much all bad news, bad news that looked like it would threaten any of the progress that we've made against climate change in general, as we were hearing with Dr. Mann earlier. And frankly, I lost quite a lot of enthusiasm for further effort. But fortunately, I work with some pretty awesome people at my agency, MadPow, not least of awesome of which is Amy. Because in the aftermath of that election, she published a very well-timed blog post titled "Keeping Change Alive: 3 Psychology-Based Tactics," which completely regalvanized me and many other people who read it to dust themselves off and take up the fight again. As Dr. Mann was saying earlier, it's really the grassroots that's going to make the difference here. And Amy's tactics were very helpful in helping myself and others realize that. So she's agreed very graciously to bring her insights to this audience here. And I really hope you find them as helpful and as empowering as I have. As we go away, we go back to our day jobs after this conference. Some things you've heard are tactical, some things are philosophical. How are you going to apply them going forward? I think Amy's insights will be very helpful there. So it gives me great pleasure to welcome Dr. Amy Bucher to the stage.
Oh, thank you so much, James. I really appreciate that introduction. And, in the spirit of honesty and disclosure, I also, at the time that I initially wrote my post, was struggling and was searching through my own professional expertise for ways to gather some strength, especially knowing that major social change is much more a marathon than a sprint. So I'll skip the agenda. You'll all get these slides later. It's a very brief presentation. But why do we need to worry about sustaining change? Social movements work. We know they work, but they take time and they take energy. People really struggle to change their old habits, and that's especially true if they don't see an immediate benefit, but they do feel an immediate sacrifice. So this is an effort we know takes a lot of work. And I have a personal example of this. I grew up in Somerville, Massachusetts. It's just north of Boston, major urban area. And when I was a young teen in the early 90s, my father worked for the city, and he was part of establishing the city's very first recycling program. So my first volunteer position ever was working with my dad and his office to help hand out blue recycling bins to all of the city residents. And that was how we first got started in Somerville. What you see on the screen today are some shots of what that has become over the last 25 years. So initially it was a really rudimentary recycling program. It really wasn't something that had been rolled out on a large citywide scale in Massachusetts that I'm aware of. But today, Somerville is a citywide zero sort initiative. You can put any sort of recyclable good into the same container and it gets to the right place. Somerville has also established an Office of Sustainability and Environment, and they have a goal to become carbon neutral by 2050. If you check out their site, their Office of Sustainability and Environment site, you'll see that they're doing some really incredible work in this area, and I think are probably leaders in the United States with sustainability efforts. And so I look at this and I feel really proud that the little work that I did way back when, in some small way, contributed to what I feel is a major effort and major progress. And I draw hope from examples like this that show that everybody's tiny efforts over time eventually add up into something meaningful. Another way to think about sustaining change is through the concept of willpower. People often talk about willpower as something that you either have or you don't. So some people may be tough enough to grab the apple instead of the donut, and other people are not. But research actually shows that willpower is more like a muscle. It's a renewable resource that gets tired when we work it really hard for long periods of time, but it's also something that we can make stronger with strategic exercise and rest. So we need to think about making changes in the world over a long period of time, like building muscles. So we're building our willpower and then spending it wisely where we can make the most difference. So these psychology-based tips I'm sharing are all in the service of exercising your willpower and then giving it the rest that it needs so that it can grow stronger. Creating a plan. And this is, if you think about with the election or even with something smaller such as sustainability, there are so many specific issues that people care about, and it can become overwhelming if you try to tackle them all. So it becomes really important to narrow down that focus. And what I would recommend in that case is that you really look at the intersection of what is the highest priority to you, where are your passions, and where are your talents. And where that overlap lies is probably where you can make your best contribution. And it's important to think of yourself as part of a larger tapestry of people who are tackling other issues as well. So just by narrowing your focus, it doesn't mean that you're not doing everything you should be. It means you're doing your best work in the areas where your talents lie. There's also really interesting research with respect to willpower and plans that shows that drawing out a plan, and especially contingencies for when things get hard, can really help you stay on course when there are obstacles. If you think about how we make decisions, that's a very time-consuming, very cognitive processing activity. So if you have a plan in place ahead of time and then you hit an obstacle, you don't need to make decisions. All you need to do is execute the plan that you created at a different period of time when you weren't stressed. So think about things that may go wrong in your efforts toward sustainability or toward other change and how you'll cope with those. And then if they do happen, you're better equipped to deal with them effectively. The next one is about breaking goals into milestones. And again, this is really related to this idea that we can become overwhelmed when we're trying to make major changes in the world. Some of the most influential people in our society didn't actually even live to see the changes that their work eventually affected, which sounds like it's depressing, but I don't mean it to be depressing. I mean it to focus you more on the short term, because that's where we can see the difference. So the idea is to break down your dream into specific action steps. So think about not just your major wins, but the milestones that it will take to get you there. And doing this not only helps you feel like you're making progress, but it builds a really important psychological resource called self-efficacy, which is our belief in our own abilities. And there is so much research across so many different domains of behavior that shows that having self-efficacy is a powerful predictor of success. So the more you can do to check off boxes of small accomplishments, the more likely you are to succeed with those major wins. The third one I called enlisting your army, and I like using the military terminology here because I think it gives a sense of strength and support when we may really feel like we need that. This involves vocalizing your intentions so that you feel a sense of commitment. When you say that you're going to do something, it becomes much harder for you not to follow through because you start to feel the sense of obligation to the people who've heard your promises. And then if your friends share the same concerns you do, that also gives you an opportunity to enlist them to work alongside you and really become your allies in making change. So I recommend stating your plans publicly, depending on your work environment and the types of networks you have. Social media may be a vehicle for this. It may be something you do more in person with your friends or in your workplace or in your professional life. But find the way that works best and then be public about the things that you care about. Work along those like-minded friends. Find your people and get them to work with you. And then the third one is really more along the idea of resting your willpower muscle so that it can grow strong. And that's about taking time for social support, just enjoying your friends, enjoying your loved ones, and recovering from the hard work that takes place sometimes out in the world. One is I call take responsibility, and what I'm really referring to here is a classic social psychology finding called the bystander effect. It's this idea that sometimes people who want to do the right thing, who believe in doing the right thing, end up doing nothing because they believe that other people are taking care of it. So, the classic example is you hear somebody's cry for help and you don't call the police because you assume someone else has. And unfortunately, many times that means that nobody actually takes responsibility. So my advice to all of us, including myself here, is that when you think something needs to be done, speak up about it. Be the one to take those first steps. Oftentimes, I think that once you make it visible that you care about an issue, that you are enacting change, that's when you start to get other people helping you out. The very worst case scenario, if you're the one who speaks up and takes responsibility, is that there's some redundancy, that maybe your efforts are duplicated, and hopefully that only happens for a short period of time until you and others who are working on the same issues become aware of each other and can join forces. But it is really critical, I think, when you're trying to make change, to avoid this bystander effect and to put the responsibility on yourself to be the one to speak up and to act. And then the last one is taking care of yourself. This, again, really, willpower is a muscle, and if you've ever tried working out or strength training, you know that without recovery, you're not going to be successful in those goals. It's the same with your psychological self. So take care of your body and your mind. Eat well. It's very hard sometimes in times of stress not to eat emotionally or to forget to eat because you're distracted. So try to avoid those sorts of things. Keep healthy, nourishing food around. Make time for regular physical activity, even if it's just breaking up your day with a walk outside and enjoying fresh air. Bundle up if you live around Boston like I do. Keep reasonable sleep hours. Sleep is so important for maintaining stress balance, for maintaining our physical health. And take time to indulge in your favorite hobbies. Sometimes when people are involved in activism, there's this perception that you should be spending all of your time on these very important activities, and watching TV or reading a novel is frivolous. It's not. It's really important that you give yourself these breaks so that you can be at your strongest when you are back at it, when you're back out there in the fray, fighting for the causes that you believe in. So think of these things as a recovery opportunity and know that they are as critical as the hard work that you do in other times. So I want to close by flipping the message that I started with around social movements. Social movements take time and energy, but they work. There are so many examples throughout history and throughout modern day of major efforts that took so many years of struggle. Broadly, and then sustainability and UX more narrowly, are really critical to the future of our Earth and our society. And I really believe that this is a movement that can and will change the world. So it's hard work, but keep at it because it matters. And so with that, as James said, I have the pleasure of introducing our next speaker, B. Cordelia Yu. You may remember Cordelia from last year's SustainableUX event, where they talked about building a more holistic view of sustainability. Their talk was one of the most popular sessions last year, and I believe will probably be just as delighted this year. So please welcome B. Cordelia Yu.
I think B Cordelia had to drop there for a second because we're having some audio issues. So that gives, but that the plus side is that gives me an opportunity to do this. So thank you very much, Amy, not only for your talk today, but for your blog post way back when. Really, I need a sort of 5 bullet point version of your talk to pin above the bathroom mirror or put by my desk so that I can just be reminded, particularly the self-care thing. I don't know about the rest of you, but I've been yeah, I have a lot of, I definitely struggle with that problem of, am I doing enough, and should I feel guilty about you know, not fretting about things. My own personal answer there was to unplug from the news for quite some time, and just concentrate on doing things I can affect, like this conference. So again, thank you. Looks like B. Cordelia is back on now, so we'll do a quick sound check.
Hello.
Hi, I can hear you. Fantastic.
Hey.
And it looks like I can see the slides. All right, okay, I think we're up and running. So Amy was going to introduce you, or just introduce you while you dropped off there, so you might not have heard that.
Sorry.
Amy, was there anything else you wanted to say?
No, I think I got through the introduction, just that we're very excited for this talk.
Yeah, excellent. Thank you very much. Okay, so B. Cordelia, take it away. Our last speaker of the day. Let me just shift the camera over. Fantastic. Take it away.
Awesome. When I pitched this talk a million years ago in October, you know the feeling, I did not have to tell you that it might include discussion of sexist harassment, of racism, of immigrant intimidation. I didn't have to tell you that I will include no graphic images, and I'll blink the screen when it's time. And it's totally okay to mute me if you need to. Instead, the talk I had planned started with a simple question. You see, to me, this is a UX question, except it goes by another name. And the word user is a bit sterile, so let's replace it. And instead of calling it experience, let's call it living. Because after all, we're not having a collection of experiences, we're having lives. But human still feels wrong, so let's replace it with something else. To be human is to be social. Therefore, we're not merely a plurality of persons, we are a people. Now let's improve the grammar a bit. And you know, people still feels wrong. Let's try another word. Yeah, there we go. UX, to me, has never been about an individual's experience in a vacuum. Our experiences are framed through socialization in our communities. And so for me, we're back to the roots of UX, anthropology, the study of communities and their people. And this is the fundamental belief that sort of underlined my session from last year, where I started with these questions. We deconstructed 3 examples in tech to get to this question. We took a trip through the socioeconomic, cultural, and regulatory stack that lets us through our work as technologists. We talked about how our phones and iPads contributed to modern slavery in the Congo and toxic lakes in Mongolia. We even talked about how recycling centers, one of the most championed tools of environmental responsibility, can contribute to the marginalization of Black communities here in the US. And how power keeps us ignorant to make us complicit. How mainstream environmentalism in the West often ignores the marginalized groups that are most affected by climate change. I talked about how our roles as designers and technologists in fixing that problem, but I didn't go much into details. And a lot has happened in the last year. From Australia to the UK to the US to Europe, it feels like democracy is fraying. And so as white nationalism continues rising, climate change kind of feels a bit abstract. But when the US election happened, this is what I saw. Because on November 8th, roughly 25.4% of the US population likely condemned the entire world to at least a 3-degree increase in global surface temperature. Without federal movement, no amount of server efficiencies, electric cars, or energy behavior shaping design will ever offset the amount of fossil fuel drilling or community-killing policies of Donald Trump's energy agenda. And if inaction continues, My political science spidey sense tells me that it's going to get worse. Because one thing you learn in political history and political psychology is that scarcity and uncertainty creates and empowers dictators and demagogues. And as ecological catastrophe hits more and more ecosystems and climate refugees become normality, basic resources are going to become more scarce. So as a political philosopher who works in tech, I ask myself, what went wrong? In a world where 3 degrees centigrade is likely inevitable, where do we put our energies? What can we as designers do? Are there any paths out of this? What went? Oh no. You see, when I saw these pieces on how Facebook's trending news was pushing outright lies into people's news feeds, I was reminded of this piece. There's a wealth of research that says that the first thing we read on a subject is set as true in our minds by default, especially when it matches our worldview. And then any evidence to the contrary has sort of a boomerang effect that reinforces the false belief. So when you have a content algorithm that reinforces the echo chamber and outright lies, you have a civic space that is constantly filled with falsehoods. And when it comes to political decision-making, reality is secondary to perception. Even when people are doing well, are safe, and are thriving, if they perceive the world they are in is falling apart, we make decisions accordingly. So when I see these political lies on Facebook and connect them to 3 degrees centigrade, I see New Orleans still rebuilding. And this is where I tell you it's okay to mute me for a few moments. I'll bring the screen back up when it's safe. Because I remember white environmentalists in the largest nonprofits telling me that it's too hard to partner with environmental groups from marginalized communities, that creating programs to galvanize those with the most at stake isn't financially sustainable. I see Trump saying that climate change is a hoax perpetuated by China as lead, but the fact check doesn't happen until paragraphs later. I see hateful attacks on my Muslim friends, my immigrant family, my trans friends, deportations in the middle of the night in the UK, deportations in the middle of the day in the US. I see Twitter full of people with chronic illnesses and parents of children with disabilities worrying about medical care, school access. I remember getting on a bus to go speak on social justice, and a man in the back yells, "Go back to China." His friends laugh, and no one defends me. I think about the water protectors in North Dakota being treated like animals, their connection to the outside world jammed. All this to create a world of fear and hate. I think about the Marshall Islands sinking below the sea. I think about Black children drinking lead-tainted water. I see white men writing articles about how we must come together while my family is bleeding. What we have here is failure to communicate. What we have here is the foundation of democracy crumbling. And yes, I work in tech, but I studied as a political philosopher, and I'm telling you right now the stakes are in fact this high. This is not a drill. Western democracy is on a path to collapse. But there's hope. So before we talk about solutions and our role as designers, I want to think about what democracy is and what makes it worthwhile. Oh shit, that was very much a scholar thing to do, wasn't it? Don't worry. Don't go away. It'll be useful, I promise. So here we go. Several thousand years of democratic theory in 5 minutes. The Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy calls democracy this. To put it in less academic terms, democracy is where people come together and make decisions. And this immediately raises the question, so what is even worthwhile? And some of us might scoff at that question, right? And yet, 25.4% of the voting age population of the United States voted for an authoritarian. Not only that, they consciously voted for an authoritarian. Another 44.7% were either unable to vote or more likely didn't bother to vote. So why bother is a question a lot of people asked with, I can't or don't. And people keep saying that government is so efficient. Having one strong man make all the decisions is a good way to speed it up. But the world is complicated. A small group is deeply limited in how much information they can parse, even if they're perfectly moral, even if they are perfectly well-intentioned. One reason we need democracy is that everyone has a different perspective and different needs. That one person's great decision is devastating to another. So the legitimacy of those decisions requires everyone's input. So democracy is about the legitimacy of the decisions that affect the body politic. It is about us having a say in the rules that govern us, to make sure our cares, needs, and interests are considered and cared for. Let me say that again. Democracy is about legitimacy, not efficiency, not about choosing one person to make all the decisions to get the job done. It's about consent. So, what makes democracy sick? Folks in the US will probably know the Tree of Liberty quote from Thomas Jefferson, but do all y'all know the full context? He was talking about British propaganda during the Revolutionary War, how tyranny always perpetuates lies, how ignorance creates complacency and is anathema to democracy and healthy society. And the only way to fight that is through popular education and truth. So I think about research in political psychology, how our political ideology even makes it hard for us to do math when it's around politically charged topics, and simple math like adding and subtracting. How when we see people suffer under inequality, we're often more likely to blame them than confront the truth that the world is unjust. And how when we feel uninformed, we're more likely to avoid it than educate ourselves. And these falsehoods and bullshit are only part of what makes democracy sick. Through them, bad decisions are made. And the tools that we've built, Facebook, Twitter, and all the rest, those are the tools that made it happen. So when civic engagement is facile and our voice ineffectual and our survival isn't at stake, it's natural that we spend our limited attention elsewhere, that we pay attention to problems that we have the power to change. When civic engagement is simplified into a few votes on a ballot, it's natural that we look for shortcuts for making decisions, that we concentrate on the quick outrage rather than the deep policy. So if we are to rebuild a healthy democracy, we need to design a system where people are empowered to use that knowledge so it's worthwhile to be well informed. So what does this have to do with UX and design? Well, IKEA, one of the biggest proponents for democratic design, calls it design for everyone. And they'll say they do it by providing choice, lowering the cost of home products so they're affordable, and that's fantastic. Choices provide some amount of agency. But there's an inherent problem with this understanding of democratic design. Choice is like oxygen. It's necessary for survival, but it's not enough for living. The IKEA model of democratic design is oversimplified. It becomes about lowering the barrier to access, which isn't what democracy is about. In creating the tools that lower barriers to entry and emphasize engagement, we have created tools that empower the loudest voices, but not the ones we need to hear most. We've expanded access, but not democratized it. The most marginalized communities are the ones who are most hurt by climate change, and yet we technologists are building little to help them, even as we fawn over self-driving electric cars and solar panel roof tiles. So this is a problem, and we need to fix it. Democratic design needs to be about bringing in the underserved voices. It needs to be about expanding equity, not just equality. Letting everyone join Twitter easily is equality. Making sure we protect the people who are most commonly experiencing harassment is equity. The founders saw that when the body politic grew ignorant, we could fall under the spell of demagogues and tyrants. But they saw no way to sufficiently and enduringly create an educated population. And that's one of the reasons they created the Electoral College and the Senate. It's a lot more complicated, but that's one of the main reasons. So we call the vote the epitome of democracy because that's how Western founders of democracy framed it. But what if it isn't? What if it's only the cornerstone? During the mid-aughts, Taiwan needed to update its national health system. At the time, public interest in government was at an all-time low, and we know how the US passes major healthcare reform. A bunch of Congress people and the president get together, put something together, and they try to convince a lot of other legislators. Convincing the public is mostly an ancillary consideration, which is why despite major success many years later, on the eve of its repeal, most of the public loves it, but they're still confused about what the Affordable Care Act is. What Taiwan did was different. They put together a task force of public health officials, academics, and policymakers, and they collected a huge amount of public health data. And then they went into the communities and started holding forums. They invited activists, they invited public health officials, they invited citizens, not just to listen to speakers, but to look at the data, taught them to analyze it, and then asked them to give feedback about what they cared about, what needed to change. And then they took that information, went back to the legislators, and then used that to make policy. And now Taiwan's national healthcare system is considered one of the best in the world, both by patient satisfaction and people in public health. And this sort of participatory governance happens locally as well. So another story, a developer wanted to build a new property on an underutilized park block in a Taipei neighborhood. As an aside, Taipei has roughly the same population density as New York City. So as part of the planning, the public commissioner put up signs next to the park, put in ads in newspapers to try to tell the neighborhood about what was happening and invite them to public forums. Nobody responded or attended, so the plan went ahead. Right before demolition, when they're starting to bring in equipment, a student was walking home and noticed that they were starting something. She asked the neighbors, they knew nothing about it. She called the public commissioner, and then she organized all the neighbors to protest. Within the week, they halted demolition and started holding new forums. So as anyone who has done community organizing can tell you, even on your best days, not all attempts at organizing people works. You can try your damnedest to do your due diligence, but oftentimes no one pays attention. Which reminds me of a different example here in the US. When the Standing Rock protesters were gaining public attention last year, backers of the pipeline started putting out a lot of ads in opposition. One that was all over YouTube said that Standing Rock protesters said they were never consulted, this is untrue, etc., etc. They used that as the justification for why the pipeline should continue. You didn't say anything before, so now you have no choice in the matter is not only straight up the language of abuse, it's also a gross misunderstanding of consent. And it completely overlooks the fact that marginalized communities are usually intentionally ignored, that attempts to consult with them are often structured in a way that silences them. So back in Taiwan, through new public forums, they discovered the reason people didn't use the park was because it didn't have the facilities people wanted. So the developer, the neighbors, and the commissioner put together a new plan. They got federal grants to update the park with new equipment. And the developer still was able to build a building with public commercial space to help bring life to the neighborhood. After the renovation was complete, people were using it daily. So the important point here isn't that public outcry is critical, though it is. The really important point is that Taiwan's political culture is such that when there's new public interest, there are systems of practice to stop and reconsider, rather than say, you didn't follow procedure, therefore you forfeit your voice. Because in the West, we've sort of developed a dangerous conceit that the functions of government should be efficient above all else. And it's an idea that we sort of imported from capitalism. But government and democracy aren't about efficiency. Government is about efficacy. Democracy is about legitimacy. Dedication to real substantive public input is necessary for that legitimacy. Efficiency is in service of those, not the other way around. Now, this isn't to say that just by creating public education task forces or having tools for public engagement will automatically make government more legitimate. While Taiwan was reforming its health insurance program, a lot of activists didn't trust it and refused to participate. It's through repeated practice and repeated engagement that these systems gain the public trust. As someone's grandmother always said, you only gain trust through trusting others. And Taiwan's work here continues to evolve. A few years ago, one of Taiwan's ministers went to a civic hackathon and asked them to build and find, let me make sure I get this right, digital tools that could facilitate accessible and substantive civic participation at scale. Words we really like in tech. At scale. Scalable engagement. Awesome. So they decided to build a tool called vTaiwan using a system called Polis, P-O-L.is, which is built by a team in Seattle. In Polis, anyone can ask a question and everyone else can answer yes, no, pass. Through that, they can find out where there are groups of consensus and points of disagreement in real time. And the way vTaiwan works is really amazing. And already it's been used to create substantive policy and reshape healthy political dialogue in measurable ways. So a real thing that happened, Taiwan had been considering laws for selling booze online for about 6 years. It's taking that long because there is deadlock in both public rhetoric and in the legislature. On one side was their version of Mothers Against Drunk Driving, who were against it because they didn't want an increase of public drunkenness. On the other was the liquor lobby saying that the lack of online sales was bad for business. To give you an idea how vTaiwan works, 2 statements were put in. 1, we cannot have an increase in public drunk driving. Over 75% of people agreed. 2, we need to have online liquor sales. Again, over 75% of people agreed. Tens of thousands of people participated in this, and they agreed with both sides. They realized that the deadlock was a false dichotomy based in political rhetoric. After putting the issue through vTaiwan, they passed legislation in 3 months. Let me repeat that. 6 years of political deadlock broken in 3 months because citizens were given the chance to substantively contribute to the policy discussion. This is a show called Talk to Taiwan. Most of it exists as Facebook live streams, where a journalist will sit down with a policymaker or an expert and have a live interview. They'll have a conversation around an issue that's going through the legislature or whatever, and they'll respond to the chat. But they don't just respond to the comments section on Facebook. They also use Polis. So they can build citizen coalitions and mandates live on stream. This isn't merely journalism for telling us the voice of political leaders. This is journalism as a bridge for creating citizen-informed policy. This is democracy that can only happen through digital mediation. So to come back to the US, the majority of us care about sustainability and climate change, yet we have few avenues to affect either government or corporate policy around the issue. But concentrating on the tech is dangerous. Yes, the digital tool is important. But for Taiwan, there was buy-in from the highest levels of government right from the beginning. The digital tools are an augmentation of an established political culture. They have a history of doing it, and that's powerfully important. We can't just build the technology and hope all the problems of governance are solved. And by the way, what you're seeing on screen now is in fact the GitHub repo for Canada's digital services team. They're talking about building deliberative practices into Canadian government right now. So if you're Canadian, go contribute because it's really exciting. The technology is only part of the process. In Taiwan, they used it to find what issues need focus. Through the public question and answer process, they build agendas for committee meetings where stakeholders have to build consensus. The meetings are in person with policymakers, lobbyists, citizens, activists, whoever has a stake. And it's live streamed for public viewing. If there's deadlock around an issue, they push it off for reconsideration later. Draft policy is only created around where there's unanimous agreement. And then the draft is put back into V-Taiwan for another round of questions and answers from the public to build the agenda for the next meeting, and the next meeting, and the next meeting. Y'all, is this sounding familiar? Because it is to me. The current government has already said that the plan is all substantive national policy has to go through a process like this. And all the government ministries already have initiatives to do the same thing. Already, this process has been used to create completely new regulation on huge issues like closed companies, which are their version of what we in the US would call a Delaware LLC, and car sharing services like Uber. And it's easy to say this is interesting, but impractical to bring here to the West. I know because a lot of my professional policy friends have told me this already. But this sort of thing is already happening in the US and in the West. Participatory budgeting is the most common form of deliberative democracy practiced in the US and a lot of places. And Tashara Jones is the Democratic candidate for mayor in St. Louis, and she plans to make it a reality. It's happening all over the US, many places in Canada, Brazil, Portugal, France, Italy, Germany, Spain. It's happening everywhere. It's part of the core platform for the movement for Black lives. And if you watch the protests, they often practice forms of direct democracy on the streets. Black leaders and activists have always been way ahead of mainstream America here. So this is possible. What we have to do is find officials who want to make it happen. And if you can't find one, demand it. And if they still won't listen, vote for someone who will. Or even better, run for office yourself. If the federal government is unwilling to do anything, concentrate on your local government, on your state government. Build it from the ground up. The core of sustainability work in UX and design can't just be about the products we make. It has to be about the way we make them. It has to be about involving our communities. Let me give you an example. In July, I was part of a project called Letters for Black Lives. It was immediately after police had killed Alton Sterling and Philando Castile. Christina Shee, a digital ethnographer who works out of New York, wanted to write a letter to her parents about anti-Blackness in Asian American families, and hoped a few friends would join her in writing it in a Google Doc. In a matter of hours, there were hundreds of people contributing. The English version was finished that night, with edits from more than 100, possibly more than 200 people. Within 24 hours, there were a dozen translation teams translating and rewriting the English letter for their particular cultural history. Chinese, Hmong, Hindi, Urdu, Farsi. A Rutgers professor started one for African immigrants. A Latinx team started one. A Canadian team started one for Asian Canadians. Each letter was speaking directly to their community's experiences and fight for social justice. And because I'm a nerdy tech person, the Korean translation team had more than a dozen people working on it. In the Google Doc, they created a voting system to translate words and phrases and paragraphs. And if you're a project manager, this is one of the most beautiful examples of organic collective decision-making I've ever seen. And the letter got picked up in national, international, and local media. It started Thursday morning. On Sunday, there were over a dozen people at Wired's offices in San Francisco making a recording of themselves reading the letter. By Monday, when we launched, there were a dozen finished translations and more than a dozen in the works. Hundreds of volunteers across the world. The Google Docs were crashing with how many people were trying to view and contribute. But more important than that, the letter got picked up in ethnic community media. The Korean text was published in Korean papers all over the country. A few weeks later, NPR Code Switch did a podcast episode where I cried when I was listening. The World Journal, the largest Chinese language newspaper in the United States, created a 6-page feature about the letter and the history of Asian Black solidarity and clashes, all in Chinese. But that wasn't the amazing bit. You see, people started making their own recordings in their own languages. We started hearing stories of siblings sharing the letter with each other and saying, let's sit down and talk to mom and dad about this after dinner. Overnight, hundreds of people came together to create something that was measurably shifting the conversation for social justice in our communities and at the dinner table. And none of us could have done this alone. But together we created something to empower ourselves to go to our families and have hard conversations. And similar projects are popping up everywhere now. People are crowdsourcing collective call-in sheets, documenting and tracking protests that they can join, or how you can call your representative. One of my favorite is a bunch of librarians starting a library of resistance. And it's on Goodreads and WorldCat now because librarians are beautiful, beautiful people. So look at your own work, look at your projects, look at your clients. Are you building products and telling people how to use them? Or are you building products that empower people to self-actualize? Are your client websites for them to talk to people or with people? How are you taking feedback from your customers and constituents? How do you turn that feedback into meaningful change? The Brookings Institute has 6 conditions for making deliberative democracy work. I kind of compressed them into 4. The first is about the neighborhood park and Standing Rock examples. How do you make sure the people who have a stake in a decision give their input? Not only have a chance to give their input, but are actively engaged throughout the entire process. Second, this is about the health insurance task force. Good decisions come from good information. How do we gather the necessary data and educate stakeholders to analyze and understand the information so they can better contribute? Third, when Taiwan was starting their experiments in deliberative democracy, a lot of people were deeply skeptical. There were no direct avenues where their input at a community forum would be shaping actual policy. But now the government believes that every major piece of policy must go through the legislature must go through public comment. Fourth, one of the first things Obama's White House implemented when he entered office was We the People, which allowed anyone to create a petition, and if it gathered enough signatures, would receive an official response from the White House. This was a huge move in giving people a direct voice in government. But because it didn't require any action, it was less effective in creating real change. But because what happens in V Taiwan creates binding results to tell legislatures how to write policy, people see their input have direct impact on the laws that govern them. This creates trust, which encourages people to participate more, which means they have incentive to learn more, which means they can contribute more. In his farewell, Barack Obama said that we have to sit down with our neighbors and family and convince them that we must rebuild a healthy civic culture. And this is core to deliberative democracy, that it is the core to our jobs as creators of community experiences. We are the ones making the tools and the spaces in which people talk and interact. That's why the experience our tech allows matters just as much, if not more, than the code we use to build them. Last year, Science Magazine published a study showing that volunteer canvassers going door to door to talk about the rights of transgender and non-binary folk could successfully change strangers' minds after a 10-minute conversation. These conversations work, and they work a whole lot better than ads and think pieces and Facebook posts and whatever else. So make spaces for people to tell each other stories. This is what we need to be designing for, because it's the storytellers who reshape society. We want to concentrate on the trash fire, but the ones at the top are merely the leaders. While strong, they can do nothing without followers. It is always the ordinary people who carry out the inhumane acts. So as I'm watching news about the ICE raids and the airport customs agents here in the US, the Dakota Access Private Security, I'm thinking about both the Stanford Prison and Milgram experiments. Ordinary people who, because authority tells them to, carry out horrifying acts because that's their job. But then I also think about the World War I Christmas truce, where despite fighting a war against each other, once opposing troops broke bread together and sang together and played together, they refused to fight. And I think about the difference. And the difference is they knew each other's stories. So as I think about the call-ins and global protests of the last month, with Congress people turning off their phones or sneaking away from town hall meetings, I remember my time on the Hill, where the CRM that most of them used was built around a few specific things: recording your name and address, topic of the comment, and the rest was a process for responding by form letter. And I got to wondering, what if our representatives weren't just voted in to make legislation? What if their CRM wasn't just about responding with form letters? What if they had tools to help take public input as core to how they shape legislation? What if each of them was more of a moderator to help us find consensus with each other through a system like vTaiwan? What if we created new spaces for collaboration where people aren't just yelling at each other, but understanding one another? When democracy starts fraying, you don't compromise with the fascists in a gamble to save what's left. That is a false hope that ends in total ruin. When democracy starts fraying, you double the fuck down on democracy. But it is increasingly apparent that we can't pin our hopes on the established political or intellectual leaders to make it happen themselves. And even though our political theorists have been talking about participatory democracy for decades, they join projects like the Open Government Partnership to help the rest of the world make their governments more deliberative because they see no way around the institutional inertia here in the West. So it is up to us. It is our job to demand our governments become more deliberative. And this is how we raise the voice of the water protector above the oil baron. This is how we raise the voice of the immigrant against the Nazi. This is how we raise your voice and the Black kid in the South Side and the trans girl in North Carolina and the single mother and the steel worker. This is how we bring up the everyday voices that we all need to hear most above the well-dressed fascist or the dapper neo-Nazi. It's through that work we rebuild healthy democracy and stave off the con artists and the charlatans. It is through that work that we create the space that raises the voices most vulnerable to climate change. And completely changing the form and function of Western democracy, that's hard work, y'all. Like I said last year, this is a radical reimagining of society. But the alternative of continuing down the path we're on right now, hoping that democracy somehow muddles through, that's not sustainable. But when we sit down to hear each other's stories, we understand each other more and we love one another more. We take each other's stories and make them a part of our own. That's how we make ourselves a people. So go, demand better democracy, find the storytellers, run for office, tell your story, make spaces for others to tell theirs so we can build a new civic of love and joy. My friends, don't stop telling stories. Thanks.
B. Cordelia, thank you so much. I knew we made the right choice putting you on last year. That's exactly the keynote and the capstone for our conference today. That's exactly what I needed to hear. I think it's also what a lot of us wanted to hear. Honestly, given the events recently, I didn't know whether we were going to be having a hopeful talk or what. And I think you've absolutely nailed it in terms of reminding us of what our responsibility is as we put things out into the world, their potential for misuse, but not getting too drowned out on that. We've heard a lot about the potential for misuse, and it was really heartening to hear about the positive power of our technologies and our design choices again. So thank you very much for reminding us all of that. That was awesome.
Thanks.
That just leaves us with a couple of minutes here. This is a Google Hangout. It cuts off after 8 hours, but this leaves us just a couple of minutes to say our own farewells and goodbyes and thanks to everyone. So I just have a couple of things to say quickly. Again, thank you very much to B. Cordelia for closing us out in style and, to borrow a phrase, fired up and ready to go. I feel like I've had a lesson in history, civics, designing for democracy, and hope. Chiefly today, I want to thank Jen Schlick, who's our new organizer this year, as well as returning organizer Jen Brizelli, who have been absolutely instrumental in putting this whole thing together. So thank you both very much. Also, thanks to all those others who have encouraged us along the way, who've pitched in. Thanks to MadPow for supporting us, giving us the day off to run this conference, and thanks to MIT for lending us Jen Schlick as well. Also, in particular, I want to thank Dr. Amy Bucher for who basically took over marketing for this event on Twitter at some point. At some point, I realized I was just retweeting her tweets and not making any of our own. So thank you very much, Amy. Last couple of housekeeping items here. All these talks will be available on YouTube in one giant video. And then fairly soon I should get around to chopping those up into the individual talks so that you can rewind and find the video you want to watch at leisure. We found a lot of people watched on the day last year, but many more watched over time. So once those are up, I encourage you to follow us on Twitter, find those videos and share them far and wide. And there's an extra video on there, the sustainability of VR talk as well. Quick last reminder to donate. Our speakers have nominated their favorite eco charities, which you can give some money to. If you had some value out of today and enjoyed your free ticket, then you know, maybe chip in a few bucks for one of our speakers' favorite causes. I see about 50 of you have so far using our cunning tracking links there. Maybe more of you have given as well, but go along to our website, check out that donation page. And in a moment here, I'm going to invite my co-conspirators here, Jen and Jen, to join me here on the stage, and we'll just say goodbye and good luck.
Yeah, if I can
year.
interrupt one little bit here,
Please.
just we would be completely remiss without thanking you, James, as well. As I mentioned at the very beginning, kicking off this conference, that this all came about because of your idea. So hopefully we can give the same kind of round of applause to James, and to James for not just having the idea, but also kind of being the power behind this. So at least from my perspective, it's been a joy to be a part of as a spectator as much as a co-organizer. So thanks to everybody for their participation, and that'll be my farewell.
Thank you, Jen. And Jen, goodbye from you as well. You might have stepped away already, but thank you again very much for all your efforts this year. And hopefully we'll all be back in some shape and form next year as well. So thank you lastly, audience. Thank you for putting up with our technical glitches today, for all your great comments and questions here on Slack and on Twitter, and for sharing these nuggets of wisdom back out to your wider communities. We tripled the number of tickets this year and sold out all the same. Maybe next year we'll break the 10,000 ticket barrier. So tell your friends, et cetera, et cetera. Thank you all very much again. Thank you all speakers. In particular, we thanked you all as we went, but one big roundup thanks to all the speakers who've given so fantastically generously of their time and efforts today and in the run up to this. So that's it. That's it from us, and good night and good luck.